You guys are the absolute worst. I mean, like, the worst of the worst. Y'all suck.
We all suck. Welcome back. It's Monday. John, look, they all showed up again. My goodness. It's nice to see everybody here today, all these bright, shining smiles and people ready to go. And, well, let's get busy here. Hello, friends. Hello, traders, family, and, of course, everyone else. So glad you can make it. You're at the right place at the right time. And, yes, we've saved you a front row seat. Welcome to Topstep TV Network, the only Topstep TV that the biggest and best names in the world are on this show. This is Opening Call. He's Dean, and I'm Jerry, and we have an informative and educational programming for you each and every day. We'll be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, your newscaster, your fellow trader, good friend, neighbor, and your biggest fan. And even that voice in your head that keeps reminding you, well, with desire and patience, nothing is unachievable. Remember that. So let's get ourselves ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market know-how. Let's say hello to everybody's friend, the guy next to me, our trading mentor, the man with the plan, John, a.k.a. the Hoag, Hoagland. Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning, Eddie, and good morning,
Wooly.
everybody. Happy Monday. It's always good to get away, good to get back to the markets. Hope everybody had a nice weekend. Monday, July 22nd already. As always, our focus here is on accurate context, good risk management, and patience. How was your weekend, Eddie? Do anything fun?
It was, you know what? I ended it on a real good note. A real good note. I watched Caddyshack right before I went to bed. I think we mentioned that last week. Everybody should be, it should be a prerequisite to watch Caddyshack.
Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Everybody should watch Caddyshack. It's a great movie. And sort of fell asleep with a smile on my face. So anyway, let's keep that smile going. And let's get into the news. Well, big weekend here. Say it ain't so, Joe. Well, he said it was. The U.S. political situation took yet another turn with President Joe Biden dropping out of the race. Now, this was something that was talked about pretty much. It was going to happen. It's not like a shocker, but it's one of the things we'll be talking about here today. Lots of reasoning behind our trading, financial, and so forth. This is all going to spin into something, so we got to keep our eyes open, ears open, and our feet on the ground. So, political situation took another turn. President Joe Biden dropping out of the race for re-election. The Chinese have attempted to boost its struggling economy, cutting interest rates. And NVIDIA, yes, those people in NVIDIA, developing an AI chip just for China. Futures stocks edged higher today, bouncing after heavy losses and investors rotating out of the major tech stocks. Dow was about 60 points higher. S&P climbed about 23, and the NASDAQ $1.25. Back in NVIDIA, developing that version of its flagship chip for China, the Chinese market, it's going to fall in line with U.S. export restrictions, and this is coming from our friends at Reuters. The chip maker will work with Inspur, one of the biggest distributors in China, and they're going to be calling the chip B20. And no, that's not, they're not playing bingo. It's a B20. People Bank of China also unexpectedly cut the benchmark loan prime rates further into a record low territory today in an attempt to support the country's flagging economy. The PBOC, it's not peanut butter on a croissant. No, that's the People's Bank of China. Cut its one-year loan prime rate to 3.35% from 3.45%, while the 5-year, which is used to determine mortgage rates, was cut from 3.85, cut to 3.85 to 3.95. And the cuts come just a week after the softer than expected gross domestic product for the second quarter ramped up concerns over slowing economy growth. That's what I've got right now, John. Not much in the news front. I think this political campaign is going to take front seat. But what do you got for us? I know we've got some other goodies for our traders here.
Well, yeah, as far as economic numbers, a little bit thin today for us. At 7:30, the Chicago Fed National Activity Index came out. They were looking for it to be lower by 0.09. It actually came out a little bit positive, 0.05, a little bit better activity here in the Chicago Fed area. So at 10:30 this morning, we do have a 6-month and 3-month bill auction. But that's really about it for economic numbers, or at least known economic numbers for today. The standout economic data this week is going to happen on Thursday and Friday, where Thursday we get our first look at Q2 GDP expectations. And on Friday, again, we have the PCE numbers coming out. So a lot packing into the end of the week as far as known economic numbers. Now, as Eddie mentioned, Joe Biden has taken himself out of the running for a second term. I think that just kind of further complicates uncertainty in the market. Remember, anything can happen. Make sure you protect yourself. You always use stops. And as far as earnings today, Verizon already out with some not so good numbers. Tomorrow we have Coca-Cola and GE before the open. Tuesday afternoon, Tuesday after the close, we have Alphabet, Tesla, and Visa coming into the tech sector of earnings this week. Wednesday, AT&T before the open, IBM before the close, and Thursday, AbbVie for some of the standouts for this week. As far as the VIX this morning, it's down 2.6%, $16.09 index, 104.3 last I checked, and the yield on the 10-year hovering right around 4.2%. So as far as important economic data, we're going to be waiting till later on in the week. But again, make sure that you're aware, keeping your eye on the news, political situation globally and now in the U.S. is a little bit uncertain. So that is something the markets are going to be focusing on. Make sure you're aware of any new information that comes out on that. And of course, while you're here on Topstep TV, we will be keeping an eye out for any new information that comes out regarding any of that information. Eddie, what do you think of crude?
Crude, well, it's sticky, it's black, it's very valuable. That's what I think. John, you know what I just noticed? You trimmed your beard, and you sort of, did you do the twist on the end? You got that little mustache with the doobie twist? No?
No, it may look like it. I don't know. I just, kind of brushed my face before we started the program this morning. But
I mean, you could.
I did trim the beard a little bit. Just try something new.
A 90-pound person can hang on that mustache without any interference. It's looking great there, brother. I like it.
Oh, well, thank you.
You've got that.
I like it. A lot of compliments on it, but my wife doesn't like it very much.
She doesn't like it. We know, yeah. So you're sporting the cowboy stash, and I've got the Ernest Hemingway beard going here. But anyway, crude, dude and dudettes. Where is the crudettes? Crude market return to surplus next year. This is coming from Morgan Stanley. Stanley from Three's Company. Crude prices rose Monday, boosted by a surprise Chinese interest rate cut that I talked about a little earlier. We did see that U.S. WTI climbed 0.2%, 78.78 a barrel, while the Brent rose 0.3% to 82.88. Now, concerns over sluggish demand in China, world's biggest oil import, have weighed heavy on the market, especially following the softer than expected growth figures from that second quarter. Now, these gains probably are not going to last too long, although the crude market currently tight. Next year will be likely in surplus, with Brent prices declining into the mid $70 range. This is once again what Morgan Stanley has said. And now for our tip of the week, Mr. James. James, do you got our tip of the week? Oh, there it is. Journaling. Yes. Oh, and if you're just waking up from a deep sleep, Rip Van Winkle, we have added a journal to Top Step X. We're going to be talking about that a little bit later. I'll walk you through it. It's really cool. So anyway, trading journal, it's an essential tool for anyone seriously about improving their trading. Some of us don't even bother with the trading journal. Give it a try. All right. Talk about performance tracking, records trades. Trading journal provides a detailed record of your trades, including entries, exit points, trade size, and what the hell happened after that trade. Now, it also measures success. And what do I mean by that? Analyzing your trading journal, you can measure your success rate, your wins, your losses, and other key performance metrics. So that's what I've got on our tip of the week. And we're going to be talking about that. Johnny, what do you got on our tip of the week?
Well, I've always been one that believes that journaling is extremely important, and everybody says that they journal, and few actually do. And there's many layers to the journal. You were talking about the facts of the trade, why I took the trade, where I took the trade, what happened after the trade. That's all extremely important. But don't forget to note emotions when you're in trades, during trades, before trades, because understanding your emotions and how they're going to affect your trading decision making process is extremely important. A lot of folks say, you can control your emotions when you're trading, and I find that to be very, very difficult. So I've chosen to understand those emotions and how they're going to affect my decision making process. And it's journaling is a process. It is something that you really have to stick to, and it may take a while before you really start to realize the benefits of it. So if you haven't started journaling, please give it a try. Give it a couple of months, and see how it makes you feel. See how it changes that decision making process, and we'll see how that plays out for you. And please let us know. I mean, if you notice you're not a journaler and you start to journal and you notice any improvements, let us know. And we all believe that it's a very important part of your day in trading.
Right. It also serves as a great reference. If you need to go back and see what you did, markets at the same area, what did they do last time? Let's go back to my journal and see.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Johnny, without further ado, whatever that means, adieu. I wish I had hair for adieu. But anyway, let's get to the charts here and see what we've got here Monday morning.
All right. Well, just coming into Monday morning, thinking about where the market has been, where it's been trying to go, and how it's doing in its current direction. Of course, on the daily chart, we see the longer time frame structure is still to the upside. Now, we experienced a bit of a pullback last week, and my focus is what happened? How good of a job did the market do in its pullback? And it put up some pretty decent volume. But what it didn't do was bring in new business. It did not increase open interest. What did we do on Friday? Well, we added 400 approximately in open interest. This is not new selling. This is long liquidation. This is inventory adjustment, which is what pullbacks and consolidations are really meant to do. There's no major change in the market structure. We're seeing a pullback, which is necessary and probably healthy for continuation move to the upside. Now, we know that there are things that can happen in the markets and in the world that can change things dramatically. So we remind everybody, ACH, anything can happen, but the lack of increase in open interest on this pullback indicates to me it's more of a long liquidation break, more of an adjustment in inventory than the beginning of anything bigger to the downside. This is a necessary pullback. If things settle down and there's no bad news, I'm looking for these markets to eventually, don't know when, don't know where, but return their move to the upside. So the daily chart, get a nice little pullback that's healthy for eventual upside continuation. What does it look like for us on the 30-minute chart? All right. So in the short time frame, we are putting in lower highs and lower lows. We've got a little bit of a break here. One thing that I'm going to be talking about in the profiles is they're very similar, 3 days in a row, very similar profiles. As far as the overnight inventory is concerned, we're a little bit long. We're still in the range from Friday, but above value. So that might offer some opportunities if we can't get back inside value from yesterday, which is right around 55.80. Get that big accept back down below that. We could see the market come back down to on this platform value area low around 55.50. That's a $30 move. If we reject value, then maybe we start putting in some higher highs and higher lows. We're above the VWAP that began at 5 o'clock last night. We're above that. So maybe buyers are starting to get a little bit of control. We're above the 50 session moving average here on the 30-minute chart. We're right at the 100 session moving average. It's going to be an interesting opening, I think. So we are opening in range with a little bit of long overnight inventory. Are we going to see a gap close to settlement? That is entirely possible. It's Monday for me. I'm going to stay patient. I'm typically not a very good trader on Mondays, although I am feeling very rested and ready. So we'll see how this plays out for us. Now, the one thing about the profiles is Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, they were all lowercase B-shaped profile. In other words, there's a spike down to where the market begins to consolidate near the low of the session. Another spike down, market begins to consolidate in the lower half of the profile. Another spike down, the market begins to rotate and balance at the low end of the profile. That indicates long liquidation. That indicates not new business coming in. That's old business getting out. So that said, with this pullback, while the volume has been pretty good, it's always pretty good when the market is going down because everybody goes, ooh, we're going to catch the big move. We start catching shorts in the hole here, then things can change dramatically. But we're still at this time still putting up lower highs, lower lows. And those 3 days of long liquidation, I believe, have done a lot to even out inventory. And that's what these pullbacks / consolidations are good for. When we get a little bit too long, the market's going to have trouble moving higher. We've taken out a lot of those longs. Is the market prepared or ready to continue the upside move? Remember, a lot of uncertainty. Some of it was added over the weekend. We'll see how the markets have to digest those, and we'll see how important the market thinks all of this is. The daily and the NASDAQ, same story. I mean, the structure is still to the upside. It has been a much deeper pullback off those highs, thanks to some of the tech firms like NVIDIA last week got a little bit whacked, but volume has been good. And again, we're not adding open interest on the way down. As a matter of fact, we lost 500 in open interest. That's a kind of an inert number, but if we saw that a lot of new selling or longer time frame selling was coming into this market, we would have seen a big jump in open interest on a down day. We didn't see that. While volume has been good, that always happens on the way down, we're not adding open interest. That indicates that this may be a little bit of a hollow pullback, a hollow little short time frame trend to the downside. That's what kind of that lack of open interest increase says to me, is it's a little bit hollow. All right. So necessary pullback. Hollow. All right. So here we go. Lower highs, lower lows, overnight inventory, long, above value, above settlement. Well, we're above VWAP now. So at least since pretty much at one point last night, looking like the buyers have taken over. If those are probably, of course, going to be shorter time frame, weaker hands traders. But if they attract new buying or longer time frame buying above this, then we could see this market return its move to the upside. We've got a little bit of structure to break. We're above the 50 session moving average. We're above the 100 session moving average. Remember, the NASDAQ suffered a much bigger break than the S&P is, so it's got further to return back to the upside. We don't know what's going to happen. Just watch Friday's high. Watch Friday and Thursday night into Friday's overnight high. This looks like a kind of an interesting level because we've got a low here, highs, 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 very interesting level at yesterday's, I should say Friday's high, which is, to be exact, 19,997 half. 19,997 half. We'll keep an eye on that during fast markets. As far as the profile is concerned, it's the same situation. B shape, long liquidation. B shape, long liquidation. B shape, long liquidation. Actually, even supported by a little bit of a drop in open interest. So the pullback is doing what it is supposed to do. It is evening out inventory, not attracting new longer time frame sellers. As long as that's the case, I'm looking for this market to recover and take another look back to the upside. It is complete speculation. I don't know what's going to happen. Nobody does. And remember, always, ACH, anything can happen. Be ready for anything. Be ready for anything. Crude oil. All right. So we had our head and shoulders. We got another head and shoulders, and it seems to be now continuing its push to the downside. What do we do here on Friday? Volume was pretty good. That was expiration. The rollover is by and large over. We lost approximately 3,800 in overall open interest, but 24,000 of that was in the expiring month of September. So by all rights, the August expiring August month, by all rights, in the September, we added a bunch of new open interest to the downside on higher volume on Friday. The terminus, really what I'm thinking about is $77 is the measured move off of this particular head and shoulders. But I put weekly kickoff low down at 76.50 because there's still some weaker structure down there that I think that the market could easily target if it continues to the downside. 30-minute chart. So we're already seeing the market continuing this push to the downside. We'll take a look here. All right, so we kind of failed up here above that the 81.5, 81.80 area, 82 area. We get a little bit of excess up here. Friday's move was a double distribution trend day to the downside, adding open interest in the September contract on good volume. I'm looking for this market to continue this move to the downside. We had a naked point of control at 78.20. We have not hit that in regular trading hours. I'm going to leave that on my chart, but $77 is the measured move off of our most recent head and shoulders, and there's still some weak structure down here at 76.5. It goes into the Wayback Machine there, but we can talk about that later. So as far as the profile is concerned from Friday, there's a double distribution, trend day to the downside on greater volume and an increase in open interest. The market is more likely to continue in that direction. I'm looking for $77 for the terminus of the head and shoulders move, and a little bit of weaker structure down below that at 76.50. Take a look at gold real quick here. So, we had a weekly kickoff up here around somewhere up here last week. The market really did a nice job of breaking out to the upside, but it just fizzled out. It just didn't continue. So now I'm kind of looking at a further rotation to the downside after that failure up there to at least weekly kickoff low, which is 23.65. We lost 13,000 in open interest on Friday on some decent volume, but that was long liquidation. We trapped a whole bunch of new longs up there, and I think Friday was the day they said, you know what? The heck with this. We're out of here. We lost 13,000 in open interest. The kind of medium time frame now, we're back in range. We tried to break out. We failed. We're back in range. My first stop would be weekly kickoff low, 23.65. And then if we get down below that, I think there is space for us to kind of test down to these lows. We can just call those approximately, let's just say $2,300. And that would be a full rotation from the high of the previous area of balance to the low of the previous area of balance. Last week's low, right there, 23.95.70. We're currently trading it. And it's going to be somewhat pivotal. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. maybe I'm getting a little bit long-winded here, but we did leave a gap above from Thursday to Friday. Very small range on Friday. And overnight inventory, not really. We took a look below last week's low. Currently rejecting. If we do move to the upside, there's plenty of space in that gap that we left from Thursday to Friday. And if we continue the move to the downside again, looking for 23.65 and 23.36 is a naked point of control down below that. That could be easily visually targeted. So take your deep breath, everybody. Make sure you stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Make sure you pray every day for peace, and let's have a great trading day.
Let's go!
Okay, let's go. We're going to take a time out here, and we've got our fast market just waiting to rip here for a Monday morning. We'll be right back. Johnny, meet you at the coffee machine.
Yes,
Go
sir.
away. All right, let's get our political candidates in the gates.
What a weekend.
And Andre, good morning, brother. Good morning.
Good morning, Eddie. What a weekend. These are real times that we are living. Anyways, welcome to TopstepTV. This is Fast Markets. Man in the upper left, the boss, Michael Patak. Upper right from SEAL Team 6,
Hello,
according
boss.
to Eddie in the green room. Nick for a tick. In the lower left, looking very, very nice today. Deanna, how is everyone today? Let's start with Nick for a tick. Nick for a tick, how are we doing?
I am good. I had a long, long Sunday of Series 3 prep, and I'm pretty much exhausted from the amount of random math questions. So, yeah, looking forward to kind of getting in these markets and forgetting about corn futures, lean hog settlements, and other things that I was reading about yesterday.
It's just right around the corner. All right, we're about to be open with Hoag on the call. The Reversal Challenge champion, John Hoagland. Talk us through this opening range. I was listening on open call. So the inventories did balance out after roll. And we are open. John, talk to us about this opening bell, John. Go ahead.
All right. So looking at the NASDAQ here, we've got a lot of overnight inventory. We're up against Friday's high, which is kind of a cool looking level because there's the high. There's the overnight high before that. There's a low right there. This area up here just looks like it's been rejected so many times. I'm looking for it to be rejected again.
Johnny levels.
19,976 approximately was
76.
yesterday's high. 76 Friday's high, I should say. Now I'm looking at the opening range, which is rather substantial. I mean, it is a $43 opening range, which is going to make it very expensive. What I was looking for is a rejection of that 976 area. Looks like we didn't even get there and seems to be rejecting right now.
Yeah, seller stepped in immediately at the bell.
Immediately.
Heavy.
Sure did. Wow.
When you guys see the immediately seller step in and you just say that, just so everybody's listening, is this because of the market on open orders when the cash market opens New York, blah, blah, blah? Or why does that all of a sudden come in like that?
Yeah, it just means there's the possibility of seller control in this case right off the open. So the market opens, you get all of your participants now interested in executing whatever they have to execute that day. And they came in guns blazing, selling it right away.
Sure.
Well, you guys all suck. Just gotta get it out there.
Think about that all weekend, haven't you?
I know. I was waiting. I was gonna do it like on Sunday. I'm like, hold on, it doesn't make any sense. Gotta do it Monday morning.
Y'all suck.
Who was that person? If you were responsible for telling us that y'all suck, please raise your hand. Take credit. Love to give it to you.
There was an army of those people.
Yeah, that's true.
They said
We're
typically
seeing continuation now below that 1 minute opening range right now in the NASDAQ.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking for the market to test down to TPO value high 19,826. And acceptance below that brings us back into value, which could take us all the way down to 19,678.
Wow. 678. We can get through.
So I've got about 3 levels in ES.
Right.
So I'm looking at the value high because we now open just above value. Well, not just above. We've got a little bit to go. But yeah, I've got overnight VWAP right around 55.77. It's sort of a line in the sand. So if we are looking at the moderate imbalance to the upside at the open, that might be a good area for long. If we go any lower, like Hoag said in NASDAQ, we have a similar situation in ES. So we'll be looking for a value acceptance downwards. And then I have some levels around sort of 55 for further possible longs. If we carry on higher, I've got the zone from 56.10 all the way up to 56.20 for shorts. So until we get to either one of those, I'm going to stay patient on ES. But these could be good house account levels at some point.
Can you say those one more time, D? I got 55.77 ES, which is also VWAP, and then in NQ?
And value high. NQ, I haven't really looked at much. I'm on my small laptop with like double screens and stuff, so I don't have my full setup because I'm in a co-working space here. So yeah, I've only looked at ES. I'm much better at reading it anyway, and NQ just kind of whips through levels by 50 points, and then it comes back. Okay, thanks. So I'm going to stick to providing ES levels, and I can have a look at the NQ. You give me a few minutes to check it out. But yeah, these are the ES levels, so I think they might be interesting.
Excellent.
That is fine. They're working together thus far.
Yeah,
absolutely.
We got to check all of them. Just want to remind all of our iceberg searchers: keep your eyes peeled.
Yes. Daddy Iceberg reminding everyone to keep your eyes peeled for Iceberg, like you did on Friday. Awesome call. What's up, MP?
So
I got some levels.
Who's lagging? Who's leading? Who's lagging today? Out of the gate.
Well, 4 minutes in. Might be a bit early.
Mag 7's
out of the gate.
all pretty much green.
All Mag 7's green. S&P,
yeah, it may be a weird day because we kind of kick off Mag 7 earnings tomorrow with Google and Tesla. So if we balance and kind of accept, and at least in this lower area, and kind of ping pong maybe around a little bit of Friday's range, it would not shock me as we head into Google reporting and Tesla reporting tomorrow. So I would expect us to potentially go a bit lower and kind of maybe bounce off some of the Globex range. I think NQ might still have not filled the overnight open gap. I don't know if anyone else can confirm that for me. I know ES, I believe, did. I don't think NQ did. Down to about 706 and change.
Yep.
So they don't always get filled, they do always get filled when they open, usually on Sunday nights, but it doesn't mean it has to fill immediately.
1910s. Zone 7 on daily levels, which is on the top of your screen or top of your chat.
Yep.
Yeah, chat's telling me the gap is still there.
It's true. That's Edgeful saying that also. The current NQ gap hasn't been filled a single time in the last 6 months, according to Edgeful. Thank you, Eddie, for posting that in the our Slack there. Hey, quick update on tilts. We got 90% long in the YM as YM has been shot out of a cannon to the upside.
Yes, it has. It's leading the upside now.
All right, we'll keep an eye on that. But yes, Dow is on the move as well. We got GC Gold, 73% long, crude, 71% long, equity, NQ keeps jumping around me. ES, 67% long. Everyone's long. John, yes, the YM shot out of a cannon. MP said we got the daily.
Crude oil doesn't look long to me now, so I would argue against the tilt in this case.
Ooh, okay.
We do have a gap down. We do. So there's merit for gold for longs, but I would like to see what happens around the ADR low. It's 77.94. It's just under that round number before I decide to plow in against the current trend. And to the upside, I have the value low. That's kind of around settlement area, which is around 78.61. So that would be my area for shorts. But, I wouldn't really necessarily go against the trend getting involved on the way there. Because if we look at the daily chart, let me expand my screen.
New highs,
it's
yes.
very bearish.
Yeah. New highs, yes.
78.60.
Step in.
You said $78.61 in crude?
78, yeah, 78.61, yeah.
Okay.
Those are some crude oil levels.
Into zone 6 right now. We're between 7 and 6 MP. We'll keep an eye on that. We got some levels. Got some check marks down below for a long. Never fully got down there as the sellers did step in. But when the sellers stepped in, the buyer stepped right in and said, nope, don't think so. I like these prices.
Yeah.
Tesla casually up 4%, Nvidia up almost 3%.
Well, you said they're up 4 and 3.
Mag 7's pretty much all bid out of the gate.
Jeez.
NASDAQ just
it's going to be close your eyes and buying moment, isn't it?
Back to that.
I did not expect that with the initial, I guess, market on open selling that we saw, that we'd immediately, dip everything got bought on the Mag 7 and pushing us higher here, which is just interesting to see, especially with all the overnight inventory basically being long.
There's usually a correction, right?
Mm-hmm. I expected a reflex bounce, but we pretty much did it all during Globex. I figured we might bounce to this area, but we kind of did it all in the overnight, which kind of, I guess, threw me off a little bit. I thought we'd have a little more volatility given the Baiynd news yesterday. So I'm I guess a little shocked, sitting on hands and potentially waiting to see kind of how things shake out here.
Do you think Baiynd news is bad news for equities?
No, I just thought we may get a little bit of the uncertainty volatility, because for me, I don't think it's necessarily bad. It might actually mean like this race is more competitive, and I think it opens up things without going too in the details. But I expected maybe a bit of a reaction of uncertainty given what does that mean for the lame duck status that we are currently in? Then if our president is bowing out of the race currently, what does the current administration even look like for the next 3-4 months until the election?
I think the markets already have the Republican Party factored in the agenda that they're going to start pushing, or Trump hasn't talked too much. I think we saw the uncertainty. The Republican Party is always favorable to businesses that get favor. Call it tax treatment, call it regulations open, call it all that. There goes your
just a quick note here. We just traded up to and bounced off of Friday's high, that 76 level that I was talking about in the NASDAQ.
Right to it, John. Right to it. Nice.
The same
balance. It's Friday's high.
So really quickly. So then you see bigger earnings. That's all. It's about earnings. I mean, the markets move because they're projecting bigger earnings. So then the market, I
think we saw this. We saw the uncertainty more so on Thursday and Friday going into the weekend. We saw some heavy selling on Thursday, especially on Friday. Pretty much waiting for this decision to come out on Sunday. And when the decision came out, maybe it did provide some certainty or less uncertainty, I would say. I don't know. I do know that there was some heavy selling on speculation that the president would step aside for the next election. Yeah, we bounced right off those 79 quarters. It's wild times, man. What's happened in the last week? What's happened in the last 9 days to both presidents or both what's happened in the last
I think I talked about this
mind-blowing. Absolutely
maybe
mind-blowing.
last week or 2 weeks ago, but I think we are just setting up for, a VIX to go to 20 type of volatility for the remainder of, leading into the election. I just think there's a lot of unknown. There may be a little bit of chaos here and there. So I'm hopefully optimistic that it turns into good trading for day traders where we can actually get moves like we've had the last 2 days. Because if you guys noticed Thursday and Friday, we had, trend days down, but they were very, bi-directional moves that could be had on both sides. You could have longed in various areas where we've been having these trend days up. There's almost no pullback. I think Jay had said like some of those pullbacks had been as big as 20 points at the most at times, which is kind of crazy, especially if you're a rotational trader like I am and you're looking for, 70, 80 point swings on NQ and are just trying to grab a piece of it. So Thursday and Friday is great trading.
Has that been bad, huh, Nick? Summer has not been terrible.
No, it's super easy because then you can just kind of carve it up both ways as opposed to up only. And if you don't just get on the train, you're going to get run over.
Okay, 60s are trading. Well, 59s, 58s, you get it. Now 60s are trading as I speak. What do we like for a house account play? If you guys got anything, I need a Nick for a tick and a Deanna and or the chat and then our Rolodex. Guys on TopstepTV work in the background. Reach out to your friends.
So I've got nothing at these levels. I did look at the daily levels that some of our colleagues have provided. I do have some confluence around 5610 on ES. That's the ADR high. So that could be a bit of a breathing point where we might see a bit of a sell-off. I don't have anything right here. So we've got stuff up above and below. Right now, this is kind of no man's land for me because we're just tagging that high from the Friday. But until I see exactly how the price reacts there, it could act as a bounce point for further upside. But we do have that ADR high right above there. So I'm not really that keen getting involved ahead of such an important level. But if we get there, we start to distribute. Could be a short there.
Guys, if you were playing the day, and Nick, I want you to go up, and then Andre, if you have anything to follow, and any guys you're reaching out with on levels or thoughts. John, Friday's high, you're 19,979. Guys, daily levels at the very top of your chat. Click on it. We talk about this. You can bring your own levels to it. Hey, I like the 79s that John just talked about, but I had 84s. Not a but. That's a zone. A zone's just fine. It's not a dollar cost average. It's a zone. And that is trading. So 19,979, John, you nailed it on that move. That would have been a great short. Now in hindsight capital, we're launching that. That business has launched over the weekend. You guys got to check it out.
Got off the ground.
We're telling you all about it. Now taking applications.
I saw that. Yeah, the 79s were nice.
What sort of job openings do you have?
Yeah.
Oh, don't worry about it, Deanna. You'll be finding out here shortly. I'm sure Jack can give a whole announcement.
No,
He's very excited.
I'm looking forward
very
to
excited about this.
Yes.
The sister company of
the CHO, the Chief Hindsight Officer.
Chief Hindsight Officer. I like that. Dow turning around. Hey, Dow turning around very, very sharply here. Very obviously Dow inverse to NQ and ES right now. Ooh, I got the micros up. Yes, Dow selling off sharply. Crude trading around the lows. Last trade $77.80. Low of the day $77.77. Gold seeing some selling. Low
again.
Yep, more buying, pushing the upside here. 56.10. Got check mark for a short in the ES up there. MP. Hey, we got a 500 lot here. 400 lot sitting in the NQ right now on the bid at can't see it's moving too fast. 69, something around 69. 400 lot and filled.
What's the checkbox level? Andre
5610 short level. Upside 5610 in ES 5610 ES buyer stepping in here in the NQ. Bid came in there and bid went to market, I believe.
Yeah, you reminded me of that South Park meme, and it's gone.
That's exactly what happened. 400 lot came in there and bid like it came up. Buy your 910.
All right, here's your 79s. Here's your 80s. Here's above 82s.
We're pushing higher. Buyer stepped in. Dow selling off as we push higher.
Yeah.
I like the short. All right, 2 check marks. 56.10 short in J.
I'm
Sweet.
going to check mark there as well.
Yep. Got
56.10 is my ADR high.
3 check marks. John Hoag. 56.10 ES. Take a look.
I like it because we can limit risk.
Okay.
Yeah.
3 check marks there. MP, ES. We got 3 check marks if we get there. About 7 points away from 56.10. And Q try to push through those 20,000s one more time. About 10 points, 9 points off of that now.
Hey, Dean, I just want to let you know we got some background noise coming in from your mic. I'm sure it's because of your shared workspace, but just...
Yeah, there's a guy next door. I'm going to get my noise gate to be a little bit more aggressive.
Knock on the window and give him the bird. See if that opens up the conversation.
Let him know y'all suck. Let him know y'all suck.
Let him know y'all suck. Tell him everything at TopstepTV and negativity we turn into positivity. See if he buys into that whole concept. All right, 82% long or bias long.
Where?
Now 76. 76.
Wow.
Am I in NASDAQ? The NASDAQ.
Average shoot range high. 20,030. We are out of zone 6 into zone 5, pushing higher.
And what levels do you have up here in the 20,000? Back above 20,000, guys. We
30s.
Are cruising.
Daily average shoot range high. 30s, Michael. Upside 30s. In the NQ.
30s. 19s are trading. My personal account will trade 30s. A one guy.
Wow.
New low and crude.
Ooh. Gas prices go down.
Look at that.
Yep. 56.10, Michael. ES. 3 check marks short.
Not seeing a lot of liquidity above that 610 level in the dome here so far.
Not.
610, eh?
And P, get ready to pull the trigger
what's
on
above?
those.
What's a stop? What do we have for a stop?
Got a 5-point stop.
Well,
Jay Cook likes a 5-point stop, 8-point target. 5-point stop, 8-point target on those 10s. In ES.
Yeah, it's a good risk under.
10s up to 15s. Got it.
Maybe 6.
Since it is ES, Michael, we might be able to size up a little bit.
56.10.
We got an anchored VWAP off the all-time high that comes in at 56.14 and a quarter.
Ooh.
All roads.
Ooh.
All roads.
This is where the old kind of formulate. You're like, what if I got shorts and it's going to go up to 15, 14s, and then I'm at 15 stop, and then if it's going to tick me out, and then this is where trading gets a little in your head.
So it becomes a little bit more art.
You also see a level. It's a little
more art than science.
A little more art.
Yep. Mm-hmm. All right, really quick. MP, keep an eye on those ES 56.10s. We're about less than 5 points away from that. We've got 3 check marks. I think we can size up on that trade since it is ES. But before we go any further, we got some buyers stepping in here. NQ, I want to throw it to my man, Eddie. Eddie, took a quick look at the calendar. Didn't see a whole heck of a lot. What do we got for economic numbers and releases today?
Oh, my goodness. We've got really nothing here today. 10:30 Central Time. 3-month bill auction, 6-month bill auction. That is about it. Honestly, we had a Chicago, Fed national activity earlier today. Really didn't do much. But hey, real quick, coming off of Reuters, we're talking about this political thing that we had Sunday. Joe Biden's exit from the presidential race on Sunday could prompt investors to unwind trades, betting that the Republican victory would increase U.S. fiscal and inflationary pressures. Some analysts have said that the markets could benefit from this, from the increased chance of divided government. So, as Nick said, we might be seeing some open markets here, some opportunity, and we got a new low in crude. Back to you, Andre.
I'm not even thinking like that. So clearly they're thinking differently than I am, which means I don't know who's on and who's off, because they're thinking about inflation increasing. What else are they thinking about? What are the things? Divided.
Markets could benefit.
Good.
Divided government with the next administration.
In chat, why do you guys think a divided government? If this is like, if you're just going to say, hey, you'd either challenge that or say, I understand it because of this. If you have the opportunity, if you're sitting on your hands, if you're not in a trade, then talk how political the political environment can affect the markets. That's what it's about. It's affecting the markets. Keep your mind away from all the other dividedness that you may have on the other side of the world, or whatever opinion. Let's figure it out as traders.
We just stacked up.
It's not even figured out. It's just talking.
This chat, yeah.
The NASDAQ.
Chat's gonna love this. This is gonna be great. This is gonna be fantastic.
And I'm short.
You got.
There you go.
Oh no, Lost Trader. You gotta understand. You must be new to this whole thing. Names are interchangeable, my friend. The names are interchangeable. Doesn't matter. One's a president.
Now, once we talk, guys, get over it.
What you think was going to happen? What you think was going to happen in the chat?
Oh, people got to grow up. Thick skin. It's not even thick skin.
You're not going to.
You talk. No, I'm going to talk about it, Andre. It's not even politics. It's what happens when a certain cabinet party comes in, and I don't know. Like what can they do? They have the power to have a swipe of a pen to stop fracking, to turn it back on, to extend the taxes, to add tariffs, to do a trade war. Come on. Be smart, guys. Andre is sensitive about we have conversations.
Why am I so sensitive? I'm not sensitive. It's exercise and futility to be talking about in the chat right now. You can trade off of it. Talking about it does nothing. Trading off of it does everything. Talking about it, cool.
I would challenge that.
Okay.
Take advantage of it.
Nick, why did you get short up there?
We were stalling and we were building a ton of volume, and I could see sellers start to step in. And were kind of, it just seemed like we were running out of steam. We may pull back a little bit, and I did see sellers start to kind of initiate at those highs, push us back inside 20,000, give me the conviction. I was going to stop out above a new high, and we were kind of holding.
Nice trade, SEAL Team 6.
Thank you, sir.
SEAL Team 6, coming from Daddy Iceberg, reversal challenge champion.
Oops.
Hoag actually carved it up on Friday. Almost got to those 10s in
The key is don't overtrade.
Yeah, oh yeah. Easier said than done. You're taking heat on a position, and you got that reverse button sitting in your face. You try to get out as soon as possible. Buyers, AD, if we get up to those 10s again in ES, this would be like we didn't get to them the first time, but on our way up, is the level as strong as the previous time? $5, D.
That we're not breaking through it, and we're kind of spending time at the level. That's actually a good sign that we can get a rejection. So sometimes some of the setups that I take, they can take like 30 minutes to develop, because I am looking for that agreement in price during the active trading hours, which looks very much like a consolidation, sideways movement. So I'm not in a rush. ES in particular is a lot thicker market. And it can whip around, but, usually you get plenty of time. I mean, in the ideal situation here, we would get a failed auction to the downside. So we wait for another 30 minutes, then it pops or tries to go higher, comes back in, and then you have a super strong setup where you can effectively fade it back down to value. So that's obviously best case scenario. Another option would be if we just consolidate here and then reverse. That would open up a possibility for a longer trade, kind of a runner trade, where we go all the way down to value, smash through the initial balance low, accept value, and continue to fall. So there's a couple of options there, depending on what transpires in the next sort of 30 minutes to 45 minutes.
All right.
Honestly, on this trade, I'm looking for about 960 if we actually can break here.
Ooh, that's a big move.
20,000. Nice entry.
If we can't hold below 20,000, though, I will cut this.
What are you short from, Nick? Sorry.
20,019.50.
Half. 20,019 half. How many times, Nick? We can update that board.
5 in an XFA.
5. Thank you. got the check mark. It's 56.10 in ES. Take a look at the NQ 30s shoot range high. All right, 34 halves.
Like to see ES break RTH VWAP, head to overnight high. That's really what I'm looking for, is kind of that retest of overnight high. So far, so good.
Can we get
I was trying to get better at, since the regime may be changing. It makes more sense to hold shorts a little longer right now. I am trying to get better at not scalping for 20 points and getting out. I'm hopeful and optimistic, but still managing my trades. But I'm trying to let some of these play out in the event that we are starting to get some larger downside rotations than those 20 to 30 point cappers that we had in the uptrend.
Yes, be hopeful in winners, fearful in losers.
I like that.
Yeah, it's kind of the logic is like I'd rather take the stop out than miss the 60 points that came a few minutes later by me taking 20.
What prompted this change in you, Nick? What prompted this shift in mindset?
I'm just looking at data. In the last week, I had a good week last week, but there was a number of trades, even to the long side, where I just, I took my 20, 30 points and it turned into a 200 point. I caught the high of the day out of the opening range kind of thing. Or, I caught the first bounce and we rallied 200 points out of it and then sold off again. So little things like that. And it's just like I need those moves, I think, in a volatile market to make up for, some bad days here and there. And we're getting the move. So here you go, down to 960.
Nick, we want your heads up on that. The house account would love to back you on that trade. I know it's hindsight now, but it is a killer trade. Sold 19s, 20,000 19s, and you're looking for 60s, and there's your 60 range. You're in the 60s.
I'll selling off here. Push it.
Yeah, I'm going to take off 3, probably 59 here if we can break below it.
You're holding all 5 still? Damn, nice
still holding
trade.
5. I'm going to take off 3 right here.
One of our best traders, guys, Nick, is trading right now. And
I said this last week, guys. I do very well in highly volatile rotational markets. When we're just up and to the right slowly, I will slowly, dwindle out my account balance, just banging my head against the wall. Oh, come on.
Oh, don't you dare. Don't you dare. Don't you dare.
Don't you dare.
I was like, we were like 2 points away from my take profit. Not even 2 ticks.
Don't worry, I'll get long right now. 5 lot, and I'll lock it in for the profit.
Yes.
You need help.
Yes, statistically, if you look at most of the initial balances, you have a move in one direction for the first 30 minutes, and then there's another move in the opposite direction in the other 30 minutes. So there is that. So we'll see what happens in like 20 seconds or so. But yeah, so just if we get the move in the same direction, then that'll be more of a gap fill for me.
One push.
Don't discount the 10% rule, Nick.
Yeah, that's true.
I know.
We're all rooting for you, Nick. We're all rooting for you. I hate when people do that with me because then it's just like they start cheering on, and the next thing you know, the market moves.
Don't you dare.
Oh, every scenario I think that you could possibly imagine has played out in the 22 years that I've been trading.
Top tick, bottom ticked. 1 tick from your take profit just to turning it into, yes.
Actually, 25 years. Yeah. I started in 97, 98.
Is that what you put down for your trading card stat? When did you make your first trade?
My first trade was in 1990.
1990?
No, sorry. I know I didn't finish. I have 1996, 7, 8. When TD Ameritrade was just called Ameritrade.
Omaha, right?
They just had a website that you could start putting in orders electronically.
Come on.
There you go.
There's your 60s, 59s.
All right.
Oh, Nick, I got hairy for a
3
second.
out. All right, I got 2 left.
Oh, Nick,
Better
the
eyes.
floor has fallen out from underneath
Nick for a tick.
the longs, and the longs are taking it on the chin, and you're sitting there giving it to him.
I just pushed through VWAP here in the ES.
All right, I'm flat. I got to. I'm still going to manage this in my other XFA that I started today, so I'm still in this one.
Woo!
There.
Nice trade.
Way to go, SEAL Team 6. Mission accomplished.
And I'm flat.
Ooh.
Great trade, Nick.
Preshow.
Got 2 XFAs.
Cool. That was sweet.
That
may
is
continue to go, but like I said, I'm trying to get the full rotation, and that was the move. We may bounce here. We may continue to go lower.
What did you just make? 7,000?
3,000, or sorry, 4,000 in one, and
Okay.
$7,000 in the other. So 12 grand, 2 accounts.
Nice.
Hold on. What did you make in the live account?
I didn't do it in my live. I did it in the XFA.
Get your butt over the live account.
Well, I had a new XFA. I mean, I'm trying to work my way back to 5, and I only have 2. So I was getting those out of the way.
Uh-huh.
Hey, man, we can grab the balance.
No. There's nothing wrong with what you're doing. You just keep doing what you're doing.
I will switch to the live now because these are done for the day anyway.
You do what you do, Nick, very well. And
PJ.
I'm not one to get in your way. You crush me.
Nick, on your charts, tell us again why you took that trade.
Yes, thank you, John.
I will. Give me, now that my Motive Wave is rebooting. So I'll show you in my live account once I reboot it here. And I'll reshare my charts. To make MP happy in case I catch another trade here in my live.
I need help. We need help. The house account needs help. Keep your feelers out there. All the guys in the Topstep TV background, we need your talks. Reach out just like you're reaching out.
910. I got a check mark for 910. 910. One check mark for a long and 910.
So that's zone.
Nick and I were looking at the same thing. We were looking at all that volume stacking up at the high in the NASDAQ, and it just wasn't going.
I'll tell you why I covered 2. Well, I guess I don't mind. Okay. Let's see.
Nice.
What do we have? What's VWAP?
Keep talking.
VWAP and NASDAQ is what?
887.
Okay. And then we have 10s. We have 887s.
Works for 910.
How many?
2. Got J. And resistance turns into support 55 and in zone 7 too. And we got 3. Yeah. I mean, zone 7 is 910s.
Okay. It was down there last time. Is there anything about a retest that Jay or anybody here is saying, hey, let it breathe, or we still like it?
Coach Jay says 1,100 lot at 85, which has been a longer term pivot. I have it marked on my trading view chart as a gateway to air horns, to be honest, because it is kind of that.
Look at that.
It was that line in the sand from a previous all-time high. It is basically 55 85s.
Yep. 55 85. 1,200 on the bid.
So are we on my screen? Yeah. So why did I take the short? Basically, like, we were having trouble kind of building above this longer time frame point of control here at like 20,010 roughly. We were kind of just hanging out. So for me, if we reject, just like you would, you'd be fading, you'd be fading off a point of control, which is a very large amount of volume that's transacted there, and you're looking to kind of for it to potentially reject off that area. So that's what I was really looking for, is just us seeing not really building volume above, all of that previous sell volume that has kind of transacted there, and you're seeing acceptance of prices lower. You're seeing an acceptance of lower prices in that area. So once we kind of, like I said, rejected, or we couldn't continue to build above 20,000, I was comfortable holding that trade. That was kind of my logic. And we were seeing not a ton, no iceberging, but we were seeing a lot of positive delta on ES in the highs too. And as soon as we failed inside previous day high, it made sense to kind of hold the short.
1300 lots on 55.85 against VWAP on the bid 1300 times. Did all trade out.
Well done, Nick. Well done.
Thank you.
Good stuff.
And I think MP, maybe it was last Monday or 2 Mondays ago. I think I don't know when it was, but this was that area, that 930 to 960s area that I think you longed off of during the last run to all-time highs when you were doing your 5-lot trade. So it's that same general area that we are now selling back below.
You were coming into it.
But that was why I covered in that area.
Give it up for Nick.
It was my pivot from, I think, 2 weeks ago.
MP, we're at 10. We have those 10s. We're here right here right now.
Yeah, I missed it on the 7s. There's a 10
we have
on a
VWAP.
5 lot. We'll average into this.
VWAP is 888.
We're coming into ES value high now at 55, 77, 78 area. So this is a line in the sand now. If we go rejecting it, if we catch a bid, that's a long. If we continue to fall, then that is a value acceptance special situation.
Interesting.
What's our position?
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, we got long 5. I was playing that as the executor to give it the room, just in case it did a 10, even 90s. Wouldn't be. So, I mean, we're in the money, but we guys, house account, you saw Dolby in there talk about it. It is a collective. It is our risk. It is our prop firm live account. Yeah, we are a real prop firm. So, we like to get the thoughts of our best traders. We like to get the thoughts of our trusted folks. Trusted folks that you'll see on the daily levels at the top of your screen, chat. Click that link. Folks that come on here, we'll reach out to the other folks that aren't on here right now and get their thoughts. We are always on the lookout for great folks that can analyze the market and provide their levels. You do not have to be a great trader all the time to start sharing your levels in chat and tell the why. I bet you if you share your levels, tell the why, and we start to see you and follow those and they work out, I bet you'll get a reach out. And I bet you might even get offered some compensation for doing that. We do this because data, your thoughts, and just talented folks in general are valuable to Topstep.
Agree. All right. I was counting long 5 from 910. Perhaps looking to average in more. A deeper pullback.
What is the stop, and then what is the target? I want to know these when we're getting into these as well, just so as an executor I can be prepared.
Typically 20-point stop downside. Target.
Nick, Deanna, is there anything about this you do or don't like?
What? Sorry,
we are long. We are long from 910s.
But a longer than Q.
I mean, I'm still seeing sellers, but we have VWAP here at the bottom.
VWAP right here, Michael.
Yeah, so I'm seeing still commitment to the downside. So I'm thinking, yes, it's probably going to go into value acceptance, and that never spells good conditions for a long NQ. But let's see.
I mean, yeah, I'd say below 80, you guys are definitely wrong.
Yeah.
If we don't bounce right off of that.
I agree, yeah.
VWAP 888.
VWAP is 888.
I don't hate it if you're looking for the range kind of play. Just all of that overnight inventory is still so long that if we do fall out of bed and we get the same passive selling we've seen the last couple of days, that we could continue to kind of go back and, like I said, fill the NQ gap down to 700, which, like I said, I didn't see us doing immediately unless we kind of continued that sell out of the gate. It'd be pretty aggressive off 20,000 to go 300 points down like that. But hey, we did it on Friday.
So anchored VWAP off the all-time high in the NASDAQ and the overnight VWAP are virtually at the same spot. Really? 888 is the overnight session VWAP, and 879 is the VWAP anchored on the all-time high. So they're right there, and price is currently above them.
Multiple check marks.
So how do you interpret that, Hoag?
Yeah, thanks.
Well, I mean, if we're looking at the NASDAQ, you've got the overnight VWAP, which is leaning higher. Now it's not right. Now it's messed up. So we're seeing the all-time high VWAP is higher. I apologize. Something was up with my charts, but we've got the overnight session VWAP coming in at 888, 889, and it's still holding above that. And it is leading higher, indicating buyers for the time being may still be in control. If we take that out, then we're out. Got to watch that 888, 889 level. And as the S&Ps have already taken out VWAP, and from the all-time high, that's 56.13.75, and then the overnight session VWAP is 55.84, and we're looking below it now. I don't know if we're going to stay below it, but it is kind of tilting to the upside. So far, I mean, in the overnight in both the S&P and the NASDAQ, buyers have been in control. Let's see if they can hold on.
And buyers are trying here, guys.
They are trying.
We long 5?
We're long 5. I try to get a 96 down there on a join bid. I should have done a market order, but at the same time, I like a join bid on a falling knife.
It's tricky.
Trading thus far. And then we're looking for the zone anyway. So we got the high of the zone on a 5 lot. The 95 would have been a nice.
Real nice. Hindsight.
Real nice. Hindsight. Those kids over at Hindsight would have had that one all day.
Crushing it.
Chief Hindsight Officer would say you shouldn't have longed there.
Chief Hindsight Officer. Let's see if we get a push here. S&P's catching a bit of a bid, about a 5-point bounce off that most recent sell-off. Bid. And Q kind of struggling.
Now we're building.
We're building structure.
Okay.
There's 20 handles, which is a 30s.
If we get legs,
nice
MP, this probably goes back to 950, 960 again. ES has to get over 85, though.
Shout out to all the
VWAP 20 handles. I took 3 off on our 20 handles.
That was good. That's a nick for a tick. It's a nick for a tick.
That's a me trade on a down right there on a Monday.
We'll look at one.
$5,000.
Seeing signs of any iceberg orders anywhere here.
Ooh, those VWAP were nice. Shout out to all the VWAP buyers on the NASDAQ.
Yep.
Good on you.
Yep.
Good on you.
Yep. If you would have got a little early, Dre, I mean, it's the 880s. But again, guys, who can carve up the NASDAQ
We're looking
perfectly?
For AAAs. We're looking for AAAs. We never got them.
AAAs.
We let the market come to us, man. We're not going to chase. It's Monday, first trade of the day. Let the market come to us. We got 2 lower long.
I got out of that. I got out of that one 30 ticks and 20 ticks.
Nice.
Let's get a new idea, a new thought. Yeah, 2000.
Well, half the time I feel like we don't take house account trades Monday mornings for fast market just because it's everything still settles. And so at least, hey, it's a good way to start the week.
And guys, this isn't my trade. I was just executing. I did the size. Everybody else did their thoughts and opinions to formulate a trade decision. I just did that because they were talking zones. And when we talk zones, I would have put a 5 lot on. I missed it on the 95s. I got technically, if I would have stuck to what we were talking about, we were going to average in. Yes, you could do that here, and we do it in zones. We're not going to deny your payout because of that. I like to throw little plugs like that in just so you know the differentiators that Topstep has than the others. So that was typically we try to get in 20 lots to start the
60s.
Yeah, there's your 60s, Nick.
72% long.
As you guys can see, Nick is carving up the markets today.
I need vol, man. Going to pick over 15. Things tend to happen to be a little more fun to play both sides.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
If it's over 20 though, we're popping bottles here.
Let's see how you're trading in 20s. I'm
Popping bottles,
excited.
trade smaller and widen your stop so we get over 20. Trade singles and a 2-lot on NQ and go a much wider stop and try to catch one of the large moves.
Where are they going to take this sucker?
You would have taken
Where are they going to take this?
15 handles of heat. 15 handles of heat. We got out on a few of them at 20 handles of profit and a couple more at the 30 handles. So a 2-to-1 on two of the lots and a 1.5, whatever, to 1. Almost.
Plus 2100.
That's the best traders, guys, we see at Topstep. Like a 1.7 to 1. So if you think about that, 17 points to 10 points of risk. We'll have Schuller Tab guys keep you guys abreast to like what is the highest performing traders stats, like risk to reward and all that kind of stuff. That should help you. Yeah. Hopefully.
All that jazz, Mike.
All that jazz.
And rejected right off of that 960
60s. Yep. Next.
Which makes perfect sense for a reoffer in hindsight, of course.
Is this setting up to make
right now? It still looks very range bound today, unless ES falls out of bed here back below 85.
Yeah,
that's a reoffer. They're pushing this down.
Mm-hmm.
Hoagland, guys, and
we're in the middle.
Andre, keep reaching out because it's the 90-10. Do the 9-10s still hold up? Does the floor start to fall out? These are questions I want to ask our people that we were reaching out to.
We see what
and
happens
what you're
around
seeing.
The 892 level. If you have now 892, inching up higher. Like these guys said, if we bust through the 80s, let's look out below. I think we're kind of in the middle right now.
Yeah,
keep an eye.
If we do, I have a weird feeling we may go fill that gap.
Okay.
Let's see. What is the Mag 7 doing? NVIDIA off the highs, Tesla off its highs.
Jay Cook says no buy again.
Yeah, I wouldn't be catching this knife the second time, not yet.
Hands off. Let's see how the market reacts.
Do the 10s then become a place where just completely, because zone, what is it? Zone 7, right? The highs is zone 7 is really 19.910s. So if that's like a pretty like
we got long off of.
Yeah, it's a pretty damn big like wall of China type thing. But if you keep knocking through sledgehammer style with a running start, look out, right?
There's probably not another knife catch until you might be able to try it at 840s maybe on NQ.
Yeah.
But otherwise, yeah, I think we are probably going to have a little fun back towards the 750s. And then I would say, go for the gap fill if you were short, but I don't know.
Tens bounce
ES filled the gap. I hate when only one of the indices doesn't fill the Globex gap, because then it's just like it throws the algos in a weird way off.
Dow catching a bid, pushing a higher tier at 40,579. We saw all-time highs last week in the Dow. I'm not seeing much. Gold's still chopping around the lows. Low of the day, 23.90. That's straight 23.94. D, anything gold piquing your interest? Anything crude piquing your interest?
Nothing in gold, but crude oil might be starting the gap fill. So we'll see. I popped in a little long, but I'm just trying to. My bookmap is a bit choppy because this laptop has got a lot of things going on right now. So I'm just trying to battle my technology over here.
Okay.
But yeah, so I've got a long. Hold on.
Always a fun Monday.
Long
Battling the technology.
78.02 is my long, and I'm looking for the gap fill all the way up to that 78.61. Maybe even a little bit past there, because we have the average session range high right at 78.80. 80 area, so that's very possible. We'll
86%. 86% long crude oil right now.
That's good.
Share those markets. Let's put those on charts so we give crude oil traders the attention that they deserve.
77% long YM. Yes, NQ 50-50. But yeah, the big tilt right now, 90% long. 90% long crude September contract. Wow.
I was trying to take a single lot crude trade last week in my live account, and then I remembered I don't have data for it. I was wondering why nothing was working, and I was like in a weird headspace. Like, why is this not working? I almost sent an email, complained, and got mad. And then I was like, oh yeah, I have to buy it.
Yeah, that whole thing.
I did the same with YM. I was looking at some YM levels last week, and I was like, it's not working. What's going on? And I almost sent a text to Brad. Well,
it's like, because if you're in the XFA, and everything, and then I go back to my live, and I'm like, oh, I really only have the indices. That I forget about that sometimes. It's like, because you're like doing analysis, you're like, oh, I'm looking at gold, like, oh, I'm on a maybe long one here just as a little trade. And then it's, oh yeah, I'm not in an XFA. I can't do that.
33s.
All right, first hurdle for this crude oil trade is the overnight VWAP, which is just sitting here at 78.22. So if we can't get through that, I might have to rethink this whole idea. But for now, it's pushing above the initial balance. So let's see how far it gets to.
All right. We're still chopping around a little bit right now. We'll see how, gold's trying to sell off. Still about $2 off the highs. Crude catching a bid, pushed up to VWAP $78.30. Like we said, we had 90% long tilt. So those were able to catch some profits, capture the opportunity here on this Monday. TopstepTV. This is Fast Markets. Click like, click subscribe. Almost at 110,000 subscribers. My goodness. We are growing and growing fast. It's really good to see. With that being said, I'm going to throw it to my man, JD. We got some stats. JD, how are we looking here? Trade's kind of on a bit of a range. So I'm going to throw it to JD. JD, how are we looking, man?
What's up, guys? Looking pretty good. Got some great stuff to show you. Let's start with our hot streaks from Friday.
Mr. $1 still there?
He made $2. He made $2 on Friday.
Yes.
Which I think is maybe harder to do than making $1.
100%.
Yes.
It's 100% difference.
Like, JD, what is the math? Like, what is he trading and how many lots and how many points is that? Like, I need to understand this.
Let me pull up his
So I'm like fascinated by this because it seems like crazy. It's harder than me trying to get 200 points or $200, excuse me, trading like, NQ as just a quick scalp.
Making a single dollar consistently is very, very difficult. But he's trading MES, micro S&P. So yeah, Friday he made $2, Thursday $1, Wednesday $13, kind of an anomaly there. And then the 4 previous days before that, $1 each. So
Johnny, your mic's on.
Dustin, if you're trolling us, I really would like to know because it's hilarious.
Actually, Michael in the number 2 spot there also profited just a total of $2 on Friday. Pretty amazing. So I think we might have started something here. Michael doesn't do it as often as Dustin does, but Dustin, man, I think he's really taken that 50 Cicero Clam Challenge trophy seriously. I think he's going for it. I think he really wants it. Now I got to go out and find a 50 clam trophy somewhere because this guy really wants it. Right?
They got him in Cicero.
Hopefully they do. Parmesan holding steady. Made roughly $10, making roughly $10 a day trading the MNQ. Wendy picked up $214 trading gold, and Papa Giorgio. We talked about Papa Giorgio on Friday. MP, I think you missed it on Friday. Made $47 to extend his streak to 25 days. But this Papa Giorgio guy called in explicitly asking us not to use his real name and gave us this alias for him. So it's not the real Nick Papagiorgio from Yuma who works in software. But after I looked him up, he's got a great story. He and his family live in the Las Vegas area. They all trade together at home. They're all exclusive Topstep traders. And they're pumped about the Topstep Trading Challenge. They're going to join as a family team as soon as we get that started. So,
we're going to have a family team showdown.
Family feud.
Yep. Little story building there. So I'm going to keep...
Probably what it would be, Dre, a feud. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to keep checking in on the Papagiorgios. All right, let's take a look at yesterday's best live funded P&Ls.
Whew.
Pinson and Lang both trading the ES. Everyone else trading the NASDAQ. 29 grand from Pinson. Lang took with just over 11,000. Tran 7,200 trading the NASDAQ. Eddie with 4,300. And Ben took nearly 2,800 out of the NASDAQ on Friday. Those are all live markets. Real traders trading in live markets.
Wow.
All right. I got some payout numbers for you, too. If you're
let's see them.
All right, here are last week's totals. 1,590 payouts for a total of $2.5 million. Average payout of 1,000.
Out the door to traders' pockets. 1,500.
Into traders' pockets.
Average payout. Yeah. And guys, this is the average payout.
There
are folks with a $300 payout. There's folks with the 20,000. I see the 20,000s, the 30,000s. I see this going. We got a channel. Can you approve this? Can you do that? Can you blah, blah, blah? Oh, and every now and then they go, oh, the ACH number that they shared was wrong. Oh, lots of activity happened in the background. So we're very proud of all of our traders trading so damn well.
Speaking of which,
as you guys float around, look at other prop firms, as you guys look at all that kind of stuff, just stick with one. Stick with one. I don't care if it's Topstep or not. Well, I do. But I'll tell you, go to Trade Day, go to Earn to Trade, go to things like that. Don't go to the shiny objects. Don't go to the new shiny object things. They're out there. Watch them if you want, but don't jump into it and don't put all your eggs in one basket because they're new. It's very hard to do this type of business. Very hard. It's even getting harder now with where things are at.
New low.
Hey guys,
gold,
we got Anne Marie.
New low.
Yeah, guys, we got Anne Marie sharing things. John Hoagland, I want you to take what's in the chat and share this. Take it, put it through your filter. Dolby and Eddie, I want you guys to grab things. We need to get that momentum going. We need you guys to do the house account and analysis and/or grabs and shares.
Yes, continuing to kind of build back up here.
Sure is. 10s are nice. 10's the wall. 910 was the wall in the NASDAQ. Great Wall of China, Michael.
For the board, James or whoever's behind. I have $7,000 in my XFA if you want to update it.
Thank you, Nick.
There you go.
I have not been there, Michael. One day. Tokyo first.
Nick for Tick has been up $7,000 for quite a while. Make sure we're updating that. It's Monday, boys. Let's do it.
Markets are open. Hit the ground running.
I do have some more payout numbers to show you if you're interested.
Sweet.
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah. Last week's total, or last week's top payouts by trader. There we go.
There's your 36s. There's your 36s. There's your 20s. Yeah.
Real money. These are all XFA payouts, too. Pavel took withdrawals from 2 XFAs. Quinn B, who's number 3 on our leaderboard, pulled money out of 5 XFAs. Wow. Shane S, who had that big $130,000 day a couple of weeks ago. He's sitting number 21 or 22 on the leaderboard right now. Pulled $28,000 out of 4 XFAs. Liam and Trevor both took nice draws from single XFAs. So
I'm so
real money.
Yeah, these are awesome. And sweet little angel. These payouts are exactly why we created this industry.
Sweet little
they won't make us nervous at all. Other firms, sure, but not us. And Shutter Voyages, does the CEO need a passive valuation? That's what I did in 2002. I did the $300 daily loss limit, and I had a $300 trading average, and I traded the Dow minis, and I did it at a prop firm, and I proved myself. So then in 2010, that was in 2002, then I became a floor trader. And then in 2010, we You're going to see Eddie and John Hogan as a founding team, Andre as well. And we created the same concept. So we've done all this. It's not us to prove anything anymore. It's actually everybody here to do that, both to themselves and to Topstep, because that's how we're going to fund you. So that's the proving ground. We're old and washed up, if you want to look at it that way. The coaches on the sideline. Coaches on the sidelines.
Oh, come on. No.
I'm definitely old.
We can still throw the ball.
We're all old.
Lost your fastball. Lost the fastball.
We ain't got the we ain't shooting new highs on our fastball.
No.
So
young guns.
Anne Marie came up with a level I like here. 19,976. She says is the space to watch on the bounce. If we get there, that's Friday's high and current value high from today. So whatever she's checking out there, I'm in alignment with that. She's long now at 932.
Yeah, she is.
Yes,
Who's
sir.
long 32, Johnny?
Anne Marie. We were just talking about the 976 level that she was looking at, and now she's long, maybe looking to get up to that level.
Yeah, it's Friday's high, basically.
We traded up to 70s, 67s.
Yeah, it seems like they're still reoffering in that 60 and 70 area.
Shutter, I like it. Good question. We'd have fun here.
What was the question, Michael? I missed it.
No, just about passing the thing. He's like, hey, just having fun. Or he, or they. Don't know.
Hey, why I'm catching. It's they.
No, it's not it's not it. Unless it's a robot.
You said it. It's an it. It's a robot.
New lows, gold, new lows. Last trade, 23.86. Slow day, 23.85. Yep. NQ just kind of chopping around right now. It's fine. We got some levels, upside and downside. ES as well. Almost got those 56.10s. Those 56.10s. We had 3 check marks up at 56.10. Only got up to 07s. The other zones. Nick with the trade of the day, shorting from 19, right, Nick? You got short from 19, covered around 60 in the NQ.
Yeah, 19 halves.
Trade, great read.
What was the top?
Flip kid.
27.
Ron James to wave U.S. flag. Sweet.
I know. I read that.
Ooh.
It does still seem, as just watching highlights, that the dream team is still dead, and that if they have not looked great.
The game against South Sudan got a little too close for comfort. Way too.
You know, South Sudan has 0 indoor basketball court in the whole country. 0.
Is that true?
That's what he said.
Well, we lost we beat them by 1 point.
No, they won. They won.
Yeah, USA beat them by 1 stinking point. But anyways. Kerr is a terrible coach, according to John. I don't know about that. He's got a lot of rings, man. I don't know if he's a terrible coach. All right, back to the markets here.
We're in the 57s. We're in the 60s. We're in the 62s. 19,962s. 60s. If you're on the road, if you're listening, it's trading 19,962 in the NASDAQ. Our highs of the day was what?
26 and 3/4. What I got?
26 and 3/4. Some would say 26 at the orders, Andre.
And the orders. I would say the orders, but at this point, I'm not. I know it is the orders, but we don't need to. So a lot of people say just 0.75 now, Michael. It's changing. They say 0.75 now, so we got to keep up with it.
They also call them cons. Come on.
I mean,
new low.
All right, here's the 68s. New low. What'd you say, Eddie?
Yes, sir. New low in gold.
How low can you go?
Got a new low here. 20.
Okay, there's the 76 is a play right now on our house account, and anybody's
Friday's high 79.25 above it now. Just went through it. Tens were nice, man. Buyers just held that wall. Great wall of China, Michael.
Yeah, they did. 76 is 90.
Dakota in the chat.
Has anybody reached out to Dakota on his levels?
He's talking about Michael Jordan, LeBron James right now. He's busy debating MJ versus LeBron right now.
That just means he has a position on. That's what that means.
Is that what it means? Fair enough.
Yeah. Hey, really, really high longs right now. We have the 76s. Guys, keep providing the information. 76s on the house. Is there anything there? Big longs. We'll take a 5 lot on it. On the 76s.
D, how's your trade going right now?
Andre, we're short 5 from 72. We're playing the 76s.
Yeah, it's in profit, so we'll see how it battles through VWAP. It's having a little bit of trouble around VWAP, but I think there's some because my book map is not playing ball today, so I was just looking at the time and sales. I was also looking at the ladder just to see where those larger orders are. So I can see some orders around 78.50, so that's my level of interest here. And then there's also some 100 lots waiting around 78.70. So, and to the downside, I couldn't see anything obvious. Correct me if I'm wrong, if Hoag's around.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so at some point we should be reaching for that liquidity up there, which would be conducive to the gap fill in profile terms. I saw some people getting a bit confused. When we say gap fill in profile, it means the gap fill from the previous day's value area. It doesn't necessarily mean previous day's low or previous day's high. So I just wanted to clarify that. Yeah, for now, there's nothing else for me to do. So I'm in from 78.02. So some 20 ticks profit right now.
Right.
Just needs to battle through VWAP right now, so we'll see.
Hey, Cook, looking for buys near 40s. Like, so we're short from 76. Let's update the board. Short 5 from 76. Looking for buys near 940s if we get it. Okay. 940s, short from 76. We might be in a bit of a range right here in the NQ. 66% long. We are short. House count 5. Well done. D.
We got to get our position sizing up.
I know.
We've got the anchored VWAP from the 5-minute opening bar that Anne Marie has been watching and basically slicing up the market, which is coming in on my 5-minute 19,953, which could be a decent target for the short.
So do we still like the shorts, folks out there? Nick for a tick, what do you like here? I got a 20 handle stop on this 5 lot.
I don't, just because ES has like yet to have any meaningful pullback since the initial kind of dump we had off the highs, and it's just been steadily bid since. I don't know, kind of a weird spot.
Stopped.
Yeah. We're back to scratch on the day. All right, guys. Trade the 76 is held up for a second. Buyers are stepping in. What levels do we have in the neighborhood of 19, 20,000, something like that? 19,900s.
It's the same area I shorted off earlier, but now if we kind of get back up there, I ain't stepping in front of it.
Yeah, right.
Hey, 5610, Michael. We got 3 check marks in ES. 5610. Yep, Neil Howe in the chat. 5610.
Both the NASDAQ and the S&P's rejected value high from Friday.
At what level?
Value high from Friday in the S&P's was 55.75, 76 area. And volume value high in the NASDAQ from Friday was 903, 19,903. So both of them, both rejected value from yesterday. Now we're above that 5-minute anchored VWAP in the NASDAQ. We're above the overnight VWAP. I think, for now, I don't think we should be looking for shorts.
Even in the 610s?
5610, we got 3 check marks.
5, 6.
That is, I've got 613 as the anchored VWAP off the all-time high bar on the 30-minute chart. So I don't hate that.
Eddie, what about the 220, the 120s that Dakota's saying?
He's got those up there. We get some more detail from Dakota. I'll pass it on.
20,000 120s.
Yeah.
130s is where the anchored VWAP off the all-time high on the 5-minute chart is in the NASDAQ. So 20,130 is that anchored VWAP off the all-time high.
130s, 120s, Dre. Which would kind of maybe be where the 10s would show on the S&P if they want to move together.
Yeah, be quick because
Really
we might kiss those 10s really quick, Michael, and we might snap off of it. So be ready to pull that trigger.
I will.
I'm thinking, we got 3 check marks at 56. What's up,
I'm not seeing any liquidity really higher on ES.
And then no liquidity higher on the ES. Tilt 70% all day long. Got as high as like 78.
Yeah, if we sell off this, it definitely kind of turning into a range day here. Because there's nobody that was looking to be filled in the 610s and higher. Really, nothing crazy. A 150 lot, 100 lot, 180. Yeah, nothing substantial whatsoever.
Joseph Lemon in the chat. Love Topstep with a passion. You guys are awesome, awesome, awesome. Thank you, Joseph Lemon.
We love you.
Hopefully you'll see my profits Friday on yesterday's best. Thank you. Get ready for these 10s, Michael. We have to be quick to the draw here. Old duel out there in Deadwood.
Oh,
remember that?
Old shootout.
Yep. 76% long. Crude, 85% long. The Dow right now. Oh, AJ Trades says y'all don't suck. Wait a minute. Hold on, AJ Trades.
Come on. That means
wait a minute. Stop.
We do.
That's
everything's opposite day here.
Y'all don't suck. Appreciate it.
Yeah, isn't it fade the chat? So basically, it's the opposite of that.
Yep.
They fade us. We fade.
Yeah. That's just one big.
No. We are all together. And 29. How'd you get it past 29 stumps? You got y'all suck past. We're trying to get the filter. There's like a natural filter in YouTube that won't let us, from what I've heard.
Eaters.
I don't know why YouTube considers that a negative word. What if we're,
my mom never liked that word.
Controlling free
my mom
speech.
never liked when I said that number or said that word. Suck. She hated that when I said that.
No.
Stay stink. All right, see, Michael, pay attention here. 56 10s. 3 check marks. We can size up if you want.
Oh, I don't like saying that word.
Only 20.
Ooh, I like that. Ooh, Jay, Coach Jay. Hell yeah. Thank you.
Emery 27s. Got a level of 27s.
Hoag, starting to see some positive delta build to here up the highs.
Uh-oh.
About 2,300 so far.
Well, what price? Just right here?
5606s.
Yeah, there's some good volume
crazy
up there too. And there is positive delta against that that volume, but it's not like impressive here just yet.
Yeah, it's just you started seeing it go from like 300 to now 1,000. So my eyeballs are just on it.
Yeah.
Last week, these two, Nick for a tick and Hoag.
Yeah.
Spotting that iceberg. That was great stuff last week.
Yeah, if we get an iceberg seller here, you're probably definitely going to get a range day, it seems. But here we go. They're pushing the highs.
Where we go?
Quick pullback right off that.
Man, sellers came in. Damn, I thought they were going to do it right there.
Since usually I wait a little bit after OPEX Friday to look at options activity. Let me start looking at that since they've had chance to establish new positions and things this morning, finally.
Well, hey, regarding those 2120s from our good friend Dakota, he was getting along around the 750s. 2120s was the target for the exit.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, all the volume up here in the S&P is I mean, it's all showing positive delta, not deep, but there's that hint of some accumulation of sellers up here at this level.
Buyer stepped in gold, about $5 off the lows. Last trade, 23.89, 23.90. Crude bounced off VWAP. VWAP is $78.30. Last trade, 78.13. Currently watching ES and NQ right now. Seller stepped in both.
Yep.
Get those 10s. It's that positive delta that was building up there.
Yeah, that's just weaker hands buying it up against the high there, looking for a breakout. They didn't get what they were looking for, so they bail.
Yep.
In my personal, I do have a 2-lot long from 02s.
02, okay. 02 S&Ps, 02 NASDAQ, Michael.
Oh, sorry, buddy. NASDAQ.
NASDAQ. That's all you trade. That's all he does.
I don't really like
We're
it.
NASDAQ.
Just do it.
We're NASDAQ traders now, Michael. I told you 5 years ago you're being NASDAQ trader. You look at me like I'm crazy. Now we're out here slinging NASDAQ. We're NASDAQ.
We were tequila guys for a while.
We're tequila guys. Yep. Tequila was a fad. All right, see if we can push here. We do have some news coming up. We got some Series 3 coming up. Oh, I forgot to say. I did the hashtag fast markets. Of course I did. But yes. We'll have some hashtag fast markets coming at you. Oh, still got about an hour or so before that comes at you. But get those submissions in at Twitter, at X. Use the hashtag fast markets. Your battle stations, performance data, your performance center, performance dashboard, analytics, all that good stuff you want to share with us. We'll turn that around to you. Again, hashtag fast markets at Topstep.
You got to make a run at the highs, or are you going to make a run at the highs?
Trying.
You got to make a run at the highs.
Keep knocking.
It's still all positive delta up here, but again, nothing impressive.
Right. And even the gamma profiles that I kind of check, it seems like they're still either finishing, kind of establishing new positions, rolling positions, whatever it may be from last Friday. It just looks a little wonky, so I can't place a ton of value in it just yet.
Watch the stops on the ES, Michael. They might pop into 10s real quick.
Yeah.
And like John and Nick have been talking about, they keep pushing here. Anne-Marie short from 08.5.
There's still a passive seller up there. It just seems like nobody really wants to do anything just yet.
Andre looking. I think she's looking for a short.
Looking for a short, guys.
It's usually a lull around about this time. So in equities. And then we have the euro close in about 45 minutes or so. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we hold here for a while before they decide where they want to take it.
And Marie's short in the NASDAQ at 08.5.
She is short. Oh, I thought
Michael.
she was looking.
Nice.
Yeah, Michael. Yeah.
I'm reading. I read off things that you can read off of. Then I'm done.
One eye in the markets, one eye in the chat. We only got 2 eyeballs. It's not as easy as you think sometimes.
Emery, did you catch that on the way down? That's a hell of an entry.
Yeah, it is.
Because we were just kind of hanging above that.
Question in the chat for Nick. What he means with the gamma? Question from Mark.
The gamma profile for 0 data expiration options, as well as just the longer time frame SPX options. So basically, just gives me an idea of where large institutional players are positioned in the options market, whether they're market makers or retail traders. Just kind of the all-encompassing view of where options are kind of sitting, and basically they act as magnets. But right now, after, monthly OPEX expired on Friday, it can take a day or two before the banks and the larger institutional players kind of reposition or adjust positioning and things like that. So today it's hard to place a ton of weight in anything outside of 0 date to expiration.
D, one more time. Can we also update the board? What is your position again, D?
Hey,
So
while
it's
she's
still
doing
battling
that,
the dude next door. 78.02, long 1 crude oil.
Long from $78.02. Long 1. Let's update that board. +1 from $78.02. Thank you, D.
Well, here's something to chew on. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Eddie. I got asked about the 5 lot, going long in the 5 lot. That strategy has busted out of 2 XFA accounts already. As you could probably tell, considering last week, we started at about a week and a half ago, maybe, where it's like, hey, I'm going to get long every day at the open, market on open, get long, market on close, cover. And we busted out of 2 XFAs. So if you're feeder in this, like concrete wise, I'm only doing this trade and not listening to the markets, you would be in the exact same position that our 2 XFAs are. This is a case study, so everybody here can learn through our experience, kind of also what TopstepTV is about. So you learn through what others are saying and doing. So that strategy, Andre, has not panned out.
It lasted about two days. 2 days.
Yeah, 2 or 3 days. We're up like
until it doesn't.
So can I make a suggestion in order for us to have a data set? So rather than 5 lots, why don't we go down to 1 every day, and you keep doing that for like 20 days?
It was 3. It was 3 lot. It's an XFA, 150K, so it has a scaling plan. So 3 it starts at. TopstepTV, we're
1, 2, 3,
to put on
right? 1, 2, 3. Yeah. So if you are going to hold it, usually you have to account for some bigger movement because you're going to be in a drawdown on some days. So you might as well give it as much movement as possible, or as much space as possible on the 1 lot, and then just keep.
We're just playing.
Keep
we're playing
the data every day.
Yeah, it's a caveman trade.
Yeah,
it's just right at the open.
It's a great experiment. It's a great experiment, and I'm actually interested how that will play out over a longer sample size rather than 1 week.
Yeah.
What happens if you do that for 2 months?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was just going to say. Gabe or James, can you let Risk know that we're going to need another, XFA account?
Yeah.
To keep testing this.
Busted out of
2 of them.
Hey, did you get a haircut?
Oh yeah, she gave me kind of a Euro mullet. I thought D would kind of like it.
Oh,
that's nice.
Groovy, yes. I knew something was different over there.
You got great hair, Andy.
Michael,
what's that?
Something was different about you today. Yes.
You're always hiding your hair, and it looks great.
Here you go, Deanna. Hat is going. Hat, head, and all.
Euro mullet, huh? I like it. Very, very sweet.
She goes, so you kind of like a Euro mullet. I goes, are those still in? She's like, I think so. I'm like, okay. I'll go with my blank cabinets. My wife likes to keep it a little long. So there you go.
Hair by Whirlpool.
MP, you want the XFA under your profile?
Whatever they've been doing the entire time, just say we just need another account. And then let's keep track of those. So then we can share what this case study is. So then Deanna with her with 30 days or whatever the days are, which I think is smart. Then we can go back because the whole idea here was Jack coming on here saying, hey, if you would have been long a 5 lot since January, the biggest heat you would have taken is like 15 grand. And Jack, he corrects me. We should know this as a team here, what it was. Wild. If you guys know, help me out. 15 heat, a couple $100,000 max.
Oh yeah,
help me out, guys. I'm out.
$15,000 of $15,000 of drawdown. It was like 100. I think it was a 50, 50 or 15. One of those two.
Yeah, I think you were saying you would be at 500K or something with a 15K drawdown. Something silly. Yeah.
Yeah, guys, help us out on what he said on that one because that's an important piece of why we took the whole XFA experience. So if you can jump in here and give those stats on what that was, that'd be helpful. 19,665, huh?
No trade right now. No trade right now. Oh.
Anne Marie, our Elvis for the day, has left the building. She is taking a little bit of a break. She's carved up the market all morning. She's going to relax a little bit. Not a bad idea.
Good job, Anne Marie. Jealous over
here. Get your
here.
points and go touch grass.
Yep, we're jealous. Those 10s. All right, let's Currently trading sideways. While we're trading sideways here, it seems like the market's taking a bit of a breather, as is Anne-Marie. I know Gabe's working on getting another XFA for us behind the scenes, but I know Gabe has some news for us as well.
Yeah.
Last time, Gabe had some funny news last time. Gabe, how are we looking at news today?
Man, we're looking good. I have one funny one and a couple more real life scenarios going on, but let's go ahead and start it off. So I've got some updates. CrowdStrike is down another 12% today, trading just under $275 a share. But the reason I bring that up is because Delta has been completely having an operational meltdown that's been stretching into the 4th business day. As of this morning, Atlanta-based Delta has canceled more than 5,000 flights and connecting flights since the outage early Friday morning. And as you can see by the picture, some frustrated passengers have even been having to sleep overnight at the Hartsfield-Jackson. Nobody loves doing that. Those floors don't look too comfortable. And just long lines in the wait times and call times. Their app is even having trouble. So if you're flying Delta this week, just be prepared for a little bit more potential downside on your flight experience, more than usual.
I have a buddy who is currently trapped in Atlanta.
There you go. Sorry to hear. Send him our condolences. Hopefully he's watching TopstepTV for some entertainment.
He was debating on driving back home, about 20-hour drive.
At some point, you just got to jump in the car and drive, Michael. I don't know. I just, I wanted to, sorry, go ahead. I was just going to throw nonsense your way.
Moving into some nonsense, you've got everybody's pretty familiar with the show The Simpsons, but the animated show has made yet another prediction. You've got one of the writers here, Al Jean, with the prediction that Vice President Kamala Harris be seeking the Democratic presidential nomination after Joe Biden withdrew from the race this weekend. In the 2000 episode of the comedy series Bart to the Future, Lisa Simpson becomes the first female president of the United States, and she's sporting the exact same purple ensemble that Kamala rocked during the 2021 inauguration, including the pearl necklace and earrings. So kind of scary.
Get out of here.
Simpsons predictions are coming to light here, but just another one off the checklist.
They do it all the time.
And they tell us where the S&Ps are going to close today.
Good one, John. I love it.
And wouldn't that be great?
Hey, Macro Bullet, what's up?
And then last but not least, you guys, I noticed that we were talking about LeBron James earlier, so I wanted to point out a little bit more info. So James has been picked by his fellow U.S. Olympians to serve as the male flag bearer for the Americans in Friday night's opening ceremony for the Paris Games. He has become the 3rd basketball player and the first men's player to carry the U.S. flag at the start of the Olympics. The female U.S. flag bearer has yet to be revealed, but is planned to be revealed tomorrow. The U.S. is expected to have nearly 600 athletes in the Paris Games, and about 53% of them being women. We have just a wide variety of talent coming from our country. But this is actually going to be a pretty unique opening ceremony, like any other in Olympic history. Thousands of athletes will be part of a flotilla sailing across the River Seine at sunset towards the Eiffel Tower. It's about a 3.7-mile route with about 320,000 guests set to watch from the riverbank, and about 1 billion more officials estimate watching on television around the world. So excited to have some Olympic events coming up here in the very soon or near future. That's it. Back to you guys.
Thank you. Pete, do not help kill you. Do not. All right. 5600s. All right. Markets are trading sideways. If we can get those 5610s, Michael, we're going to pull a 50 banger on that 5610s in ES.
I don't know. It was so damn long up there. Just hear me out. It was so damn long up there when I'm like, everything's very long. You guys are talking about all the levels that were up there, lack of liquidity that was up there. We have sold off. But with so many people long, I've seen this before with tilt. When I say so many people long, guys, it means tilt. We feed you guys back that data on the top of your TV screen is tilt, where you see a bias. Bias is so long. I can only assume that the similar level of majority bias to the long side was in people's personal accounts around the world. That's kind of what it's supposed to be, a tip of the hand of what would people's real orders that really push the markets probably be. Tilt gives you a fairly good indicator of that because everybody here is motivated to be correct, and then we share that data on their open positions in the tilt with a bias that says long or short.
Right. 88% long crude right now. 8% long crude. ES just trading 56.03 high of the day, 07 in the orders. Dow might be pushing new highs here. Taking a look at that Topstep daily levels. Topstep daily levels. We got them pinned to the top of the chat. We got them open, so you should have them open. See what we're looking at. We're talking about zones. Last trade in the ES, 56.03. Corresponds to just beneath, this in between zone 5 and zone 4.
D, how's that crude trade looking? I didn't even see what it's at right now.
Yeah, it's still hanging around 78.33. It just pushed to a new session high.
Nice.
We are going to be going into Euro close in about half an hour, but now there's nothing for me to do. It's still pushing higher. Not the fastest move up, but technically it's still a gap close. We're going back to value. There's nothing really too much in the way until we get to 78.50s. Yeah, we'll see.
All right, got a question in the chat from Kingpin here. I will throw it to D. Well, D, you're managing a trade along from 02, but we'll throw D and Nick here. Guys, I need advice. This is from Kingpin in the chat. Guys, I need advice. I make great entries and try to hold and end up taking losses. The ones I close early mostly turn out to be good ones to hold. What should I do to fix this? Nick, we were just talking about this this morning. Yeah, it is a good question. It's a good discussion. So how do you fix this, Nick? I think it's something you were kind of...
I found it. I had to read it again. I missed the first part of it.
You got it. Advice. I make great entries and try to hold and end up taking losses.
I think it's something a lot of us struggle with at times, but if you have a good entry, then you should also be trusting your stop in that situation and not getting married to that position. If it goes against you, you should kind of know when you're wrong and potentially, reevaluate what you're thinking, I guess, is a great entry if you're getting stopped out and then it falls, to where you were, your take profit or wherever it may have been, because then realistically your stop probably should have been your entry. So maybe you're evaluating, where exactly you think a good entry is, and then where is the market typically going to then either stop you out or running before it then rolls over, in theory, if you were, let's say, looking for a short. But as far as letting kind of the, when it is in your favor, letting it ride, it's important to have a realistic place of, where the price action may go. I know historically I'm a scalper, so I'm looking for 20 to 30 points. But when you get out of that mindset of I'm only looking for my scalp in theory, and you look at, let's say, the actual chart, or you look at candlesticks and you actually say, okay, if this trade moves in my favor, where is price action likely to take it? And that's where my take profit in theory should be. So you're letting the trade actually play out to where a reasonable, thing, like we were saying when I took my short here this morning, but where likely are we going to find buyers? And it was in that 960 to 940s area. And we did. They kind of held it up, and then we rolled back a little bit further. So that's where it makes sense to take some off, maybe hold a runner, look for a little more. But that's what I am trying to still work on and get better at. It's actively having a true target that makes sense where price should go, not only me taking my points and running.
Well said. There you go. Watching it real live out in front. MP, we might be getting these 5610s in the ES.
Yeah, I saw this.
See if we make a new high here.
While I'm getting stopped out on a short in my personal, I'm jumping over to the house, and I'm going to be the best damn executor you're ever going to see, Dre.
We got three check marks. Obviously, market conditions have changed a bit. We might not get it. The sellers keep coming back in here at this level. This is the third time we've seen these sellers come back in.
It might be the case of waiting for the time to be closer to Euro close, because there's typically more liquidity and volatility around the Euro close, so that might push us there.
Still no liquidity really above us of any substantial size.
91% long crude. Heavy tilt. 72% long NQ right now, MP. 72% long NQ.
72, right?
Currently have a triple top in the S&Ps.
That's what I'm seeing too. On the 5 minute, I see that, John.
Yep. It ain't gonna hold.
It will not. Third time's the charm, Michael.
Yeah, I mean, we got a tilt getting a little tilty to the long side.
Ring a ding ding. Ring a ding ding.
Ring a ding dinger.
I love it.
Wondering if the S is going to pop to like 18s.
So we don't like those 10s anymore. 10s are off.
I mean, we could scale in on a 5 all the way up to that if we're still liking the whole thing. And I'm getting that.
Hey, Jay, hit me up. Yeah, all right, Jay's hit me up right now as we speak. My man Jay, always quick with it, man. Love it.
So we've got the anchored VWAP off the all-time high bar on the 30-minute chart coming in at 56.13 and a quarter. And if you look on my charts, you'll see that has held every time it's been
13s?
approached.
Oh, yeah. All right. 10s to 13s.
Level, what was that level?
13s.
What's that, Dre?
13s. 13s in the ES, right?
Yes. Yeah, I've got it on my chart. You can see where it's anchored from.
Jump over to John's chart. What stop is everybody talking about?
That's the question. So here it is. There's the all-time high. This pink line here is the VWAP anchored off that all-time high. It came, checked it here. Now here we are heading back towards it. It just gives us that opportunity to limit risk. I mean, I wouldn't risk more than 8 points on this.
I quite like 8 to 9.5 points usually in ES because it gives you the chance to react if it doesn't go well. And if it does go well, you can always add, and then move the stop closer.
Can't get them.
We have done that before in the house account.
I mean, we are at risk of having a failed upside auction, but it's not a very big one.
There's always a risk of neutral day as well, which would be in our favor if we are in a failed auction short.
100%. Yep.
Cool.
89%, 90% long in crude. I'm just watching you. It's funny. Hey, quick update from our live trader update here at Topstep. Real trades, real execution. These are real P&Ls, folks. Real P&Ls. Brian P up $3,800. Dennis M. Spelled my way my dad spells it though. And $2,500 up. Not pronounce his name, but sorry. $2,300. Joanne, I see your name on here at least 3 or 4 times a week. It feels like 3 times a week, Joanne. I'm always seeing you on here. Up $5,800. Jaziel up $4,500. D up $126 round scratch. Nick for a tick and nothing. We should up.
No trades.
That's not electric. Yep, no trades. No trades. Thank you. Sellers come. Wow. They're just not going to let us get the 10s. That's what this is, Michael. We just are not going to get the 10s.
Literally rejected. Made a new high and then rejected right off
Unreal.
it.
Yeah.
Unreal.
My personal count emotions right now are just, I just got stopped out short. So fell apart.
Look at these sellers.
That was a pretty violent rejection right there. Was there news? That was violent.
There's 10s.
It's 100 points in a 2-minute candle on NQ.
Yes, it was.
Euro close coming up, guys. That's what that is.
Wow, we're still selling. What the hell happened?
Yeah, Eddie, nothing
20
on the
minutes.
wire.
This happens very frequently. It's not going to be the wire. This is the European effect.
Nothing updated here.
Nothing I see. Yeah, that was just liquidation of loss.
That's what that was. That was a hell of a liquidation. 6,400 contracts in the 1-minute candle.
We did see some positive delta up at those highs there. And was that enough to cause this?
Just will not let us get
that
the tens.
that was just.
I mean, it's Monday. It's not that it's not that much volume in general. So whenever we're not having like big days where like everybody's trading, and it is summertime, at some point we should get those slower summer days that do lend themselves to these sort of moves. You don't have to have any news; it just sort of happens, and you're like, what was that? And it's just, markets that are easier to move with less size around about the times of day when there's that changeover of players. So, Europe closes, they have to close their positions. That's inadvertently going to have an effect on the New York equities and exchanges. And the same thing happens with Tokyo into London, and even to a degree Frankfurt into London as well.
Nice trade, JT Irving. I had a bluebell for me.
One of the things that was added here is that Democratic nominee Harris will be speaking at 10:30.
Oh,
what? Speaking. Oh, she's gonna. Oh,
that was just crazy. You basically traversed the entire session's value in like a 30-second candle on the Nasdaq.
All right. Fire stepped in. MP. Oh, man.
All roads. All roads.
Well, yeah. It's unreal.
JT, I don't know if you heard me. Good. That was a good trade, even if you did take it off a little bit early. But say hi to Bluebell for me.
He's gonna blow. He's popping top.
Me? No.
You got
Michael.
Processing my short frustration.
I don't blame you, man. That was brutal. What's up, James?
And then now, if I get short
Michael,
right now at the 10, go ahead.
All good. I just want to let you know your new XFA is ready, or it should be. And then also, Jack is in Wyoming this whole week, but I sent out a carrier pigeon, and the carrier pigeon just got back for those stats. In June, with a 5-lot runner, you would have made around $150,000 with only $15K worth of heat.
My goodness. That was the trade. Michael, but then when we start doing it, it lasted 3 days.
So I hear we're actually getting roughly the same fill we would have had on the open. Here's your 10s. 3-lot long 10s. The whole market on open, yes, I missed the order, but really the markets are right back where they were at the open. So I just got this account, and we're still doing the case study. We're going to tell you how many times we blew out. We're using our DLL, and how many times on the market on close, when they close the position automatically later at the end of the market, when the market closes, and then we'll track it. We'll track this case study.
We are long. Wait, we're long from 10, you say? Long from 10?
No, this is on that XFA case study, long only, market on open. Yeah. No, I'm getting nothing on the house account. Michael, you should do this or that.
We're good. All right, really quick while we watch this. All right, Eddie, we got some housing. We got about 40 minutes left here in Fast Markets. Eddie, I want to throw it to you for some plugs. A little bit behind schedule. All right, Eddie, jump on in. Let's get some plugs going.
Plugs.
I'm going to jump off.
We got plugs.
2 seconds. Go ahead.
Okay. I'll go for a second. Hey, if you are one of the Topstep VIPs and you have that VIP experience.
VIP.
Yes. Those first ever VIP experience received an email from us on Friday and started trading last night. In the incoming weeks, we're going to provide updates on how each of the teams are doing and bring VIPs on to talk about their experience. Also, journaling. That is our Topstep tip of the week here. Last week, we debuted journaling with Topstep X. And if you are, there were some people asking about it here. If you've got, there you go, we got that up there. You can follow along here with my pointer on my chart. Go to your performance dashboard calendar. all the way over to the left, and it's the lines here, the market lines with the 3 stars. Click on that. Make your journal entries. You can find these. Just scroll down a bit. Scrolling down, scrolling down, scrolling down, scrolling down. And here's where they are, where you can each and every day. Okay, each and every day I put an entry in. Let's go to our last day, Friday, when I traded here. I had one trade, and I put it, here's the journal that you're going to have. You're going to want to add journal. One trade, made a good trade, locked it out right away. I had a very good trade. First trade, and that was it. Save your journal, and then it's going to be there. It's going to save journal over here, and you are good to go. Click back again. So each and every day, and if you want to make journal comments on different trades, you can do that here. Over to the left-hand side, if there's a certain trade that maybe you weren't too sure about or you had a good run with, you can journal here. And this is where you're going to be journaling for each individual trade. So this plus Topstep Performance Dashboard featuring Coach T. Let's go back to Coach
Guys,
T.
we have a, hold on, Eddie. Eddie, hold on. We have a big sell-off.
Yeah,
we have a big dumping.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
We'll get back to that.
So we're trading the 80s, 1980s. Short up in the.
I mean, I'm sitting here like, are we just this thin? Like we just are melting like 50 points at a time.
Feels like
Thank
it.
you.
What price are you short from?
We were at 940. I was looking to potentially reshort 960 and we didn't get a shot.
Right.
Express account already taken about 1,500 heat. Just
No, come on.
No, Express. This is the case study.
Okay.
Yeah. And it's they're like, why wouldn't you get out or not? It's not a market on open, get long, market on close, cover.
It's an experiment.
That's the case study.
Yeah.
We're gonna experiment. Thank you. Experiment.
Let's see if
what was that?
NQ wants to stay below initial balance.
We got a failed upside auction in the S&Ps, potential failed downside auction in the NASDAQ. You got to see if the NASDAQ wants to accept value from Friday.
They never gave us those 10s, man. Brutal.
It was 2 points away, 2 handles away.
Yep.
Sometimes what doesn't happen is as important as what does.
True.
Exactly.
Very true. We weren't going to chase. Let the market come to us. So VWAP in the dot. We'll see that crude tilt still 80% long. 80% long. D long from $78.02. Pretty in the green.
So from what I hear, Gbo, I love the journal, but it disappears when the count is busted. Can I separate? They understand that one. All the information is still there, and I believe they're going to work towards making it so you
we
can
are
still.
working on that.
Thank you. That's a Topstep X only feature.
So presumably there's going to be like a database where you can go back.
Yeah. We're doing all. I mean, if you look at the bottom of Topstep X, you see version 1.3.5. And we started with version 1. I told you, everybody, when we launched, this will not look like it does here. And it's a new platform that allows us to build from scratch that works with a community of traders rather than just an execution platform that is basically, I don't know, majority of other platforms that you can trade with is just execution. Hey, this provides you more. All built into one, so you don't need to have all that other subscriptions or whatnot at other whomevers.
70% short in Qs.
Do a rain dance to get your stats into other.
Yeah.
Rain dance. What's your rain dance look like, Michael? No, I'm kidding. All right, 78% short, 69% short ES. Still selling. 26 in the orders, high of the day in NASDAQ.
version, very, very bottom left of your Topstep X platform where you can log out. There's the version number.
How about this poll? Good job. Here we go. When do you journal your trades? I like this. While trading, end of the day, or I don't journal.
I said end of the day.
Yeah, you could do a blend of it, but yeah.
Journal. I
feel like when I do it at the end of the day, it sort of keeps me accountable through the day because I'm going to have to like explain to myself why I was doing trades rather than the middle of the day. It's like, oh yeah, I did a trade. It sucked.
Will Murray, you should do a segment on how you trade the ladder. Well, I don't. I'd rather join a segment on how you trade the ladder at this point in my trading career. Very frustrated. Maybe it's because
he's frustrated right now. He's very, very frustrated right now, folks.
Well, I mean, you do when you get short
money,
and you're money 60 handles lower, right when you get stopped out. Whatever. It is what it is. I'm not the best trader. I'm going to say that always. We've created the firm so that at some point in your career, it's going to get harder and harder. Typically does in the history I've watched traders. They have great 3 to 5 year windows when they start hitting it. And then you're supposed to be able to park that money, take payouts, park that money somewhere. Because you never know when you just can't play in the league anymore. Like Moneyball. We know there's an end. We just don't know when it is. Great movie. I can watch that one over and over again. But the point of the story is, and then you can help lead others and you can help grow. Or you can provide a foundation for people to prove themselves and get behind them with your capital or your motivation or your whatever guidance of helping them understand themselves in the markets. Eddie and Hoag and Andre, I know have coached hundreds, if not thousands, of traders. It's well into the thousands by now, I guess, right? Wouldn't you say? E-money?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
E-money.
Oh, yeah.
E-money.
Oh, yeah. Thousands. A cast of thousands.
And I know you guys are proud, I as well. Proud as hell to help people find their groove. So that being said, we look to others to learn from, as we do also, do this and talk and bring you guys in. So that's kind of the whole MO.
You love Moneyball. I didn't know you love that movie so much.
Oh yeah. Brad's so hot. I mean,
I was gonna say I knew you were your guy. You got a crush on Brad Pitt.
No.
You like Brad Nick. What's he talking about, Nick? What is he talking
about? What's the guy's name? It's a true
Jonah
story,
Hill.
right?
I thought you were more of a Jonah Hill kind of guy.
I am a Jonah Hill guy.
He's so hot.
Hilarious.
And he's gonna make a new low here.
New lows.
All right, here we go.
Selling off here.
Falling out of bed.
Thank you, selling off.
Just
All right,
and give me a shot to reoffer. Come on.
Nope. Wow.
Just 100 handles.
19,000. 860. 19,000. JD, I'm going to come to you for stats 2 here in the next 30 minutes. Timely, so we'll definitely get those in.
We're just melting.
4-hour high demand right here, right now, Michael. 4-hour high demand, zone 9. We just entered.
I know.
Right here, right now, 4-9.
Okay, I got to get short memory about being short. All right, we got 76% short. We got a short, very strong short bias happening in ES and NASDAQ.
You just got those 4 nines.
You said 4 nines right here?
We got 47s.
I did say earlier the next place you'd probably catch the knife would be 840s.
Yep. So just got 2 check
So
marks.
it could bounce here. You need ES to kind of stay in the bounce range, though.
I took a 5 lot on the 50s, and I'll get the 40s if you guys still like the 40s on the house.
+5. Friday value area high. 19,847. Nick likes those as well. He likes 40s. So we got 2 and 2. We can work this range. Work the zone.
Euro close. It may get weird.
200. Nope. 5 from 850. 850 was on the board. We're on from 850. 850.
Okay. Okay, now I'm in a 5 lot. I had a 1 lot queued up for some reason.
So what's our position for the board?
40 long 47s, 5 lots. We'll look to average in on the 40s. And then if it does fall out of beds, where are we wrong? 20s?
Where are we wrong? Yeah. Yeah, 20s, I'd say.
John, any input?
I got TPO value high from Friday at 826. Okay. That to me is the real kind of value acceptance area level. So 820s, I think you're wrong.
We're long from 44 right now. Average price.
10 times?
10 times.
Plus 10. 18,000. 844. 8 plus 10, 18,844.
Buyer's trying.
19,000.
I like
19,000. I'm sorry.
Right off that 40.
18,000 would be really sweet. Right after those 40s.
Yeah, we don't want
the money.
We don't want those people listening to slam on the brakes, pull over, and start slinging stuff.
18,000. What?
Gotta get over 85 again, though.
All right.
Yep. All right, guys, listen to Nick. He's talked about 85s. There's your 60s. There's your 54s. There's your 52s. This thing's moving. 19,850 range. 860. Like the auctioneer that was last night at the charity event we were at, Andre.
What'd you buy? Did you bid on anything?
Buy anything good?
Yeah, what'd you buy?
I bid on a castle in Bordeaux that you could stay at for four weeks.
I thought you were going to buy a castle. I thought you were going to buy a castle in Bordeaux. That would have been sick.
No, this is...
Yeah, I thought that's what that was going to.
G, we're partying in Bordeaux if he bought that castle. I'll meet you in Bordeaux, G, if he gets that castle.
Gonna make it an Airbnb.
No, he would.
No, we
totally
missed that one. This is a Topstep. It was a Topstep donation. It's a Challenge Aspen, guys. It's the coolest one. They help people that are disabled, veterans that are going through anything or disabled, get on the snow. And all that kind of stuff.
We went skiing with them the last.
You see them out, and it's a whole incredible organization that just helps folks with disabilities participate in water skiing, paddle boarding, all that kind of stuff.
It's a moment of truth right here.
Reflex bounced to 60s and then came right back.
Yeah, what does that tell you?
That we're probably going lower.
Yeah, there's it right here.
Here's your 29s. I added 5 down here in the 30. But if it breaks at 20s or 15s, we're in a little trouble.
We're long 15 from what price?
The average price is 40 now.
Yeah, I like it. Take a look at tilt. Tilt's still short. NQ 71% short. NQ.
Mm-hmm.
Volume TPO value high from Friday 926. 926. Want to see it hold there.
826, John.
826. Yeah, my bad.
I was doing the same thing. I did the exact same thing. That's why. 826. Hold the 826 is.
Yeah, well, it did touch it, John.
How's count long? 15.
Yeah, that ripped down.
It got real close.
It got really close.
The Topstep daily levels here on this trade. We are in zone 8. Look at the zones here on the NASDAQ. Zone 8.
850s to 810s. Interesting. 810s is a little nerve-wracking now.
Now we've got single TPOs above price.
What does that mean?
It means that this move is pretty substantial. If those TPOs hold, we're going lower.
Would you shave, guys, or would you keep it on?
We got to get to the
I don't love this below the 40s.
You don't love it below the 40s.
Hold it.
882 is where we have to get to. No, I'm out.
26 is selling.
Now we're inside value.
ES is going to take out low of the day.
You held it.
I added 5 more. I added 5 more at 22.
Love
Just
it.
a little heads up.
What's our average price?
Well, no, I mean we're busted out in the 15.
Stopped out.
No. We didn't get stopped out. We're still in. But I'm saying our stop is from where we're at right now.
So a bit of a moron trade, maybe.
I thought we were playing the range of the 27s that you were liking, and the 40s.
I like it.
And then we said anything below 20s is a bust out. That's how I read it. No, we just got stopped out. So
we flat.
There we go with that one.
Is,
so yeah,
this is value acceptance, perhaps now.
The 40s.
Good.
Paused. Well, we played it.
I know. What's our P&L? What's house company?
847s, 835s. We had the
you just get bottom
zone 8.
Oh yeah, these are good.
See, the interesting thing in the ES is that the value high is holding that 55.77 area. That's holding.
Yeah, we got bottom ticked. 1720s.
Oh,
1720s.
See, this is why I like to use, it's sort of a guide a lot of the times when I'm looking at NQ levels if I'm going to do that. Because every time I try to trade NQ, most days it just slices through its levels, and then ES gets level, and then NQ follows like a nice little twin. Maybe that's something to take into consideration going forward. Just look at both levels, try and find confluence, and then position accordingly.
House accounts flat.
It'll be
down 7 grand. House, it's okay. House accounts flat.
We have.
Are you still in your
room?
Yeah, we do. Oh,
still in crude oil. Yeah, we had a wiggle for the euro close, which normally shakes a lot of people out, but it's getting too late for a failed auction in crude oil, so I'm gonna stay in this trade to see if we can get to the value low around 78.60. I'm probably gonna keep it all the way through till about 2 p.m. Central. My time zones.
Yeah, I do. So you're trying to calculate.
That will be the end.
More sellers coming in here. New low.
There we go.
Flush.
Value acceptance. Maybe not in the S&Ps, but NASDAQ.
Yeah.
Dow selling off. Vice President's about to speak. She's about to step to the podium.
It's going to get jumpy.
Could be. Depending on what she says.
I can't imagine.
So technically in ES, we have a neutral day, but not matter much. If she's yapping.
We did just have a 6 and 3 month auction too.
Is it bad?
I don't know. Trying to find out.
Nothing. No.
Could be some.
Basically, what was previous 3 months 5.19, previous 5.19.
Good rate.
6 month 2.85, previous 2.85.
All right, JD, I'm going to throw it to you for some more stats, leaderboard stuff. We'll try to get that in before the vice president begins to speak. So, JD, jump on in here. We're good to go with the leaderboard.
Yeah,
stats.
we sure are.
And, all right, cool, man. Let's do this
quick.
All right,
first up, we got our XFA P&Ls from Friday. All right, Joseph had a huge day trading the NQ, more than $43,000. Adrian, who's back on the leaderboard today, close to 38 grand, also trading the NASDAQ. Anchor spread some love around trading the NASDAQ, the micro NASDAQ, silver, and micro silver. The biggest chunk of Anchor's profits came from the micro silver, by the way, $13,153 trading micro silver. Actually, Anchor was actually copying trades across a pair of XFAs for a total profit of what was it? Hang on, I just had it. It was around $46,000 for the day.
What?
A lot of dough trading silver for sure.
On micros?
Micro silver.
Hold on, 46,000 on micros.
Oh no, it was 26,000 on micro, 46,000 total. So I'll break that down again. So
silver's 25,000.
Yeah, all I have is his micros total. So in one account, trading micro silver 13,153. So just about 26,000 across two accounts trading micro silver for a total of $46,800 trading 4 different markets total. Big day there, spreading a lot of love around. All right, then we've got Nick P with more than 20 grand trading the NASDAQ, and Ronald with a nice day trading the NASDAQ and gold futures. All right, here is our leaderboard for today, the bottom half. Starting at the top, Nick for a tick is moving back up on the list. Small drawdown on Friday, still popped up 3 rungs on the ladder. Nick was in 9th place on Friday. Kingway also moved up a notch despite a $6,000 drawdown. Young suffered a $22,000 drawdown across 5 XFAs, dropped from 6th down to 8th. Drayton, back on the list, picked up close to $4,600, trading the NASDAQ and S&P, moved up from 11th place on Friday. And Adrian, who we just saw on the XFA P&L board, that $38,000 day on Friday was good enough to pop back into 10th place. That's the bottom half. All right, here are your top 5.
All of you are simply quite terrible. Y'all suck.
Hey. Wow.
There's a lot of y'all suck sound bites.
Let's go.
Let's go.
These guys definitely suck. Not really, though. Here we go.
Yeah.
All right, starting at the bottom, Edward G made a big move on Friday. Copy trades across 5 XFAs for a total of $82,000 in profits. Jumped from 208th place up to 5th place. That's a big move right there. I think we're going to hear a little more about Edward from Mick on the shoulder tap in just a little bit. Then we've got Sadara, also had a nice day. Sadara spread close to 40 grand across 3 XFAs, jumped from 10th place back up to 4th place. Then no change to the top 3, same order as Friday. Quinn, we saw, took that big $40,000 payout last week. Nice job, Quinn. Brian took a bit of a hit, about $22,000 across 1 live account and 5 XFAs, and is just barely holding on to 2nd place right now. Just a couple $100 difference between 2nd and 3rd place. And Raphael did not trade on Friday. Still firmly planted into 1st place, though.
Raphael.
Sometimes no trade is the best trade, right? All right. There is your leaderboard for the day. Catch you guys later.
Thank you.
I'll be back with the Series 3 question whenever you're ready.
Oh, Nick, all eyes on you after your study session on Sunday.
I think I'm just in a blur. It's the formulas. It's the verbiage of what they're using, the option spread that they're using, and then remembering which way you're supposed to subtract, add, calculate, multiply. Yeah, my brain was like melting yesterday.
Yeah, where are you at with it? What chapter or whatever units level?
I finished.
Or whatever.
I finished my book. I'm just now doing like practice tests, and I'm getting too many math parts wrong on the spreads and option ones.
Cash minus futures equals basis. I mean,
there we go. Here we go.
It's those. It's like you can. I guess some of the practice tests, like they have the same answer, profit or loss, and then you just get in your head about it. It's like, oh, it's $8,000 in profit, or it's an $8,000 loss. Then you're trying to like do the math and like think about the way it's worded and what it's exactly asking. So yeah, I just kept.
Do fine.
I think I'm just overthinking it.
Well, I'm not going to ask you on air.
I'm going to try to do it in like 2 or 3 weeks.
Don't do this.
Okay. All right. Cool. Awesome. I assume Topstep team is going to have somebody finish it this month or early next month. It would be really good to be fast follow with Nick. Fast follow Nick.
These 40s are going to be good. ES building a bit of a base here, around 55.77.
Can we reoffer a little higher, like at 880s, please?
Oh man, dude.
I mean, that's a whipsaw. The house account gets smoked on a tick, on a down or on a. It wasn't the low.
They were good.
The low was 11. We got stopped out of 17. That's
so lame.
And then personal. I got stopped out on the short up there. It's
one of those days.
It's a good
Monday.
It's a good fade day. It's a good fade day.
I'm not even getting something to reoffer.
The S&Ps are now getting into value from Friday.
Yeah.
They're hitting the hammer on this thing.
So John, let me ask you a question. When we have such a flimsy extension to the upside, that's like very one tick. Do you consider that a neutral day, or would you just think, it was just a bit of a slip?
Well, I mean, because it's traded both sides of the initial balance, I would consider that a neutral day.
Yeah.
And, now we're at risk of acceptance of value from Friday, which might lead us lower.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean,
I don't know. I would still ping it back to the middle. Yeah, range bound. Yeah.
It's only 2 ticks, but it's still excess on the high.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
All right. I'm seeing some people in the chat saying the presser has been moved to 3 p.m. But on the screen, I'm seeing that they're gathering right now to speak. So keep an eye on that. I don't know if the markets are reacting to something like this, but keep an eye on that.
They're just doing a photo op, and then they're going to show back later.
Is that what this is? Those people have to sit in the crowd for like 3 hours, 5 hours?
Yeah,
so you're going to look back and be like, this is my house. They're in front of the White House, aren't they?
Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah. You ever been there, Michael? You ever been to the White House?
No, I haven't been a DC visit yet. I do hear it's a good time. Anybody here from DC?
Oh, I'm sure we got some DC in the house, right? DMV, DC, Maryland, Virginia.
One of my best friends, my childhood friend, she works for the Department of Defense, so she's in Washington, D.C.
There you go.
Oh, here we go. All right, guys, sweet.
Yep.
There's some DC, Northern Virginia. Yes, I live here.
All right, well, I'm seeing the vice president. I'm seeing the vice president walk up to the podium right now.
Okay, so
this is about
trade 823.
I don't know what's going
on. And fireworks.
Even if we're
2, 1.
834 last trade. The NQ 71% long ES right now. 71% long ES. DC in the house, Maryland in the house, Virginia in the house, Montreal in the house. Awesome.
Andre, we were at the dead lows here in the S&Ps. We've got positive 1800 delta. That's a little bit of a divergence, nothing tremendous. NASDAQ delta is congruent with direction. It's minus 4200.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So if we get our failed downside auction in the S.
Could be.
Potentially, yep.
Shorts are stuck.
It feels like they're still stuck from Friday, or at least it did out of the gate today.
Crude oil pushing back up to the session high.
Do you stay in that long, D? I'm sorry. We should just get an update on your trade. Do you stay in that long? Because I saw it sold off.
Still in that long, yes. I do not let the euro close to shake me out unless we're reversing relevant levels. There were none at the time, so I decided to stay in.
D, I need to watch a replay of the London session from you. I've been meaning to do that.
I did a copper.
Oh, yeah. D, let's talk about
the end of the session.
How's it going, D? How do you like how things are going so far?
Yeah, it's going well. I mean, I'm shocked at the amount of people that are turning up. I thought I'm going to have like maybe 200-300 people. And we've been consistently getting, I think, over 1,000, which is insane.
Yes.
So I was like, okay, people are awake. That's nice,
Yes.
And I think they're enjoying it. There's a lot of great questions. Usually we find one trade. Sometimes it's very late towards the end of the stream, which is a feature of London. But yeah, it's been great. I'm really enjoying it. So I've got a combine that's kind of like proof of concept sort of thing going. And well, actually, I can show the stats.
Or sellers.
So yeah, it's literally something that I'm going to be doing just for London. So I'm doing usually one
Means
trade.
I got to get up
for
even
London.
earlier now.
Here we
So
go.
yeah, be sure tune in 3:30 a.m. Central, 4:30 a.m. New York Eastern Time, 9:30 a.m. London time. Opening call London with D.
Here we go.
Yep.
These
Ooh,
are the
look at that
trades
green.
that I've been doing. Yeah.
Ooh.
So I literally do one for each session. This one I was showing people how to partial a trade, so just doing nonsense trades on the first day. But the rest of it, there we go, 4 days. So just one trade, slowly pushing. And we are now at about 4,100 profit in about 4 days, so almost halfway to the target.
Beautiful.
So I'm going to keep doing that, and another sort of
Wow.
little XFA from that. So yeah, just one trade. That's it.
I love it.
I got to get up earlier. Want to watch?
Oh,
all right, JD.
Well, I mean, you already get up early, don't you, though, John?
Pretty much. Pretty much.
Yeah.
All right, folks. All right. Guess
Boom,
what time
JD.
it is?
Get in there,
Ding, ding,
JD.
ding.
Get in there, JD.
Here we go.
Where's the graphic?
James, you ready for this? We got a Series 3 question for you. Bit of a brain teaser. Shouldn't be too difficult, Nick, if you've been studying. But again, read the questions thoroughly before answering. All right, here we go. The open trade equity in a trader's account is calculated based on A, the maintenance margin plus or minus the realized profit and loss. B, the maintenance margin plus or minus the unrealized profit and loss. C, the initial margin plus or minus the realized profit and loss. Or D, the initial margin plus or minus the unrealized profit and loss.
Hold on. All right, we got the poll up here. Okay, hold on. Let the poll cook for a second. All right. Open trade.
Hey, this is a Nick for a tick first because Nick, you're taking the test next. I would have my. I'm gonna write down mine just so I don't copy you.
Yeah, I'll write down mine too.
And then this will make it more fair.
Hold on.
I'm blind.
Open trade. Right?
Okay, I got mine.
So
it's definitely unrealized. It's definitely unrealized.
So,
yeah,
definitely honest.
I'm talking to myself. Did you hear that? Shoot. You weren't supposed to hear that.
I'm talking to myself as well.
You never talk to yourself, Michael?
You're helping. I'm looking for Nick. He's the next one in line.
I think it's D, but I'm wondering if I'm reading it wrong.
That's what I got too. That's what I picked.
I mean, maintenance doesn't really matter until you trigger something, and everything's unrealized because it's risk on the table.
It's an equity, yeah.
That's. Okay.
Are we ready?
I will hear. Yeah, chat. Shoot, John wants to be.
Not saying
all right.
a word.
Well, you guys called it.
Well, John, if you think differently, then say it because you're taking the test as well.
I'm thinking D.
Oh.
Well, looks like everybody's on the same page. Yes, this question definitely requires the knowledge of knowing the difference between initial margin and maintenance margin. The answer is, in fact, D. The open trade equity is calculated based on the initial margin deposit plus or minus any unrealized profit or loss on the open contract position. Nice job.
Good job, everybody.
See, it's these ones I'm okay with.
It was a little tricky, but not bad.
Those are okay.
It's the ones you need this for.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's just the math questions. I used to hate those when I was in my level 4. It kills me. It was horrible. You That's with 13 equations. Just like, why?
All right, cool. Gabe, let's do it. And let's do, Gabe, if you are ready, jump on in with hashtag fast markets. Keep trying to push lower here. Vice President is speaking, but it seems to be, all right, sounds good. GD. You got that question right, Michael?
We can hit fast markets really quick.
Yeah,
Andre.
I got the test right too, Andre.
Let's do it. Let's do it, James.
All right, coming up first from Ronald H. We all suck. Got his realized P&L, 1,267.
Beautiful.
And I'm thinking they're getting this trend from another Twitter account out there.
Hold on.
Wait a minute.
Hold on. Yeah, y'all. I did that this morning. Some people are like, something about my like positivity. I'm like, yeah, it is positivity if you join the show. But who? Hold on. Go back to that last one.
You got 1,200 views.
We all suck. I like it. Okay, cool. I like.
We all suck. We are Groot. Moving on, we got Little Miss Crypto. She's got soccer mom duties going on, but she brought her young Padawan to see his grandparents in my childhood room. But this time I brought my mini projector. Can't miss fast markets.
Nice.
That's
finally got a TV in my room. I know that sentiment all too well.
Awesome.
Nothing but moving out of your parents' house and being like, I will put a TV in my room. Thanks, Mom.
There's some look at that.
Them got kicked out of the office today. Wife's working from home, so here we are in the kitchen.
Cool.
What a beautiful wolf. That is a wolf.
That is a husky. I can confirm they do love to den like that in spots and corners.
They do. You have one?
Mm-hmm.
Hell yeah, huskies are bad. Blue eyes.
Yeah, we have.
He's got one blue, one half blue, half brown.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
So Pomeranians are kind of similar to huskies, but they've been bred down, and they do that as well. They like to find a den and just sort of hide.
We also got
in here. Unreal.
Fast market contents from Lost Trader. When your trade profit, your take profit hits an overnight trade, but it's in a profit account.
Oh no!
I cry.
Oh no!
Always check that account number before putting something on and going to bed.
Has to.
And finally, we're going to close out the fast market submissions with everyone's favorite, Carl Hungus, Trading Shack.
Look at that.
I mean, it's I love
he's
it.
getting better with those. His Photoshop skills are getting much better. He's
much
improving.
better.
That is.
What does he use? Facetune? Is that what he uses?
What's Facetune, Michael?
I don't know. My wife's friends use it.
Yeah. What's Facetune?
It's an app that you put submissions.
Yeah. Thank you.
Hey, smells. $1,000 you missed that putt.
No game. All right.
Well,
we
got.
got.
They really.
Oh, this your wife.
Dre, didn't they really blow up?
Didn't
they really blow up a golf ball?
Yeah. I don't think the course is there anymore. They did.
Yeah.
You know, that the end of that Caddyshack where they blew everything up, they actually did not get permission to do that. And when they did it, they're like, the hell with it. You know, let's just do it because we're out of here. Planes flying over thought another airplane had crashed on the golf course. And they reported it to the tower. And soon there were police, fire trucks. Everything was over there. Great movie.
Great movie.
All right.
It's a little
6,000 buyers. Unreal. Those 40s were so
Dre, I
good.
faded myself. It was very, very hard to do, but I cut my day in half. I was down like 3,500. I'm down 1,800. I can manage 1,800. Very hard to do. I'm like, I want to get long so bad right here, and I got short. I want to get short so bad right here, and I did it just with a 3-leg. So,
all right. Well, we're gonna wrap up fast markets here. Typically do it at 57. We're gonna do a 55 now. We're trying to make a concerted effort to start these segments on time, on schedule. Let's do a quick rundown of the schedule coming up today on TopstepTV. I'm gonna pull it up. Peeps in the back will pull up that graphic as I look for the schedule coming up today. So really quick, we have schedule up. All right, what is up there? Okay, we got Peter Tuckman coming up next on Power Players. Well done, there it is. I had to buy some time. Shoulder tap, myself and Mick. See, kind of mood mixed in. See if we got some more red or green on the board. JD Hoag, group coaching. Get those questions in. We got Dolby, Hoag, Amory, Strategy Lab, Amory, and then the aforementioned Carl Hungus joining Dolby and myself for Power Hour. Then we got Dakota Slow Markets tomorrow morning, 3:30 Central. Please check out Opening Call London with the star herself right there, second from the bottom. D, keep us posted on this oil trade as it continues. Keep us posted in the chat. We'll make sure to update that. MP, nice little comeback. Nick for a tick, trade of the day, selling the 19s in the NASDAQ. But folks, stay tuned. We got a lot more. Well done, Nick. Good luck with Series 3. Anyways, we got Power Players coming up next. Peter Tuckman, a lot more trading today. It is Monday. Let's get it. Let's go.
I'll be back on in 4 minutes. Give me a minute.
Sounds good, Mr. Tuckman.
All right, this feature is called the manual lockout. I personally want to say I pushed this one to the very top. We got it done. What's the manual lockout? Well, here at Chicago Board of Trade, you cannot lock yourself out of trading because you're on the trading floor. That no longer exists. Here's a risk manager to talk about how important a manual lockout is.
Never had that option here. Super important to control your emotions. We've got it on TopstepX.
It will cut you out of your trading for the day if you hit the manual lockout button. Lock it up. That's locking up your profitable trading day.
Welcome, everybody, back to Power Players, coming to you live from Wall Street, outside the New York Stock Exchange, the most photographed man on the floor, the Einstein of Wall Street, Mr. Peter Tuchman, on the move in Manhattan. Love to see it. Love this action shot. A little walk and talk with Mr. Peter Tuchman. All right, Mr. Tuchman.
Hey, got the walk and talk. What's up, guys? How's everybody doing?
Not much. Doing okay. Good. Okay. We are in some crazy times these days. The President of the United States is dropping out of the race, pretty much leave the door open for the running his opponent to win. What kind of effect, politics aside, how does this affect the markets moving forward? What's the general consensus down there by you?
You know what? Look, we came in this morning. I've always talked about the fact when people talk about the election, that elections have absolutely no effect on the market whatsoever. Obviously, there was a lot of anxiety last week. I don't think it had much to do with the assassination attempt and/or the fact that Baiynd was questionable, whether he was going to be in the race. Last week was about rotation, was about inflation, about interest rates and all that. So that was not the case leading into the weekend. However, there's obviously some uncertainty around the whole situation. Markets love clarity. They hate uncertainty. So this kind of maybe put a little bit of a powder release. Look, we had a rough week last week. The question was, are we going to have follow through on the downside with tech getting eviscerated? A lot of people lost a lot of money in their portfolios last week. So was there going to be follow through this week on that whole story? It turns out that this gave it perhaps either there are two choices, either that we were done with the sell-off, with the consolidation and rotation, and that we were bound to bounce back after 2 days of a sell-off, because we know we have not seen a prolonged sell-off for a long time, or was the market going to sell off? And this little boost, it got a little boost from the Biden story, and it gave it some clarity, uncertainty off the table, and now we're rallying back. We did rally on the opening. I didn't really get a sense this was look, the policies are completely different between the Dems and the Republicans. The market doesn't really care about either of them. Obviously, there are going to be sectors that are more Trump-friendly or Democrat-friendly or Republican-friendly. Obviously, electric vehicles, solar, crypto, energy, blah, 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 tends to be, not the Republican story. And obviously, the Republican story is going to have some questionable stuff relative to tariffs on China and obviously all that kind of other stuff. But there's not a big overlying story in the Biden thing as it relates to the market. Market opened up higher, sold off early morning. The rally enthusiasm faded, and now we're bounced back to a positive level. We're up 25 handles on the SPY. So we're coming out of the gate with a little bit of positivity.
Good stuff. All right, so we saw the Dow make new all-time highs last week, I want to say, and now we're seeing the Dow trading around 40,500, S&P trading around 5,600. Is this a healthy pullback? Is there more to this downside movement, would you think?
I wouldn't even call it a pullback. The market's been going up for 18 months. 2 days of a sell-off, percentage-wise, it's minimal. Numbers-wise, it's minimal. When you've got a market trading at such crazy high valuations, any kind of people tend to get catastrophist over this. This is really a pebble in your shoe. It's not even a bump in the road.
Awesome. Okay, so your colleagues around you down there on the floor say this is no biggie, just a bump in, just a pebble in the shoe. I know you're short on time, Mr. Tuchman. You are on the move. So with that being said, I don't have too many more questions. If you'd like to tell us about Wall Street Academy, tell us about Wall Street Global, if you will, so kindly, please.
You know what? Wall Street Global Trading Academy is an academy teaching technical analysis and risk management. You guys get to spend time with David Green, learning that trade. You're out there trading the MES, the ES, the NQs, but you need to know the tools of technical analysis, moving average trades, never turn a winning trade into a losing trade. There are strict rules of consistency and discipline around technical analysis and risk management that make one a good trader or a bad trader. Come check us out. Go on Topstep and come collab with us. And we look forward to seeing you soon.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Tuchman. One last question. Are you recognized on the streets of Manhattan when you're walking around like this?
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. all day, all night.
Love it. Thank you, Mr. Tuchman. We're going to take a quick break. Thank you for your time. Again, go check it out. We're going to take a quick break. And on the other side of this, we got more power players. Thank you, Peter.
Thanks, buddy. Bye.
All right, welcome back to Power Players. Mr. Peter Tuchman was on the move there in downtown Manhattan, I guess. Yeah, or just downtown Manhattan. Anyways, we are joined by my partner from Power Hour, Dolby Time. What is happening, man? These markets are on the move. What are you seeing? What are you looking at?
They are. I'm not too surprised that we've stayed range bound, but I'm also not too surprised that it's been violently range bound. I think you guys mentioned earlier, or at least Coach Jay did, the books are really thin. We have a lot of earnings coming up this week. So what do we get? We get a lot of Dorito formation, a lot of big runs, and it's been very, very choppy. Very, very choppy. So if anyone made money today, y'all should feel very, very happy. And also hello to chat. How's chat doing?
Good on you. Yes, you made money. It was not easy. All right, Dolby Time, you say Dorito formation. What do you mean by Dorito formation? Pennant formation, Dorito formation? What is it to you?
You could call it that. Yep. I saw it on the 1 minute. I'm looking at the NASDAQ on the 1 minute primarily, but the Dorito is basically just a series of lower highs and higher lows. And that is the Dorito. So we did that around like 9:30 and then tried to test highs, 20,020, failed a bunch, and then just rolled over. Obviously it's way easier, in hindsight to say that stuff. So I don't really, take any pride in calling levels because you got to take the trade. You know what I mean, Dre?
Right. Yeah, you absolutely. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Hindsight. Yes, you do. Absolutely. Put your, those are only just that. If you got to take the trade.
Don't know
says
till you bet.
Dorito. Yep. Don't know until you bet. Dorito equals triangle. Thank you, JD. That's exactly what it means. That's what we're seeing in the NQ. Did bottom out here in the NQ 19,809. 19,809. House account was long from 40. House account got stopped out. Buyers are stepping back in. Low of the day in the ES, 55.72. Current trade, 55.82. Oh, just so you know, we do have Jordan joining us here in about 5-6 minutes. Jordan Dolby Time and myself. See if he wants to take some trades, talk markets. Yeah. You guys know him, recognize him, love him. Oh, geez, big tilts today. 75% long in crude. Hey, D, Market Stalker D, if you're still there, please keep us updated on that crude trade. Whole question in the chat. Do you like Doritos? Duh.
I mean, who doesn't? Dre, what's your go-to flavor?
Cool Ranch, and I'll tell you why. Cool Ranch.
Oh, yeah.
My mom, it's a true story, my mom created that flavor. The stuff that ends up on your fingers. I swear.
What
MP
is this, Dre?
I swear. That's right. Back in the 90s or so, yeah. Her and a few other, she's a microbiologist, food microbiologist, and her team created that flavor. Cool Ranch Doritos. So the stuff that ends up on your fingers.
Serious, Dre? Are you serious?
Dead serious. I'm dead serious. Wait,
I've kept that to myself. Can we get her on TopstepTV?
We can. Yeah. Asking about the Cool Ranch? Yeah, it's totally true. The stuff that ends up on your fingers. I remember she was bringing home bags of it, and it was taste tests and stuff. And sure enough, they sold the company was called Quest International. They sold the flavoring to Frito-Lay Doritos, and yeah,
wow. Is she gonna?
Yeah. True story.
Get a statue or like a plaque or something somewhere?
I don't even think she eats them at this point. But yeah, MP was there. She told the story one of the times. Yep, she did help.
That's right,
create
Dre.
that flavor. There you
Can't
go.
Use your own stash, right? Isn't that right?
Can't use your own stash. Can't get high off your own supply. Don't get high off your own supply.
Right.
So yes. I'll tell my mom. They say thank you, Mom. But yes, she's part of the team that helped develop that. Anyways, so yes, Doritos. Anyways, back to the poll. Do you like Doritos? I do like Doritos. 75% like Doritos so far.
Yeah.
All right.
Cool Ranch might be one of the best secondary flavors that's actually better than the primary flavor, because isn't nacho cheese the first one? Then it was Cool Ranch. I actually like Cool Ranch more than nacho cheese. I think a lot of people feel the same way about spicy hot Cheetos, Dre.
Ooh.
And they think spicy hot Cheetos are better than actual Cheetos.
Yes. I'm not in the flaming hot and spicy hots. I like the originals. Maybe the kids like it. Jay Cook says, yes, I will do, Jay Cook. We'll do. All right, let's get back to these markets here. Nothing on the calendar. Yep. As Eddie told us earlier this morning on Fast Markets. So we're just chilling, creeping up to all roads, George. All roads lead to VWAP in. Oh, those 40s were nice. We had to take some heat.
Dre, I do have a little consolidation action I can update you on here. This is just
can you show? Let's go.
So
yeah, please do.
Yeah, if we got I should change my resolution real quick. Go back to Dre's face for just a second. While I switch
don't go on my face. We got Jordan coming in.
One up of Dre. All right.
There's Jordan. I see Jordan in the green room. When he's ready, he will bring him in. Crude! Exclamation points. Warner Burns says, crude on the move. Hopefully D is still long from $77 and $78.02. D, keep us posted. Get some buyers.
Anyways, I was just saying 19,840 is approximately the middle of like the past 2-day range. So we're kind of stuck in the middle of the middle here.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So no trade. We're just creeping.
I mean, I like the 1 min. I'm gonna be honest, Dre. There's something with the 1 min. It's resonating. It's resonating.
Trade it.
Nope. Nope. We can try trading combine, maybe.
Trade it. Pull the trigger. All right, we got gold. We got Jordan coming in here. I see him. What's up, my man? We got him coming in here in a little bit.
Let's get
sized up. Got some issues in the background. We got going on. Yeah, nothing on the calendar right now. Creeping higher. Dolby did point out on the 1 minute. On the 1 minute, are seeing a range. 1 minute, Dolby. When does this switch happen? Actually, you know what?
I don't know. I don't know, Dre. But if you want, are we on my charts? Yeah, check this out, chat. Okay, cool. Yeah. So if I go to the 5 minute, right, I don't see any ranges. Like they're not really appearing. The candlesticks are too wicky. And then you go down to the 1 minute and everything like really tightens up in the 1 minute consolidation area. So like that one is pretty small candles. Here's a 3-bar one right there. Like a long one at the top too. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 candles. That's like almost 2 5-minute bars up there. You can kind of see like how tight these candlesticks get, and that's what I'm talking about. If you can like try to find these little micro ranges in some markets, you just get on the right trend, but it helps you define your risk really well. It's cool.
I love it. Let him in.
Jordan.
There he is. Can we hear you?
What's up, guys?
Hey,
yes,
Jordan.
sir. Can you guys hear me?
All good. Yep.
Loud and clear.
Sounds good.
Perfect.
Sounds good. You're looking good. Sound loud and clear. All right, Jordan, let's get right into it. Markets are moving. You know, I've been banging this drum so much for summer doldrums back in the end of May, early June. We're like, summer doldrums going to come in. Markets are going to be slow. It's been anything but. The markets are still rocking and rolling. What's your take on the markets right now?
Right now, we're really kind of just consolidating right now. Can you guys see my my charts?
Not yet, but I think they're going to pull them up soon, Jordan.
Yeah, let's take a look at these.
Okay, I didn't know it was live. But yeah, right now the market is also just kind of consolidating. We couldn't really get a full clean move. I think we kind of failed to hold above a couple key levels. I had a first level, I'll say right now, which was right here around this 19,973.50. We kind of
say that price one more time.
19,973.50 on NQ. We rejected this area literally once, twice, 3 times. We kind of failed to kind of close above it. And then we kind of sold off. And then we bounced and we hit this previous week's low, which I marked off as 19,814.25. So right now we're kind of in this like range, in my opinion, right? I've been kind of like paying attention to this range right here. So these are the kind of levels I have kind of coming to the week. I'm not going to lie, a little bit more on the bearish side of things.
Really?
For really the overall week, and I'll tell you guys why. So, last week, we kind of had this like the evening star completion on the weekly time frame, that bearish reversal candlestick pattern that we had. Then on the monthly, you've seen that right now we kind of put in this failure to go higher, which we opened up the month of July around this 19,960. We pushed as high to all-time highs around this 20,967, and we pretty much just sold off. So for us to kind of regain this candle to make it bullish, I believe we have to kind of go up about like 400 points in the next, 7 to 8 trading days in a month. It's definitely possible. But, for me, it's like, all right, cool. What is the likelihood? This monthly is also setting up for like a reversal to the downside type of thing on a monthly chart. And then even right here on the weekly, you kind of see the same thing. So I'm a little bit more on the bear side. Even now, like we're technically still a little bullish, but even with that being said, it's like buyers are not super aggressive. They're kind of just like flat. So we'll see what this week / end of the month ends up bringing. But I'm a little bit more on the bearish side long term, especially if we're not able to reclaim this 19,814. If we're not able to reclaim that, I'll definitely be a little bit more bearish. Right now we're above it, so we'll see. But that's kind of my analysis thus far this week.
Nice. Buyers still pushing higher. Last trade 19,905 in the NQ. Last trade ES 55.86. Going right back to VWAP. I got VWAP about 19,000 even. I'll take a quick look at crude. We know D's in that trade from 78.02. Last trade 78.29.
78.
All right, Jordan, how have you been?
Oh, that's a nice one.
Yeah, 02s. Yes,
that's a great trade.
Still in there. I think she's still in there. She did take the vicious pullback, came right back to the 02s, and did bounce from there. I got you, JD. Real quick, top of the chat, we got the form pinned. Group coaching with Hoag and JD. Get those questions in. I don't know if we're light or good on questions, but always get those questions in. They will be addressed in that session. More buying coming in here.
Yeah, more buying for sure.
Sorry, so Jordan, what level are you looking to break to the upside?
Really, let's see. To the upside, I really will be looking at this level here at 20,000. Let's say 20,003 flat. That'll be my upside level. So again, I'm kind of just looking more, so I'll circle it for you guys on this chart. I'm really looking just for acceptance. We had a really kind of good week last week of trading, caught some really good trades on Wednesday, Thursday. So I'm not super like aggressive today with this price action unless we kind of get some acceptance above this key level. See here again on the hourly, we kind of like we definitely tweeter topped. You can argue we kind of triple topped here on the hourly, on the 15-minute as well. We've seen these projections. Even though we closed above it, we immediately kind of end up selling off. So I really want to see some hourly acceptance if you really want to make a move. But I think if we get that move, up, we can kind of look to target this upper target here at 20,145, which would be like a PT that I'd be looking at. So kind of see what the market brings.
All right. Jordan, you're getting a lot of props here in chat on your charts looking super clean. Do you want to kind of take us through what your setup's like and what indicators you're using?
Yeah, absolutely. So the indicators I only use is one volume, right? So that's very kind of standard. And then I use just the super trend, which that's it. Those are two indicators I use. The super trend pretty much just allows me to kind of just figure out simply what trend are we kind of in on the time frame. So simply when this color is red, means we're pretty much in a downtrend. And then when this color, let's say, is green, it lets me know that we're in an uptrend. So that's the first thing. And then secondly, I use it to kind of identify when the market is trending versus ranging. So that's been like a very key thing for me. And I think it's like a really good tool for a lot of different traders who kind of have that timing issue. And timing issues is essentially, hey, like you're really good at saying the market is going to go up, but you're either 5 minutes too early or you're 5 minutes too late. And you're that type of trader like, oh my goodness, if I just waited, 10 more minutes after the fact, I would have made X amount of dollars. Or if I would have saw this 10 minutes earlier, I would have made X amount of dollars. If that's you, this has been a really good kind of tool that I've kind of used regarding like timing. I just really looking to long the market when the market is more so trending versus we're kind of in this consolidation range type of aspect of it. And so that's kind of how I use it to kind of identify, all right, this market is now trending. I'm now good to kind of go long based on my setup. Hey, this market is trending. I'm looking to go short based on my setup. So volume and super trend is what I use. That's really about it. Volume, I don't know if I really kind of count that as an indicator, but if you guys want to classify it as, so be it.
I would. Yeah, why not?
Yeah, so then you get two indicators then is what I use. But really one. And that's kind of how I just gauge. So right now, the hourly is kind of in this bearish trend, right? However, the 15-minute is in this bearish trend, the 5 minutes also in this bearish trend, and the 2 minutes in this bearish trend. So it's like, all right, cool. I want to really see us break this level to the upside so to kind of get more buyers to kind of step along. So, we bounced from this weekly low here, which is I'll circle for you guys. This is an arrow. Yeah, I could draw an arrow.
So as long as, for that super trend, as long as it's red in the present moment, you're not taking any longs.
Yeah, I'm not really taking any longs. This is what I've back tested this so many times. I'm really kind of big on like that time frame confluency. I really like high probability trades, high probability setups. And just for me and the way I trade, I'm pretty much a very accurate trader. So I want to pretty much put myself in that best position to kind of be right. And kind of be able to kind of really execute perfectly. So yeah, like right now, for me, could kind of go long. I could go to a 2 minute and look for like a buy setup, but even still, you're seeing like, it's a slow burn up on the 2, but on the 5, you're seeing, even here, we're still kind of pulling back. So we haven't really fully decided which direction we really want to go. We're kind of just, we're making these slow moves up. So maybe we push higher. We'll see what happens. So.
Yeah, go ahead, Dre.
No, don't be talking. I was just going to just to watch these markets. We're stuck at VWAP here in NASDAQ. In the middle of the range, like Dolby Time was saying. Dolby, you were looking at the 1 minute. Are you seeing? So Jordan, you're not the biggest fan of. I shouldn't say fan, but high probability trades in range bound markets.
No,
is that because of your system? Is that because of your system, or is that personal? Why do you think that is?
It's my system. I journal obviously on TradeZella, and I pretty much have taken 500 trades in this current year. In those 500 trades, I've been like very intentional with back testing like different strategies and what kind of makes the most sense. Being a trader and being a live funding trader, and for me, it's like a very distinct difference between me trading in trendy markets than me trading in ranging markets. And like for me, when I'm trading in trendy markets, I'm like 75% or higher on my accuracy, rather than when I'm trading like in ranging markets, I'm just like 30%, 40%. And so for me, when the market is ranging, I just know for the way I trade, it just doesn't really kind of suit my style and really help me kind of make money. So for me personally, when I see the market, it's kind of like in these consolidation points when the market's not really giving us a really aggressive move. I kind of learn for myself. I kind of sit on the sidelines. But again, that's just kind of just what I like to do for myself. I know everyone has their own rules that best suits them, but for me, it's kind of just what makes the most sense for me and the way I like to trade.
Yeah, I was going to say it must be nice having an indicator that just kind of gives you the direction of like, hey, I can't go long because it's red, or I can't go short because it's green. That must make your decision process really simple, which I think is great.
Absolutely. I believe as traders, like the more simple our strategy is, really the higher the success is. I think a lot of times in that like process of trying to figure out your strategy, you're going through all these like hoops and hurdles, trying to, use this and use that. And then overall, I think after you get to a point of just like back testing and figuring out what you actually prefer, your strategy becomes very, very simple, right? I think about when I've talked to any other good trader, they have a couple, 1 or 2 setups they look for, and that's it. It's really simple. It took them a long time to find out that simplicity within their trading plan. So for me, it's just, this is it now. It's super simple. Long here, short here. If it's not that, I don't trade. I have the same. If it's not a heck yes, it's a heck no.
Yeah.
Really?
What does a heck yes look like?
Yeah, a heck yes is just like, all right, cool. Like everything is lining up from a daily, hourly, so let's just say daily chart right now, this daily candle is bullish. So right now I want to go long. So then I want the hourly to be like, I want this hourly trend to be green, 15-minute to be green, 5-minute to be green, 2-minute to be green. If that's the case, I'll then look to kind of go long. Right now, I don't have the heck yes, right? This daily candle is bullish, but this hourly still kind of red, 15 trend is red. So I could take a stab at longs, but that's not a heck yes. And I think a lot of times what happens to traders is like in a week of trading, you might have taken, let's say, 1 or 2 trades that weren't heck yeses. And you took either a big loss or a small loss. And then you catch a really good trade on Thursday or a really good trade on Friday, and you make $1,000+ And then what normally happens, you kind of go back in that week, you're like, dang, on Monday and Tuesday, if I would have just not taken this trade, I could be up X amount of dollars more.
Yeah.
That's what normally happens. You're always like, shoot, I know this trade wasn't really part of my plan, but I had FOMO, greed started to kick in, and I wanted just to take a stab. And as soon as you took a stab, you lost. And then you look back, all right, cool. If I would have just saved myself this $500 loss on Monday, for example, instead of being up $1,000 for the week, I could be up $1,500. Or if you have a red week, right, instead of having a red week, I can have a green week. I think a lot of times that is what happens is people kind of know how to make money in the market. I think what really ends up happening for a lot of different traders is like that discipline. They know how to make money, but their emotions still take over, and these like bad decisions and things that they know they shouldn't be doing, they continue to do. And it's always like this like kind of battle within of like, you're making money, but you're losing money, but then you keep losing money. So then it's like your losses are overpowering your winners, and kind of in like this forever ending cycle of a back and forth.
Right.
So.
Oh man, we're getting some props in chat, man. They that really resonated with a lot of people.
I love this guy.
Yeah.
You like the what the heck yes, heck no?
Yeah, if it's not,
No,
if it's not a heck yes, it's a heck no.
Yeah, you just don't have the space in these trading combines to take mediocre trades. You're going to get punished every single time, and it's like you have to make sure every single trade you take is a heck yes, because the market knows if you're taking a mid trade, it's just going to lose every time.
We need to apply that to the house account.
And if it wins, it's even worse. Which part?
Yeah,
the heck yes. We just need to be taking all heck yes trades, more heck yes trades, and if it's not a heck yes, Jordan said, if it's not a heck yes, it's a heck no. Is it basically right?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
All right, we touched on your journaling. You touched on your journaling really quick, Jordan. And the tip of the week here at TopStep this week is always be journaling. Journaling can help you identify your strengths and weaknesses in the market, which is very, very true. In an environment as emotional as trading, your journal is the window to understanding how your emotions change your decision-making process. And you talked about journaling a little bit ago. So I want to know, what does a typical journal entry look like for Jordan?
Absolutely. So I get super, super detailed in journaling.
Really?
And I talk about this too. Yeah, I talk about this too. A lot of like my mentees is like, do not play or mess around with journaling. So when I'm looking to take a trade, and I'll even, let's see if I can share my screen. on journaling. Is that okay, or keep it on track?
Yeah.
You guys tell me.
100%.
Yeah, that should be fine. As long as there's nothing you don't want shared on there.
Yeah,
you're that's perfect. All right, cool. Let me, pull this up. How do I let me stop sharing and let me do this again. But while I'm pulling it up, when I'm looking to journal, I'm asking myself like a series of different questions. And so the first question is like, why did I take the trade? So outside of like the regular stuff, the time, the date, the entry, long or short, I'm saying, okay, cool. What was the market condition? Was the market trending? Was the market ranging? These are serious questions I'm asking myself. Then based off that, what was my criteria for me entering the trade? And so let me see if it allows me to select a screen. All right, perfect.
I want to know what your setting in super trend is. Is it standard or do you change it?
Standard.
Okay.
All right, perfect. All right, can everyone see my screen?
Not yet. We're getting there.
Not yet.
Not yet, Jordan.
All right, cool.
I'm looking forward to seeing this, though. Really appreciate
More
you
bias.
sharing this.
Yeah, big time.
More bias. All right, cool. So it should be showing now. But all right, so I'm looking at why did I take this trade? So I'm looking at this setup that I took. So for me,
it's not up yet,
when I go
just
short,
so you know.
It's not showing up yet.
Jordan, no, it's still on the trading view. It's kicked out. So if you want to close that tab and reopen it all together, it might have hung up. Appreciate you.
Real good. Okay. All good. We'll get that ironed out.
So, do you prefer doing digital charting or journaling?
Yeah, I think it's just easiest in my 2 cents. It's just
Colby, what do you do?
Most of the way.
Handwritten.
Same.
Handwritten stream of consciousness mostly, just to get like thoughts out of my head.
I think that journal entry you made a couple weeks ago about taking into consideration long candlesticks, I think that turned around your trading tremendously. If you remember what I'm talking about, Dolby.
Yeah, I try to take notes. Like if I notice like little things about like patterns within my system, like I want to make sure that I am like journaling the little things I notice, because that can like add up and kind of save you a couple ticks down the road. Like if X happens every single time or a lot of the time and you know it's going to mess up your entry, then take note of it in the journal. And that's why it's so useful, so you don't forget that stuff. And that way you train your mind to look for it next time you're trading here. Oh, I think we got your journal up here.
We got sweet.
We got it up. All right, perfect, sweet.
Yeah.
So I have a playbook of rules of that I abide by, and so I was just loading right here. You guys will see. So this is my playbook. So this is like a year to date. So from January 1st to July 22nd, this is kind of my stats. So technology.
Playbook of rules.
So
Tell us about these playbook of rules, Jordan.
Absolutely. So these numbers are kind of relevant. Took a total of 81 trades on this trade. I have like 2 different accounts, but really want to talk about rules followed. So 100%. So I'm looking at these stats. How much is my average winner, my average loser, my win rate, my profit factor? These are all part of my plan. So then I break down all of my rules. So I have rules for news, rules for like my top-down analysis, rules for entry, rules for exit, and rules for risk management and sizing. Now, I'm not going to go over every single detailed rule, but when it comes to like building out your trading plan, everyone should have what type of rules they have for news, what type of news for, rules for top-down analysis, what you're looking for to start your day, what is making you enter a trade, what's making you get out of a trade and why, and then what is your risk management and sizing, especially per account, right? Especially if you're on Topstep. If you have a 50K account, your risk management should be different than 100K. If you have a 100K account, your risk management should be different from a 150. So that's just like my mindset. And then when I'm actually like in a trade, I'm like, all right, cool. Why did I take this trade? And so here's like filters. And I'm not sure if a lot of people know about filters, but if you don't, it's a really good tool. So simply sometimes I'm like, all right, am I a better trader to the upside, to the downside? So for me, I'm a way better trader to the downside. So when I go short, I've made so far about $47,000, about 74% trade winning percentage, just from a downside. When I'm on the short side of things, it's a complete difference. I made only about $17,000. And so that just kind of just tells me, hey, Jordan, I'm a way better trader going short. So now when it comes to like building my game plan, I can say, hey, I can go, let's say, heavier, right, on the downside, right? I can focus a lot of my attention on going short. These are just like different stats like people should like kind of take into account as they're kind of figuring out how they want to trade, what trades they like. And then when it comes to like on a day-to-day, like when I'm journaling, is pretty much just like this. So this is like the regular stuff, but I'm like tagging my setups. So I'm saying, okay, cool. How do I enter? So I entered on like what we call like a sell setup. That's just kind of how I enter. If I had a mistake, right, I would just name out the mistake. And then my custom tags. Everyone should be saying what time frame they use to enter the market. So I entered here on a 2-minute sell setup. Let's say it was a 5-minute. It would be a 5-minute sell setup. And then I always know if I enter on a 2-minute, that means I'm going to exit out on a 5-minute. And then I ask myself, like, was the market trending? Was the market ranging? So these are like this is how I tag a lot of my trades. And then for this one, this trade was pretty much simple because my target got hit. But like in my weekly recaps, I'm asking myself, okay, cool. If I entered on a 2-minute, when holding on a 5-minute, was my target hit? If I sold early, why did I sell early? What was I looking at? Did the market stop me out? Because what you're going to be able to kind of like gather is like, all right, cool. Does it make sense for me to enter on a 2-minute or a 5-minute? The reason why I like 2-minute trades better than a 5-minute trade is because my accuracy is a lot higher. So this is kind of how I use like journaling to really kind of like really give me real insights and data of like how the time frame might best suit me. So for some people, a 5-minute is they're way more accurate on a 5-minute than on a 2-minute. For me, it's inverse. And so I pretty much take all this data and then I'm just going over it. I'm going back here. I'm filtering out this information. I'm saying, okay, cool. Based on this information, every time I take a 2-minute like buy setup, right? Let's just for example, these are the stats that I get. So on a 2-minute buy setup, right?
Yeah.
I've only made $70, for example, right? So I just started tagging buy setups. So I'm like, all right, cool. But if I go to a 2-minute sell setup, I think that might be better data. I can see, okay, I made about $7,000 on this. So this gives me a lot more context to say, hey, what time frame should I be trading on? Is it a 2-minute or a 5-minute? And then from there, I kind of look to kind of make a better decision on what makes most sense. So that's kind of how I like to do.
So I got a question. A lot of people in chat really appreciate this. So how much time did you spend setting all this up for yourself?
I don't even know, man. I'm like super involved in trading, so it's a lot of time. I just really want to start making money. I think like a lot of people is, you start trading, and a lot of people I think get to a point where they love trading and you can't stop. And after that, I was just so really addicted to trying to making it work. And so, I mean, I don't know. I can't give you guys a realistic answer, but I'll just say a lot of time. But I get super detailed on everything. You want to get to a point where you pretty much know you as a trader inside and out. For me, I know I trade really good on NQ, so I'm just going to focus on NQ. And so I think for me, it's just like honing in on that focus on what makes the most sense for me as an individual.
I'm just trying to set the expectations for chat that you put in an immense amount of work into collecting and analyzing all that data. So like, if you do like this sort of style of journaling, it still is a lot of work, and you really have to love what you're doing, because then it's not going to feel like work anymore.
Hey,
absolutely,
Jordan. I want to go to your playbook. I want to look at some of your rules. Can we review some of your rules and which ones you're following the closest and which ones you're following least close? I'd like to see. It was just very interesting.
I follow my rules 100% of the time. So for me, I've only focused on like the heck yes trade. That's because I've got burnt focusing on like the heck no's. And also, side note, one quick tip that I'll give everybody: if you're a person that's trading and you have that itch to take trades in markets that are not in your best interest, get like a fake account or like a burner account to take a trade and blow it, whether it's like a practice account or whatever. That will help you kind of like get that urge out of your system. That's a quick little tip that I learned from another trader. It helps me out a lot when you're like, I want to take a trade, but you shouldn't, but you know that you're going to take one soon. Get like another fake practice account, take that trade, get out your system, and then kind of like go back to like normal. But coming back to like my playbook rules, let's just talk about like top-down analysis. So like I want to go to like a daily chart. And like I said, like figure out, is that daily candle bullish or bearish? If that daily candle is bullish, that pretty much tells me for my focus for that moment should be long. Simple.
Yep.
If it's bearish, then for that day, my focus should be bearish. So then I want to go down to the hourly chart. I'm going to mark out my levels and then figure out, okay, is the hourly chart right now in the uptrend or in the downtrend? If it's in the uptrend and that daily candle is bullish, then things are looking good. And so these are kind of like the things that I kind of like follow. I look for same thing on a 15-minute, make sure the same thing on a 5-minute. I'm just looking for like daily continuation and stuff like that. And so I look to kind of follow that very precisely. And then once all those things check out from a daily, hourly, 15, and 5, I'm like, all right, cool. I'm looking to enter the market. And so for me, I look at the opening print, right? I call it the OP. Very simple. Long above the opening print, short below the opening print. And then I like to trade the trend and the strength of the market. And then again, for me, I like my time frame just kind of being in agreement. And so the 2-minute, the 5, the 15, and the hourly all be in agreement. ST stands for super trend, which I showed you guys. And I'm looking to kind of go long. And then when all that kind of like works out on the upside, I'm looking for a buy setup. And a buy setup is simply what we call like a 1, 2, 3. Pretty much looking to long a higher low.
Yep.
And then once I enter the market, if I enter on a 2, I manage on a 5. Or if I enter on a 5, I manage on a 15. And I have my own criteria that I could probably get a little more detailed on how to get out of a trade. But the same criteria I use to get in a trade is the same criteria I use to get out of a trade as well. So if I enter on a 2-minute buy setup, I'll enter on a 5-minute sell setup. If I enter on a 2-minute sell setup, I'll get out on a 5-minute buy setup. So that's kind of how it is. And then my risk management is pretty much the same. Like always keep concise and consistent. I can only lose 3 trades a day. On Topstep X, right? I have that already kind of like labeled out for me, that dollar amount. If I lose X amount of dollars, boom, liquidate my account for the day, right? I have certain rules in place that I kind of use to keep me in check because we all have these moments when we kind of go on tilt. And then like, this is like one of my favorite things I talk about for risk management. So a lot of times, people have this fear of selling too early. Why do they do that? Because historically in the past, they'll be up X amount of dollars on a trade. Let's say you're up $1,000 on a trade and then you blink twice and now you're down 500. Right. Or you lost all the 1,000, you're down and you're now red. You're like, oh my goodness, I should have sold early. So what do you think is going to happen that next trade that you take, right? The next trade you take, the first time you see green, you're probably going to just take profit. And then what happens? As soon as you take profit on that trade then decides to continue to go in your favor. So then you kind of are dealing with this battle of like, you're going to always sell too early because every time you hold a trade, the market just reverses you. But every time you sell too early, right, the market kind of continues to run, and
real quick, Jordan.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, real quick, Jordan, we're starting to see some buyers step in here in NQ. We just broke through VWAP. Last trade, we'll go full screen to NQ. Full screen, yeah. You see last trade, 19,928. VWAP, 19,000. Call it 19,000 even. Buyers have stepped in. Jordan, let's take a quick look. And that was some good journaling stuff. Very, very deep. Be sure to use your journaling feature here at Topstep X.
Yep.
Similar features. Playbook is really, really cool. Good stuff. You are a man with a plan. Go ahead, Dolby.
No, it's just, so we do have the journal built into Topstep X, and it's just released. So definitely start journaling in there. Some of the stuff you saw is not quite available, but all those rules that he had, Chet, you can definitely do. There's no reason why you can't journal down what your setup is, what your entry is, what your exit is, and still keep track of that manually, because that's really good stuff.
Yeah, market's rallying here.
Yeah, it is. What kind of levels? I think I got your levels written down here. You like 973, 19,973?
Yeah, right here. So we're not too far, about 43 points away. So it's hourly looking kind of bullish here. So let's see if we really get that continuation. Like I said, we got here 3 times in literally every single hour. So we got here at 11 a.m., got here at 10, and got here at 9, and we rejected 3 times. So let's see if this time we can kind of get some acceptance / confirmation above this level. So yeah.
Still very range bound. Still at a range though.
range. Absolutely.
Wait, don't be saying we're in the range. What's the upper bound? What's the lower bound in this range that you're looking at? Let's go to Dobes.
I don't know, Jordan. I would say 20K. What would you say? I would say around there.
I agree. Around there, like I really like NQ above 20,003. Like that's when I'm just like, all right, we're out of this range. I think if people want to get a little aggressive, they can take it, above this 19,973. But for me, like I said, I have this blue line as like, all right, I can get like a starter in, but I really love it if we can break this 20,000 because from there I pretty much have like a straight shot up to 20,145. So about 145 point move to my next target. Not saying we'll get there in a straight line, but like that's the next key level that I do have back from last week. So that's when I'm like, we get out that range.
Yeah. Big old bounce off the middle of that there, Dre.
Yes, there was. Oh, those 19,840s. Not going to dwell on it, but
what happened at the 840s, Dre? Were you guys looking at a level there, or do you want to update us?
We're a long way up bottom ticked. Jordan, how do you deal with that? How do you deal with getting bottom ticked? How do you deal with that?
Honestly, just pray. just pray.
It just
happens.
It does happen. We'll never
stop. Part of the game.
It is part of the game. All right, still seeing some more buyers coming in here. High of the day. Nobody likes upper end of the range. NQ 20,000 is 20K. We'll see if we get up there. Dobie time. We got Power Hour coming up with Carl Hungus this afternoon. So looking forward to that with you.
That's always exciting.
You are with Strategy Lab. Yep, Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie. Of course, we got Solar Tap coming up next. And group coaching with JD and Hoag pinned to the top of the chat. Got the form for group coaching questions. JD, let me know in the chat if we're good on questions or not, or if should I still keep pumping that. Yeah, so, here we go. Gold's turning up higher. Gold up about $9 in the list. Look at these buyers. Look at the buyers.
It's really coming in.
Andrew's trying to push.
I would be very, very surprised if we finished above 20K today, especially with all the news coming out. But if it does, I mean, that would be really impressive from the Bulls. That's some confidence going into a heavy earnings week.
Yeah.
Hey, it's all up to what Netflix is coming up. I think Netflix
was last week. I think we got Apple and Google. I took a peek at how does a question. Netflix added 8 million new subscribers in the last quarter. Where are they? I know there's 7 billion people. Where are they finding these? Like, where are they finding 8 million new subscribers? That's another time for
it's probably just another time. All the people that got kicked off of family plans or something, or off the free stuff.
The password sharing,
maybe.
Okay.
Password sharing, yeah.
It's so ubiquitous, Ray, though. Like, I kind of agree with you. Like, where do you find 8 million more people? Like
in a quarter.
You haven't joined Netflix and then tried it and unsubscribed again. Like, how do you not know what Netflix is?
Yeah, that's kind of my thing. How do they find 8 million in 3 months? Where do they find these 8 million people just to sign? I don't know. That's bots. Coach Jay says bots. It could be true. All right, new buyer stepping in here. This is a nice look. 5 on the 5-minute candle. It is pushing higher. We're up about 20 points in this 5-minute candle. Looking at the NASDAQ. International growth, they say. 8 million people now? 8 million people?
That makes sense, I guess. Oh, they don't already have. I don't know, Dre. Maybe we're just getting old, Dre.
I think, is technology passing us up?
We don't understand how the world works.
See, we got 3 minutes left here on Power Player. Jordan, of course, you are a power player. Jordan, I got a question. How many trades a day are you taking? What do your stats tell you? How many days a trade are you taking?
Honestly, usually about no more than 2.
2.
I have a rule.
Wow, nice.
Yeah, I'm just compounding. If I'm making between really $1,000 or higher, I pretty much look to kind of like be done for the day, depending on the market. Now, sometimes there's days where I'm like, oh my goodness, I should have like kind of made more. But I've made so much money recently, just like, all right, cool. If I can make $1,000 3 or 4 times a week, minimum, that's still $3K, $4K a week, $12K a month, and just look to compound based off that. So, I really like to take good trades and not like force anything. But one thing I am kind of like back testing now is just like, all right, cool. Based on this particular X amount of money, if I make, let's just say $1,500 today, if I do decide to take that trade, if I came in with 3 contracts, maybe I take trade number 2, I'm coming in with 2 contracts, and my max stop loss is half of my profit, so $750. Things like that like I'm like playing around with, because there's definitely days where I'm like, shoot, man, I know I made X amount of dollars, but I could have made more. And so being able to kind of like participate that, but like also like not getting in that cycle of over trading, right?
Do you have
and not
plan
like
to scale?
Question.
Yeah, that's a really good question. So absolutely. So for me, it would be scaling back, right? So if I'm green on trade number 1, then it would be scaling back. So for example, if I came in, like if I entered in a 2-minute time frame, I'm coming in with 3 contracts. So let's just say I did want to take trade number 2, I'd probably come in with 2, right?
Yeah.
So I would scale back a contract, again, raise my stop loss to half of the profit that I made. So again, if I made $1,500, my max stop will be $750. And then with 2 contracts trading NQ, based on the way I've trade, right, that's about like an 18 point, give or take 17.5 point stop loss, give or take, because 20 points for 2 contracts is $800. Yep. So around that. So or again, around a 20 point stop loss, which is pretty decent. And then look to trade off that. So that's kind of what I've been game playing as well. So what kind of see.
Buyers are in the house again. Level from Jordan, 19,973. We're about 20 points, not even 15 points off of those in the NQ. Wow, nice spike in the ES as well. Someone in the chat called us out. Where were you? I saw you. Not Eddie's bong. Someone else called this chat. Yep.
Yeah, everything.
Look at those.
Really hard.
Tick stack dough. Look at the 56.12 on the ES. Might be a big push on today. 56.12. We wanted to short those 56.10s. We were eyeing 56.10s all morning. Never got there. Seller stepped in. We got a bit of a triple top, if you remember Hoag coming in. Triple tops usually get busted. Double tops, you could probably take a short. So this was interesting to see the triple top formation hold.
Very strong.
Yes, it was.
Very
yes, it was. So
here.
I'm looking. Are we talking about the ES here, Dolby time?
I'm looking at an NQ, ES, YM.
Cool.
I mean, everything is broken out. YM had a nice 5-minute range that it just ripped out of. A little mini Dorito in the YM 5-minute range. Yeah, kind of broke out of that one. You guys ever have those 3D Doritos? That's kind of what it reminds me of.
Yeah, a lot of air. So you're just eating air a little bit in those. Don't you?
Yeah, I think kind of overrated.
Hey, Jordan, quick question. What's your favorite Dorito flavor?
Oh, I guess it's the nacho cheese, right?
The original.
Classics.
The original, absolutely. Thank you for joining us. All right, we got I had to ask you that question. We were talking about Doritos earlier before we got on with Tuckman. We're gonna see if this triple top, it would be quad top at this point, around 56.08 half here in the ES. Anyways, Jordan, thank you so much for joining us. Dolby Time, I'm gonna see you in the afternoon. Check out Dolby Time Strategy Lab with Anne Marie, and then him and myself and Carl Hungles. We're trading it up in Power Hour. For the time being, great stuff, Jordan. Love seeing that journaling. Thank you for joining us. Again, we got Shoulder Tap coming up next. Thanks, Jordan.
Peace, you guys.
Hey, see you, Jordan. Thank you.
No problem. See you guys.
Let's get right into it. This is Shoulder Tap, the risk manager himself, Mr. Mick Geronimo. Mick, welcome to Shoulder Tap. Let's get right to it. Are we seeing a lot of green, a lot of red on the board? What are we seeing? We're seeing a big recovery rally, V-shaped bounce off the lows in the equities today. What are we seeing there on the board on your end?
Mixed board today. We got some people that are riding out some big ones, and then we've had some people that have, been up money that, didn't expect the rebound that we're seeing right now. So mixed board, but I got some good stuff to talk about. Speaking of rebounds, last week I was talking about how things were very bloody Monday, then Tuesday, then Wednesday. Thursday was a really good day for our live group of traders. Friday was a really good day for our live group of traders. So we stopped the bleeding towards the end of the week last week with some big days from some of our traders, a couple of which I'll be speaking about today. But this week it's kind of a half and half, which is, what we normally see. Everybody's trading different strategies on different time frames, different markets, despite it mostly being the equity indices and the correlation between S&Ps and NASDAQ. So a lot of people are experiencing the same things on the downswings and the upswings of these markets. And, it's looking okay. Speaking of okay, or better than okay, I want to talk about a couple people, give some shout outs, starting with Joanne. Joanne, someone that we spoke about. I think I did two cards for her last week. She had a fantastic week last week. It was a $26,000 week for her. She's up another $8,000 today, Andre.
Yeah, dude.
And that's not even trading too much. She's doing small work in the live account. So 26,000 last week, another 8 today. That's 34,000. And getting to share that is that much sweeter, because when I shared her on the trading card early last week, she was struggling and she was close to she had her back against the wall in that account. So she completely turned that around. Very happy to share that shout out.
Absolutely.
We had Chung up 29,000 last week. Raphael up 26,000 last week. So despite it being a bloody week early on, we did have people that were, taking lots of money out of the live markets. Asha, I've got a shout out for them, up $800 on day one in their live account. Not a huge P&L, but off to a good start, and that's what I like to see. Jaziel up $6,400 today. We spoke about them last week. And then Dennis up $2,600 today. So we've got some people doing well.
I love it.
A lot of smaller negative numbers today on the boards, but things are looking overall pretty decent for a lot of people, and better decent for some. I want to dive into the trading cards, even though. What do you got?
Oh, question. Well, I've been seeing Joanne's name pop up a lot on the leaderboards. A lot. Raphael as well. I just want to know, when you guys see that, do you guys reach out to her? Does she reach out to the risk team? Do you guys chat at all, or you just get out of her way and let her do her thing? When you see,
she's in a lot like that. She's in a live account, so the traders that are in live accounts have direct access to the risk line. So that door kind of swings both ways. So we have not reached out to her since she's been, trading last week. However, prior to that is a time that we would have reached out. Myself specifically, not doing so much outbound calling anymore with things that I'm involved in. That's what we've got the risk team here for, though. They're actively calling the traders. Both for, good and bad, the shoulder taps or the shout outs. We want our traders locking in profits and limiting losses. And, a lot of the outbound calls are to kind of manage the downside because, there's a lot of people that, might be hitting daily loss. Basically, we want people to stay in their accounts as long as possible. And usually intervention is needed more so when it's people that are, getting kicked around a little bit in the markets, more so than people doing well. But that all goes to say that people that are doing really, really well in the live markets, we want them locking in those big winning days, because I've shared a number of examples on this television segment itself that, we've got these people that are up, big days. We don't want the big days to turn into losing days. And it's, I know you would agree that one of the worst things you could possibly do is turn a large winning day into a negative day or give back much of it. It's one of my big talking points. And a lot of the examples that I share on this segment is locking in at least half of what your, P&L high is for the day on significant profits. And then as those profits become more significant, locking in a larger percentage than 50%. It's what we're here to do, manage our money. Number one, we want to preserve our capital. Number two, we want to take money out of the markets. But as we're taking money out of the markets, we've got to make sure that, if I'm up a certain amount on a day, I got to be walking away up a certain amount too. And that's how traders, ratchet those account balances higher and higher. And that's what we need to be doing. And a lot of people do need, that intervention to do so, because, for traders who have not found themselves having large winning days, like, they might be having in a live account here and there, many of them are in a position where it's like, well, what do I do? I'm up $12,000. Why don't I hit 15, or why don't I shoot for 20? Right. And in the act of trying to accomplish that next big round number as a feat, you might give back that $12,000. So we want to make sure that those big P&Ls stay big P&Ls. All the while, traders, if you see something, see a good opportunity, you want to be able to pounce on it. But there's got to be a line in the sand where, okay, I'm going to take advantage of this trading opportunity. But if that one or the next one doesn't pan out, I need to make sure I'm still walking away whole to a degree. And, that's where people, tend to need a little bit of, hey, the tap on the shoulder, a little insight from the outside looking in, because as as I know, as everybody here viewing knows, that emotions are involved when money's on the line and when you're trading. And, we've talked a lot during this segment about how to curb those emotions, but, even people with a game plan, can make exceptions or deviate from the plan, which, goes to my point that I always also share is, there's an exceptional amount of discipline required in being successful as a trader when the money's on the line. So, I could go on and on for days about that kind of stuff, but I think we've got a couple fun cards to talk about. So if it's okay with you, Mr. Dre, let's move on and get into them.
Who do we got first, Mick?
Edward. I want to pull up Edward's card. So I've got Edward's trade report up. I got my notes on him queued up. Edward, yes, Bloomingdale, Illinois, not too far away. When I hear blooming something, I always think of Bloomington, Indiana. I've had a few wild party weekends there. Going out there for a little 500, yes,
yeah,
little 500. Some war stories from there too.
Same.
All right,
a little 5.
But Ed is Andre. He's been with us since January of 2013, and he's a name that's not really been on my radar too much lately, which makes it that much more exciting to talk about him today. And I'm not talking about him for a shoulder tap today. This is a shout out. Ed's been trading really well. He's narrowed his focus down to the NASDAQ only. And in his live account, he is only 6 short days, but with his account balance and the P&L, I've heard from JD that he's climbed from number 208 on the leaderboard up to number 5 on the leaderboard. So let's unpack a little bit of his trading. And actually, most recently, going back to what I was talking about earlier, how the end of the week last week for the live accounts, like specifically Thursday and Friday, is kind of really where we turned the bloodbath from Monday through Wednesday around. Ed was one of the leading contributors to that after putting up over $16,000 on Friday. So Ed, so far in these 5-6 short trading days in his live account, he's put up 50% winning days. Best day in the account, over $16,000, like I just mentioned. Worst day, only minus $1,570.
All day.
He's had 3 losing days in this live account. Remember, at 50% winning days, only 6 days, 3 of which have been, down days. So his worst one being about half of his daily loss limit allowed. The other losing day was $1,500, and then he had a $955 losing day. So I like this a lot from Ed because it's a 150K. He's got a $3,000 daily loss limit, and he's one of the few traders that I talk about that isn't going all the way up to the $3,000 daily loss limit. Just because we say you can risk a $3,000 on a day doesn't mean he's doing it. And he showed us in half of his trading days that he's not doing it. So that's very good there. Ed, keep that going. If you can make $16,000 in a day, or some of the other notable winning days, $5,000 and then $2,400, but you're only risking $1,500 at worst. Yep. Recipe for success. It's an absolute recipe for success. He could maintain 50% winning days if he keeps putting up these same net metrics. And, come the end of this year alone, we'd be talking about someone that's not just in the number 5 spot, but, a number 1, number 2 contender.
Love it.
So back to these trading days, the average winning day, and again, it's just been 3 of them so far out of the 6. Average winning day is almost $8,000, $7,960. And then those average losses that I rattled off individually, average losing day, $1,344. So
amazing.
That's really good. And not only is that really good, if you look at the winning trades, which he's got 30% winning trades, only 30% winning trades, which is a little bit on the low side for what you would see out of a successful trader. But he's got the math on his side, which is, contributing to this, number 5 spot that he's probably very comfortably in here. So 30% winning trades, Andre. The risk reward here is 3-to-1 per contract, which is very, very good. $1,750 per contract on a winner, while he's only risking $565. This is really, really good. Short hold, and I think that risk reward of $1,750 on the wins is more so on a per trade basis than a per contract basis, even though it's broken down per contract, because Ed's still trading on a short time frame, 4 minutes on the winners, 1 minute on the losers. So I'm not surprised to see the low percent of winning trades, but by gosh, he's making them work for him. And he's doing only 9 trades per day, which is kind of a healthy amount of trades, but an exceptionally healthy amount of trades for someone that's doing the NASDAQ and trading on such a short time frame. Usually when you see 4-minute hold times on the winners and 1-minute hold times on the losers, you see a lot more trades during the day.
Yeah, you do.
The short, the short.
Yeah, you see, when I see when I see the the winning trade percentage with the risk reward, this speaks to me. This Edward is a type of trader that will take the trade, get their 5 on him. If it doesn't go their way, they have tight stops. They let their winners run, but their stops are tight. So that's why their stops are tight. So if you do get stopped out, you get stopped out. But they're only taking, you said, 9 trades a day, huh?
Yeah, which is nice. I mean,
this is interesting.
They are. So Ed, with all his time here at TopStep, has definitely refined what it is that he's doing. Again, I mentioned he's been on the live side of things before. He's been a funded trader of ours before, but I haven't seen his name really pop out or stand out so much recently until now. And, everything I'm sharing with you, with you, Andre, and our viewers, it's very standout-ish. So, 9 trades a day. And like I said, it's probably on a per trade basis with the, $1,700 plus per trade in wins. He's going all in, all out, about 5 contracts. So
I love it.
The hold times, while they're short, for a scalper, his time spent in winning trades is 4 times that of the losing trades, which I like. Shows me he's patient with the winners, even though it's a short time frame, and impatient with the losers. I already mentioned I really like that he's not using the full daily loss limit. We just talked about how I like that he's pretty selective for a scalper. And as far as areas to improve go, usually I find something to talk about for areas.
What do you do
improvement.
Here? Yeah, what do you do?
I got
here,
nothing. I'll just say it. I've got nothing. I mean, he's limiting the risk to the downside, and it's only been a small sample size of trading days. But I don't have anything. I mean,
I don't either,
and I'm happy to say that. I'm proud to say that because it's a good feeling, for someone who can be like myself, who can be very analytical. I mean, as far as this segment goes, it's my job to be. I don't have anything. Ed, keep doing what you're doing.
You did it.
You
did it.
Keep
left mixed
speechless. Being selective. Yeah, we'll see what happens in the next 6 days. But, considering that he's, had losing days half the time, and he's, he's obviously got this personal daily loss limit on himself.
Yeah.
He's implementing his own restrictions. This is something for everybody out there to take note of. Put your own restrictions on yourself. We've got a pretty – yeah. If Ed's watching what?
Yeah, if Ed's watching this, give yourself a pat on the back. Good. Everyone say good job to Ed in the chat, man. This is a beautiful looking card. Yeah, the winning trade percentage low, but that risk reward, like mixed up, keeping the math on your side. All right, moving on. We got about 6 minutes left here in the shoulder tap. This one goes by fast, Mick. Who do we got next, Mick?
Well, let's talk about Shia. Now, Shia is a shoulder tap, unlike Ed, who was a shout out here. Shia is live account, NASDAQ. Not the prettiest trade report. There's a number of things I wanted to talk about here. They started off with a nice, healthy account balance coming over from the XFAs, but it's the trading activity that we're going to dive into that wanted me to showcase this because net P&L on this count is, I will say before we get going, they're up $1,000 today, which I'm very happy about. They needed that. They had they're not. And they didn't snap a 3-day losing streak, but last week there was a 3-day losing streak for over $10,000, about $10,000, which is, kind of a no-no. I didn't like what I saw on Friday. They had a little less than a $6,000 balance on Friday. They hit the daily loss limit. So they lost over 50%. They risked over 50% of what they had in their account in a single trading day. That is not sustainable. Nope. If today wasn't a winning day and today was one of these daily loss limits, like their average losing day is at the loss limit, they'd be out of an account. So I'm happy that she turned today around and put up some bucks. But even at $1,000, that's right around where their best winning day is, which there's nothing wrong with $1,000 winning day being your best day. But you can't have your average losing day be 3 times what your best day is. And they've been in the markets, today's day 11. So everything we've seen, let me just rattle off some of the stats here. Best day, $1,100. Worst day, $3,100. Average winning day, only $732. And the average losing day is, 4 times greater than that. It's $3,080 is the average losing day. Shia, until you can put up bigger winning days, even if you don't put up bigger winning days, that average losing day from this point on needs to be $700 or less. And if you got $6,000 or less than $6,000, you can't be risking $3,000. That's a good way to put yourself out of an account and go all the way back to square one in the trading combine, which is the last thing that we want from the traders that we call up to the prop group. You get the live account, keep the live account. Don't trade in a manner that will put that account at risk. Right. It's your job to stay in that account. So some of the other things that, I think are contributing to some of these, metrics that aren't looking too great, we'll go down to a granular level and look at the trades by trade. So 61% winning trades. Now, Andre, you can be very successful with 60% winning trades. We want to aim for 100% winning trades, or like you and with your history at the prop firm, your principal there said, look for 90% winning trades 90%. Or winning days. But the risk reward here is backwards, Andre. Yes, on a per contract basis, they're only taking down $220 in the NASDAQ that they're trading while they're risking $410. So time to get a little bit more strict, a little bit more stingy, no loosey-goosey. Don't risk 400 to make 200. The math is not on your side if you're right only 60% of the time. You've got to be right.
All right, Mick, well, let's get over to our last card. We're getting a little bit tight on time because we were sitting there admiring Edward's beautiful trading card. We have Shia's card. Shia getting the shoulder tap. Edward getting the shout out, but we got one more card to go. So Mick, I want to make sure we touch on all 3 of our traders today.
If we're that quick on time, I'd say we just skip the third card for tomorrow because I want to be able to take a little time with the next one, John G. While we didn't get to you today, very happy you're up $5,000 today. I will say new equity highs for John and in the account, and they had a stellar week last week. But we'll save all that because I don't want to rush through it. That is a shout out, John, on his next card, one of our live traders. So
Mick,
let's not rush ahead.
Mick, I love where your head's at. That was a great executive decision. Now, Shia, okay, we're talking about Shia. Edward, beautiful card. Shia, not so great at things to work on. Mick, I think we nailed that one. I think you made the right decision. We will have John G on for tomorrow then, yeah?
Yes, we will.
All right, great, Mick. Well, thank you so much. We got group coaching coming up next. Here, the risk manager himself, Mick. Mick's in a pretty good mood for a Monday. I mean, we saw some blood there on the last couple days, right? How's your mood? 1 to 10. How are you feeling right now?
I give it an 8. I'm good.
Beautiful.
How you feeling, Andre? You're
I'm
bright,
okay.
bright-eyed and bushy-tailed today.
I played a little golf over the weekend, so I'm a happy boy. We actually won our scramble. We won our scramble with a 9 under. I know it's not the greatest score. It wasn't the greatest competition, but we won the scramble with a 9 under. So I'm happy. We got the trophy, and we're going to try to defend that title next year. Anyways, Mick, I'm going to see you at that Lake Lawn tournament too, by the way, right?
Oh, you betcha.
All right. Awesome. Great stuff. We got group coaching coming up next. Mick Ronald, thank you so much. Risk manager in the house. That is Shoulder Tap again. Group coaching coming up next.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to group coaching. If it's your first time here, this is the time of day where we take your questions from the chat and we answer them here live on Topstep TV. I'm JD behind the curtain. I've got your questions. I'll be feeding them to Hoag, who you are staring at on the screen as we speak. Thank you to those who submitted your questions. The form was been in the chat for quite a while today. We got them. We got them all, and there's some good ones in there. Hoag, how you feeling today? You ready for this?
I am. I was born for this. Ready as I'll ever be.
Born.
Good to see you, JD.
This. Yeah, you too. Hope everybody had a great weekend, and hope everyone's in the green today for sure. All right, we're at 12:31 Central Time, 12:31 Chicago time. What do you say we dive right into it, Hoag?
Let's do it.
All right, here's an oldie but a goodie from Ethan. We haven't gone over this in a while. Ethan asks, can you please explain in what scenarios positive delta is bullish signal? First one, positive delta is a bearish signal. Common question. Very important to know the answer to this one. Hoag, you are the house delta expert, I should say. So when is delta? When is positive delta bullish, and when is positive delta bearish?
It's always ambiguous. I mean, there's never really a right or a wrong way. But when you look at market direction, you can look at the S&Ps right now. I mean, you know, we opened, we looked higher, we looked lower. Currently, delta is positive 12,500, and it is making new highs as we speak. In this regard, this is bullish delta. When price goes in the direction of increasing delta, that is a sign that there are good buyers there. Whether they're shorter time frame, longer time frame is unknown, but that tells me, you know, there's a lot of buying coming in. I don't want to fight this move. It's just put in new highs. Delta is currently positive 12,700. So this is certainly a situation where I would not be looking at delta being too positive and looking for shorts in this regard. Now, you know, we opened, we looked higher, we looked lower, we took out the low of the initial balance. We're taking out the high of the initial balance now. Typically, that's going to kind of create a range bound day, but with the amount of positive delta, which we're all already seeing it getting bigger and bigger here, 13,200 as we speak. This is bullish delta, and there's no guarantee anytime, anywhere that this market can't just turn around and go back rotational. As a matter of fact, whenever we take out both the low and the high of the initial balance, there's a probability that it will remain range bound. So we're seeing some range extension. I don't really want to fight this. I'm not looking to short it unless we get back into range, back inside the initial balance, because we're seeing some pretty aggressive buying coming into this market. So when delta is congruent with direction, positive delta, price moving higher, probably not going to be looking for opportunities to sell it. And there's so many different scenarios and so much market generated information that can affect that. Just in a general way, I'm not looking to short the S&Ps in the current situation. That could change in a heartbeat, of course. Now, here's a little bit of a different situation. The NASDAQ is approaching the highs with negative delta. In other words, that negative delta is suggesting that there are maybe some longer time frame buyers just placing bids underneath the market. We still have negative delta in the NASDAQ, but I'm looking at this as a potential bullish occurrence. It's not very deep as far as being you know, too deep in the negative, but you know, when we're seeing negative delta near the highs, it's indicating that there may be longer time frame buyers in the marketplace, and they're going to squeeze out those shorter time frame shorts that are basically creating that negative delta. Because we know, right? We all know that delta is the number of contracts trading on the offer. Buy market orders are positive delta minus the number of contracts traded on the bid, which is negative delta. So we're still seeing, the potential that we're seeing some sneaky longer time frame buyers placing bids under the market, getting the short time frame traders too short, where we may see that move to the upside. So in the S&Ps, the positive delta just took us, guess to where? This is unbelievable. The anchored volume weighted average price to the all-time high, market just traded right to it, almost to the tick, and now it's coming off. So now we're back in range. Now there's maybe a little bit of a higher probability of going back to rotational trade for the rest of the day, and that's really what I'm thinking is probably likely to happen in the S&Ps and perhaps even the Nasdaq. What you're looking for, Ethan, is if we were at the high of the session near the end of the day in the S&Ps, and we had some pretty deep negative delta, that's what I'm looking at. That's where I'm saying, okay, we've got a whole bunch of trapped shorter time frame shorts. They got to get flat by the end of the day. That's when we might see those big moves towards the end of the day. So it's a really good question, and it's kind of sometimes hard to get your head wrapped around, and keep asking this question and and stick around watching TopstepTV, because we do talk about this quite a bit. Not really seeing anything in Delta that has motivated me to trade in this just yet, but we'll keep an eye on that. So positive Delta is bullish when it's directional, when the market is already directional that way. Positive Delta is negative if we keep moving price lower with increasing Delta. That's indicating we're seeing some sellers placing offers, taking whatever they can get, moving their offers lower, buy market orders, positive Delta, price moving lower, increasingly positive Delta, price moving lower, increasingly positive Delta. That is a negative. That is a bearish possibility. And again, no two scenarios ever seem to work out exactly the same twice. It's just one of the things that I look for to seek decent opportunities. It's a great question. We do talk about it quite a bit, and stick around because there's always more to learn about it. Great question, Ethan. Trade well.
Excellent. We do have a follow-up question, sort of, not really a follow-up question, but you had the profiles up, and someone came across about the failed auction on the profile. Because the ES only took out the high of the initial balance by 2 ticks, would you still consider that a failed upside auction, or is that more of just a double top?
It's a great question. So here it is. Here's what we're talking about here. So a D period took 2 ticks above the initial balance and then rotated, and then we put in the low. Is this a failed upside auction? Basic profile rules say that if there is 2 ticks of excess, that is excess. It is not a lot of excess. However, it still represents excess. If we only had one little TPO above that initial balance, that would be a weak or poor high. The fact that there were 2 TPOs of excess above the initial balance was, in my opinion, a failed auction. Was it an aggressive failed auction? Was it a high excess failed auction? No. Something to keep in mind is how deep the market leaves that selling tail at the top. The bigger the selling tail, the more excess, probably the more powerful the insinuation that it's a failed auction is going to be. That's a really good question.
Awesome, and thanks for clarifying that. All right, let's move on to Nico. Nico says, I've been at a combine for a little over a month. I had only 2 red days, including today. My losses are smaller than my gains. My win rate is above 70%. Looking at my stats, I should feel great, but still, having those red days is messing with my emotions. It's illogical. What is going on here psychologically? What kind of advice would a veteran trader give to a rookie going through this? Learning how to take a loss. This is rule number 1, right? What's the first thing any beginner futures trader should learn. I know we've said this before, but it's how to take a loss, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or right around one of the first things.
And, I remember going onto the floor with my shiny new badge, and there were a couple of old guys that gave me some advice, and one of them was, you can make anything you think you're worth, and the other one was, learn how to take a loss. And as a new trader, even with some experience on the trading floor, working my way up, getting hired at a prop firm, I thought, how preposterous that he would tell me to learn how to take a loss, because I'm not here to take losses. I'm here to make money. But losses are inevitable, Nico. Didn't take me long to figure that out. And the smaller we can keep them, probably the better off we're going to be. But I mean, looking at your stats, the way you've presented them here, 70% winning days, your winners are greater than your losses. That's about as close to perfection as I think you can ever expect. Nico, if you're trying to be perfect, you're in a really tough environment to try and be perfect in. I think you're doing very well with those current stats. Losses suck. Nobody likes them. But they just are going to happen, because the environment we are in is ambiguous. We can't be sure of anything. So, Nico, I'm thinking, and I don't cotton to this at all, but I'm thinking you're probably a Virgo, because Virgos have a tendency to try and be perfect. I'm a Virgo, and I know through years and years of experience and mistakes that I am not perfect, and I never will be perfect. So, Nico, give yourself a break on those those red days. Just make sure that you're managing them. Don't turn them into blowing things up. If you were able to maintain those metrics, 70% win rate, wins bigger than your losses, over time, you're going to build an empire with that. So just you understand you're not going to be perfect, and just keep working towards keeping those metrics. That is your edge. You've got a great sense of the market at 70%, right? Your winners are greater than your losses. There's not much that I could hope for anybody, including myself as a trader. You can maintain those metrics, you're going to be just fine. Just let those losses go. Don't harbor the venom that they create in your veins. And if you do start to feel that venom, walk away, do something else. Go have a ham sandwich, a glass of milk, walk the dog, feel the grass, whatever it is, to let go of that venom before you come back in. Because if you can maintain those metrics, Neko, you've got a nice, long, profitable period that you're going to be trading in. Great stuff.
Chiming in for Team Ham Sandwich here. Yeah, Nico, you're definitely heading in the right direction. Don't change a thing yet. If it's perfection that you seek, prepare to be disappointed.
Yes.
Someone in the chat just said, not even Dolby is perfect. Not even Dolby. We're here to find consistency, not perfection. Thanks for the question, Nico. Hope that helped you. All right, next up, we have Morris. Morris says, you have a new and very cool presentation of the daily levels. Please explain them or point me to the documentation. Let me grab the link there real quick. So what we do with the daily levels... Oh, perfect. Throw it in the chat.
There you go. And here they are.
We gather levels from across our coaching team here at Topstep, and what we're doing is looking for confluence to put on a house account trade. That was the main focus of putting these daily levels together in the first place, to support the house account. Let me switch over to your screen. There they are. And based on that, we considered it a value to you too, so we started sharing the levels with everybody. That was the entire point of it. But Hoag, what's your take on the daily levels? What's their significance? What's their importance? And how can we maybe improve it? Let's get some feedback on it.
That's a great question. A lot of the levels that we put on here are just previous highs, previous lows, value high, value low, points of control. Those are basically the ones that I'm putting in there. A lot of them are just numbers that anybody can find, anybody can see. And and it's just that we've organized them for everybody. And then there's different traders on here that are looking at things in different ways. And when one of those levels lines up with somebody else's levels, we kind of view those as, that's interesting. There are two different people looking at things in two different ways that we're getting the same area or zone or level or whatever you want to call it. Those can be some of your more powerful levels. I don't know how we can improve this. JD, you do such a good job of collecting all this information and presenting it for everybody every day. It's just a fantastic tool and something that, you saw I had it up right away. I'm looking at it. It's just a matter of taking advantage of the levels that are presented there.
Yep, we're on our I want to say 5th iteration of this daily levels page right now, and it's just going to continue to evolve as time goes on. We're gonna keep making it better and better and better until, I won't say it's perfect, but it helps you bring some consistency to your trading. That is our goal.
We just talked about perfect in trading. There is no perfect in trading.
Not even on web pages. There is no perfection there either. All right. Next up, we have a question from Ruben. Interesting question from Ruben. Ruben says, for some reason, I do really well in my practice account and get scared in my combines. I cut my winners way too short. And then on certain days, I can FOMO and lose money along with revenge trading. So basically, my question is, why or how can I be so much better in my practice account versus my real account? This is one that we've gone over quite a few times in the past also. The nerves when you have actual skin in the game changes everything, doesn't it, Hoag?
Yes. And it does. And you know the slide I'm going to bring up right now.
Let's see
There it is. Adding risk to your trading. If you are just in some random sim account, buying and selling doesn't really matter. You think, hey, this looks like a good spot to buy it, so you buy it and it goes your way. And even if you take a loss, who cares, right? It's a practice account. It's a sim account. That's like walking across a balance beam that's basically right on the floor. An able-bodied person, maybe even me, would be able to basically just dance their way across this because there's very little risk of injury if I were to fall off. Trading combine. Well, now there's actual skin in the game. But the process of going from one end to the other is the same. If you can go from one end to the other when it's on the floor, you should be able to go from one end to the other when it's about 2 feet off the floor. But it's going to mess with your head. There is now a little bit greater risk because, number one, in the trading combine, you do have a little skin in the game. And 2 feet off the floor, if you were to slip and fall off, you might sprain your ankle or something like that. There's just greater risk involved. So while you're dancing across the one that's on the floor, now that there's a little risk involved, you're going to be a little bit more cautious. You're going to be more careful about where you put your feet. You're going to go a little bit slower. And that is changing your decision-making process in the trading combine because now you have the element of risk or pain or loss. Now think about when you get into the funded account or refund your own account, God forbid. Now it's 4 feet off the floor. The process of going from one end to the other is the same. If you're able to make the same decisions that you were successful with in a trading account, in a trading combine, and then just keep doing that in a funded account, markets change, things change a little bit. We're not suggesting that that it's a perfect idea just to do exactly what you did in the trading combine, but at least you succeeded in the trading combine. If you can do that, make those same decisions with that greater risk, then you might be able to expect similar results. But because now we're 40 feet off the floor, we're tiptoeing, we're being very cautious because we don't want to fall off because, again, there is greater risk of injury or loss. So just in adding the risk from here to here changes your decision-making process, changes the way you're going to actually step onto the balance beam to go from one end to the other. It's amazing to me what people can do on these balance beams. That will never be me, but it's very similar to the risk you're adding to your trading plan. If you were, somebody said to me a while back, if I could just do what I was doing in the trading combine or in a practice account, in the live account, I would be much better off. If I could just care a little bit carefree, but never care less. If I could just take the same trades knowing that the risk was there, I'd be better off. And that's one of the big reasons that people struggle going from a practice account into a trading combine account and from a trading combine account into a funded account. It's the fact that the knowledge of risk changes the decision-making process. Oh man, I would take this trade if it was on practice, but now I'm in the trading combine and I'm nervous about it. Well, what about if you were just to take it? What about if you were just to take the trade? I mean, if it was something you would do, if it's your prime setup but you're nervous that you don't want to lose money on it, well, you're going to miss that trade. You're going to miss those opportunities. And Ruben, I saw that you were saying, what I said about being able to risk, being able to make whatever you think you're worth. I said that a couple of weeks ago, and a lot of folks really that hit home for a lot of people. And I believe it's true. Even when you do find your path to becoming a successful or at least a profitable trader, what is your relationship with that money? If you don't believe that the work that you're doing as a trader is worth everything you can take from the markets, you're going to cut winners. You're going to let losers run. You have to be able to accept what the market gives you and accept that you've earned it and that you deserve it. A lot of folks think, well, if I put on a 10 lot and I make 25 grand in a day, I didn't do anything. All I did was a couple of clicks on a mouse, and all of a sudden I'm up $25,000. I mean, a lot of people work really freaking hard for 25. Are you kidding me? But you provided a service to the marketplace. You added liquidity. And if you were to take that same trade and lose 25,000 on it, you have that. You have the ability to do that. We don't want to do that, but just know in your heart that you are deserving of anything you can take out of the marketplace. And then on top of that, think about what good you can do with that. Think about what good you can do with that. You can, help some charities. You can help a friend. You can help a few friends. Help friends learn how to trade. Heck, help everybody learn how to trade. That's really what I love about doing this is, having the opportunity to make a difference in other people's lives, and being successful gives you that opportunity. Some people, I've seen it, turn into real jerks when they start making a lot of money. But that's a personal decision. You don't have to turn into a jerk. You don't have to turn into a jerk. I knew a jerk when I was a little kid. Was mean to me. I said, I don't want to be like that. And I never want to be rich. Well, I had to get over that. And, I'm not saying by any stretch that I'm rich or that I'm perfect or that I'm the best freaking trader ever. But there's a lot of people that I've helped and a lot of charities that I've helped. And that makes me feel better, makes me want more so that I can help others. Great question, Ruben. Really appreciate it. And I hope that this has helped you and everybody.
I don't know why, Hoag, but you just reminded me of a story from back in the day in the 30-year bond pit on the floor at the Board of Trade. There was a guy who was real short, so he used to stand on a book so people could see him. And people would roast him, short jokes all day long. And one day he just snapped and said, you know what, guys? When I stand on my wallet, I'm the biggest guy on this floor.
I know who that is.
I'm sure you do. We won't throw any names out.
Yep. And he was right.
All right. We got time for one more quick question. This one comes from Paul. Interesting question. Paul wants to know, do you use any indicators or parts of your trading plan today that you used when you first started trading? Is there any old stuff that relates to your new stuff?
When I first started, They said, just go in the pit, work the bid, and work the offer. And if you get hit on the bid, try and sell the offer. And if you can't sell the offer, hit the bid. If you get hit on the offer, try and buy the bid. And if you can't buy the bid, lift the offer. That was my indicator when I first started. That was true scalping. That didn't really work for me. I spent a lot, some time learning a lot about, getting in and out of positions, which was important in the trading pit. You had to figure out how to get in and out of positions. It would be easy to just freeze and like, what do I do? What do I do? So there was that part of it, which was good, but it wasn't until I started learning about markets, and this was the book. And it was maybe a year or two after I started trading that I started actually learning about how markets work and what they are. And this is something I still use today. And so when I first started trading, I didn't have any indicators. I barely knew technical analysis. And a lot of really successful scalpers, they never looked at charts. They never learned technical analysis. They just worked the bid, worked the offer for size. And sometimes they made a lot of money. Sometimes they lost a lot of money. But over time, just working the bid and the offer, they were able to eke out oodles of money. But when the market slowed down and there wasn't as much order flow, they really struggled. Kevy, I don't believe in astrology. I was only kidding about that. But they really struggled because they never learned how markets work, anything about technical analysis. They just never learned it. They just stayed in the pit, bid offer. You low ball a bid, high ball an offer, make money, blah, blah, blah. But, and those were the first ones when things kind of went to electronic trading that suffered the most when they just never learned actually what the markets are or how they work. So, don't really use any indicators that I used then because I was too dumb to know what to do.
Awesome. Thanks, Hoag, and thank you for the questions, everyone. That's all the time we have for group coaching today. Stick around. We've got Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie, Dolby, and Hoag. You got another hour of Hoag coming at you. Then after that, we're closing out the day on Power Hour with Andre, Dolby, and Carl Hungus. Hungus will be among us. Hoag, you got any dad wisdom to close us out with?
Dad wisdom. Yeah, if the market's going with you, you'll never have enough on. If the market's going against you, you'll always have too many on. It's true whether you're trading 1 or 100.
Thanks, folks.
Miss you, Pop.
We'll be right.
Thanks, everyone.
Nicely done. All right, we'll be right back with Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie.
everybody, and welcome to Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie, whose lab we are in, and Hoag as well. Thank you for letting us into your lab. Hoag and I have washed our hands, and we are ready. So something, yeah, that's right. Ready to work here. So, Anne-Marie, you were sent an email, and we're going to cover some of the topics, or maybe only one topic from the email. But the gist of the email is essentially, how do we maybe frame ourselves as traders when we are watching other traders perform at a high level on TopstepTV? I think that is a very interesting question.
Essentially,
it was proposed.
Essentially, I find myself doing that in the comparative analysis space, right? And we know the comparison is the thief of joy. We know.
Mm-hmm.
But even though we know that, it's very hard not to compare yourself and say, hey, I should be doing better. I should be making bigger trades. I should be doing X, Y, or Z. And then finding yourself sizing up well outside your relative risk. And so John, we were talking about this in the green room, John knows this dynamic really well because of the time in the pits. So John, tell us about that. I love getting that insight to the time in the pits because, one, I never got to experience that. And, I'm dying to know how that mechanic worked and what you thought.
Okay. So it's 1990. And I just get hired by a prop firm to go trade S&Ps for them. They've got oodles of money. They're just trying to find ways to make more money with that money, right? So, I step into the pit, and it wasn't my first rodeo. I've been in and around that pit. I knew the players. I knew a lot of the locals, a lot of the big locals, a lot of the small locals. And now I'm in there. And first thing you have to do is kind of get used to hearing your own voice, right? So you're just taking buys and sells, and they're not really pressuring you to make money or trade bigger or anything at that point. But you're watching, all these traders that have been at it for a long time, and they're very good at it. And sometimes they have really good days. Sometimes they have really bad days. And you start to feel like you want to compare yourself to them, and that I found to be extremely difficult. As I grew as a trader and I started making a little bit of money, the prop firm that I was working for was always urging me, pushing me, trade bigger, trade bigger, trade bigger, trade bigger, trade bigger, and I just wasn't either prepared or comfortable with doing that. Now I'm seeing, these guys that are trading, 10s and 20s and 50s and 100 lots. And I'm starting to, again, compare myself to them because I'm constantly being urged to trade bigger, trade bigger. I'm making money. I'm comfortable with what's going on so far. Yes, I'm trying to push my envelope, but it didn't seem to be happening fast enough for my backers, those that were saying, you got to trade bigger. You're trading well. Trade bigger. Trade bigger. So, I started talking to some of the bigger traders. I'm like, how did you start? How did you get to be such a big trader? And none of them could really tell me how. It just sort of happened. They just started taking bigger trades. Of course, some were good, some were bad. And so I went to my dad. I'm like, Dad, I'm comfortable trading 5 lots. I'm making money. My backers are all there. They want me to trade bigger. They want me to trade 20s and 50s. I'm not ready for that. I didn't feel like mentally, physically that I was ready to do that. And he said, I know a lot of guys who've made a fantastic living trading 5 lots.
Right.
You don't necessarily have to trade big to make a lot of money in this. So don't let them push you to a level where you're not going to be comfortable, where you're not mentally prepared to do that. You know, just do what you're doing. Let them yell at you. Let them do whatever. And, you know, maybe eventually you'll just be able to back yourself. You'll be able to walk away and just save your money and this, that. And so one of the things that one of the trading psychologists that I was working with at the time said was, what I want you to think about is be ecstatic, be happy that those big traders that are trading around you, and they may even be looking down upon you because you're not a big trader. You know, make sure that you genuinely tell yourself and feel that you're happy for their success. You are happy that they are doing that well, because that means that you have the opportunity to grow to that level as well. So there was a lot of people on the trading floor that would be absolutely bonkers mad if you got a good trade that they were late on. They would want to rip your face off. There were a lot of people that were jealous of people that were successful there, and they were miserable people. I mean, miserable people. So in order to grow into one of those people, I had to, and I never got to the level that some of these guys were at. I mean, these guys were big traders, but I had to basically say, you know, I'm happy for them. I'm not going to compare myself to them because they are not me, and I'm going to do what I feel is right for me in this current state, in the current experience level, the current ability to make money. As long as I'm making money, I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. So great. You just had you just made 10 handles on 100 lot. Great for you. I made 6 handles on a 5 lot. Great for me. Great for me. So, you know, and it's difficult to do, and we all do it. I mean, you know, we see somebody, you know, is putting up $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 days, taking $100,000 payouts. Well, I mean, I had my time at that. I'm not in it for that right now. You know, just make a little bit of money and I'm fine. I'm happy with that. So, but seeing this, thinking, well, why can't I do that? Well, you can. But all of those big traders in the S&P pit that were taking down 50 and 100 lot trades started the way we are. Steve P, who was one of the best traders I ever saw. I said, you know, how did you get to be so big? How did you make so much money? And he said, well, that's the wrong question. You know, it wasn't how did I make this much money? My goal was to become a good trader. It didn't matter anybody around me. There were a lot of good traders. I wanted to become the best trader I could become. I didn't focus on anything that anybody else was doing. And I started trading one lots. Then I went to 2 lots. Then I went to 3 lots. Then I took my first 5 lot. Then I took my first 10 lot. I was scared to death. I took a 10 lot. Now a 10 lot to him was like peanuts. But he had to build his way into it, and he wasn't concerned about money. He was concerned about becoming a good trader and making good trading decisions. Well, Steve, how did you do that? I don't know. I can't tell you how I was able to do that. It just over time just got better at it, just making good trading decisions. And that's when he said to me, you know, he said, Hoag, trading isn't about making money. It's about making good decisions. When you become a good decision maker, the money just comes in. It becomes a byproduct of being able to make good choices.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So if you're going to compare yourself to these people, think about where they came from. Number one, how long they've been doing it. They're different people than we are. But I think one of the most important points that I'm trying to make is you have to be happy for others that are doing well if you plan on doing well yourself.
Yeah, you know, you brought up 2 really fantastic things I kind of want to dig deeper into. And the first one is, and you didn't say it like this, so I'm paraphrasing. If you're looking at someone else's success and it's causing an emotion to rise up in you, it could be that you're jealous. And so you're thinking to yourself, why can't that be me? Why isn't that me? And I am smiling because I never think of myself as a person that's jealous. But if I feel that, that's exactly what's happening. Why can't that be me? And so digging in a little bit to that temperament that goes, all right, you're saying, hey, why can't that be me? It comes out of a space maybe you feel frustrated, or if I'm thinking to myself, it would probably be, I'm frustrated. I see the market. I obviously know how to trade well. I'm just not trading with that particular size and mechanic, but it's because I have to manage my own personal risk in my own personal accounts. And so you can talk through that event of feeling jealous and get yourself to the other side of it, which I think is fantastic, which is what you're talking about. Be happy for that person. And remember that comparison isn't useful to you unless you're definitively trying to beat that person in an individual one-on-one competition. And you're not. You're competing with the broad forces in the market. Mm-hmm. And so I love what you just said there, because, you know, as well as we think we know ourselves, something always happens where we go, I didn't realize that about myself. I didn't realize that was what the driver of that emotion was. And so I thank you for opening that door, right? Because I certainly feel it. The second thing is, a lot of times folks that swing big, they strike out big, right? And they have big drawdowns, and those drawdowns can come day after day after day until they blow their account. So there's always that, you know, that balance beam that we have to work through in terms of sizing up versus saying, hey, I'm going for it, you know, full. What did you guys go? Pulled pork? Full port? I don't even know. Yeah, there you go.
They're probably a different terms back then.
Yeah, so, but you know what I'm saying, that sort of thing. And then we have to go, well, hang on, is that within my structure of what I want to do? So I guess the big takeaway is, listen, there are people just freaking killing it right now. Topstep is paying out millions of dollars, and that's great, but don't let what you see on the screen force you into sizing up. And so if we're thinking about that and we're going, okay, I don't want it to force me to size up, but how might I know I'm caught in that hamster wheel, as it were, where I go, no, I don't really, but I find myself sizing up anyway later on in the day or whatever. What kind of head check do you use, Hoag or Nick? What do you do to go, all right, pump the brakes here?
New highs in NASDAQ.
Getting a little crazy. Yeah, so that number that I went short on this morning at 20,008 was the place to go long. Once it got up above it and it faded, but came into a higher low. That's a really nice one. So the next one is 20,072.
Yeah, really, really bullish stuff ahead of some earnings this week. So we'll see if this sustains. This could really be
buy the rumor, sell the news, maybe.
Yeah. I mean, very well could be. But we'll keep an eye on it. Hoag, did you want to answer that question? How do you know when you were starting to maybe get a little bit of envious of other traders or start trading?
How do you stop yourself?
Too much size. Yeah.
Yeah. How do you stop yourself from going, all right, don't add another one, buddy? What do you do?
Well, it's that feeling to me. I mean, as I worked to overcome it in the trading pit, by the time we got to screen trading, I was like, okay, now it's just me and the screen. So I didn't really, don't really have that feeling anymore, because I'm not watching guys, trading hundreds and, taking big positions and making tons of money and hearing the stories about them. Now it's much more private, which is, a little bit different here at Topstep, because we are showing that, when people are doing really well. So, it's just going back to saying, good for them, man. It's amazing to me.
Yeah.
How many people out there get upset when something good happens to somebody else?
I know.
It doesn't make sense to me anymore.
That's why the Germans have the word for it, I suppose. When things go badly, they're Schadenfreude. I think that's it. When things go
Schadenfreude or something like that.
Yeah.
Where's Jack
when things go badly. Yeah. When things go
Uh-huh.
badly for others, it's because we've been living in that space where we don't want it to watch it rise so nicely for them. But yeah, I find that to be very interesting that people get upset. But again, examining myself, and I try to be a pretty transparent gal, and I would not have classified it as envy or jealousy, but maybe that's because I'm trying to pretty it up too much, because I am thinking, wow, you can do that. That should be you. You could do that. As opposed to just going, holy cow, which some of these numbers that these kids are putting up, and maybe they're not all kids, but
Yeah, we don't know their ages. These could be seasoned veterans. We just really see the P&L. We don't know what's going on behind the scenes. And also, we don't know what journey they've been on, too.
Yeah.
So someone could be up,
true enough.
a $250,000, but maybe they lost $250,000 a year before that. So in reality, they're only a break even. Like, we just don't have enough information about some of these traders, and all we get is the P&L, which is fine. I think it is inspiring to see some of these traders put up big numbers, but it is definitely kind of a double-edged sword, because is it motivating people to take size too fast so they can try to put up 5-figure days? And I'm a firm believer that traders will only make what they think they deserve. And so if you get into size that's above your head, there's a very, very good chance you will most likely mismanage the trade in some form or fashion and not get good profits.
Yeah.
It's very tricky.
I would push back a little bit on you get what you deserve. I would say that it might be you get what you're prepared for.
Sure, yeah.
And I'm not sure that we deserve anything, but we certainly get what we are prepared for. And sometimes many of us are more prepared for loss than gain. It's our mind focuses on, all right, well, you're probably not gonna, and that's even today. That's why I don't have any alerts that say, you're filled or whatever in my personal trading accounts, because many years ago it would go ding and I'd get sick to my stomach, just completely Pavlovian, because I go, okay, here comes another losing trade. And so that really is a space for us to really realize, hey, wait a minute. Am I preparing for failure or am I preparing for success? Now, of course, if you manage risk, you go, okay, I know if I fail, this will happen. But are you planning for success? How do you, if this is going in the right direction, why not prepare like it's where it's supposed to be going? And if trend is following, you don't reverse the trade, do something crazy like that, or you don't completely pull it off because you're afraid that the upside will disappear. And that's a constant battle. I mean, unless you're trading around a position, it really becomes very difficult to hold on to something, especially like a day like today. Here's my screen on what would that be? The right-hand side of the screen. Yeah, the right-hand side of the screen. You see my 4-hour chart, and it's got no trend because it moved down and now it's moving all the way back up, right? We have 1, 2, 3, 4, almost 20 hours of upside motion after 2 days of sideways to downside motion, and so we're net zero, right? And so when you're sitting in a place like that, you can't pile in and go, hey, I'm long, because the longer term trend says, no, I'm not, I'm flat in the range. And so that adaptive space really has the trader thinking, okay, how do I know when to hold a trade longer relative to where it's been and relative to where it might go? And so for me, I'm thinking to myself, all right, well, that's potentially, that could be the top of my trade, even though I suspect it will, go up into 20,072.
Yeah, there's some good questions in chat actually concerning that. This is like from Nate Moody. It's like, how do you measure that? Is it you get what you are prepared to lose? I often cut trades short because I don't really want to lose money. Inevitably, though, it goes to my profit point.
John, you want to do that one, or do you want me to do that one?
Well, I don't think anybody, necessarily prepares to lose, but that fear of loss sometimes creates the actual thing that we're afraid of. And there is a tendency to die by 1,000 cuts because all you're trying to do is limit your risk, and you're not letting trades actually prove wrong. You're getting scared because you're down money, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but you have to be able to let trades breathe a little bit. And sometimes, you're going to get hit on your stop, but sometimes it's going to turn around and it's going to pay you, and it's all part of the tuition, which was something I was going to ask. When you see a great trader, you have no idea what they've been through and the tuition that they've paid to get to where they are.
Yeah.
There were people that I knew that, they came from very wealthy families and they went into the S&P pit, and, it didn't really matter if they lost $2 million to pay for their tuition, because it wasn't going to change their lifestyle anyway. These were rich, old money families, and they may have lost $1 million or $2 million before getting things figured out, and they ended up being really big traders. But you don't need it. It makes it a lot easier to be a trader, right? So, with that question, let your trades play out. If there's an entry, there should be a reasonable and probable profit target, and there should be a level that invalidates the trade, and let it play out. And I know none of us like to sit in losing trades, and none of us like to take losing trades, but that's the issue. None of us are hardwired to do this the right way. We hate taking losses, and we love taking profits. So we usually expand our losses because we don't want to take them, and we end up taking our winners because, hey, I just made $50. I better take it now, otherwise it'll get taken away.
Right. That's really tempting to do.
Flipping that is going to get you to where you want to go.
Yeah, I've been saying this a lot recently, and it's like if you want something to happen, you have to let it happen. And I think why trading can be so tricky is because you're essentially being asked in real time to challenge your personality, and it's very easy to default back to whatever our previous personality is. And let's say we're trying to develop a personality in which we want to stick with our daily loss limit, for example, which is a difficult journey for everybody. If you want to be that person, you have to do that action and then stick with it and suffer through the consequences. And it's really a game of delayed gratification. We're too scared of making that change in the present moment when we see it face to face. But we have to do it and then sit in the uncomfortableness long enough that we can wake up the next day and be like, oh, this wasn't so bad. And then you have to keep on repeating it. So eventually it's like, oh, if I hold the trade for half an hour, it's no different than holding a trade for 5 minutes.
It's like, don't believe everything you overthink.
Yeah. I didn't mean to cut you off, Anne Marie. I think you had a
No,
you didn't.
Well. You didn't cut me off at all. You didn't cut me off at all. We were just
I might have, and I'm sorry.
General.
No. It was good. It's a fun conversation. I think trading it's so difficult because we all want the answer of how do we change a 0 to a 1? How do we change a bad behavior to a good behavior? And all of that magic exists between a 0 and a 1. And we're all kind of chasing it in different ways and come from different backgrounds with psychology and all of our own problems. And so it's very tricky to figure out how does an individual become disciplined on their own without anything else. They have to do it on their own. It's their own journey. It's hard. I think that's why the community is so strong here at Topstep. It's because we're all trying to figure it out, and it's a trusted place where people can kind of ask those questions and open up, especially like in Discord. Find a trading buddy. It's a huge help. Anne-Marie, did you have a trading buddy when you were getting started?
No, in general. I'm a very introverted person by naturally. So, and I just don't, I listen to other folks and then I will step back, but I don't normally exchange ideas unless I'm in a broad active space like this. I normally am very quiet. TopstepTV has really shifted my ability or my ability to interact with more folks. I forced myself to do it in the chat, and then in times like this, it's been good for me. It's really been good for me, but it has stretched me. Not gonna lie. Stretched me.
I hope it wasn't chat. I hope chat was very kind to you.
I'm okay. I'm okay if they razz me. I usually don't notice because I'm too busy trying to plot my ideas out and add value to the stream. So I don't normally notice if they razz me.
I will be your bouncer.
Bless you. I'm sure you have been my bouncer in times past. So
did you have a hard time watching other people take trades while you're trying to trade? Does it mess up or interfere with your radar,
actually,
for your entries?
No, I actually like that when that's happening. And so it might go in it might look like dissonance when I say, hey, I don't really like to talk to other people when I'm in the middle of a trade. I don't like to talk. I don't mind if they talk. And I actually like it because I can look and go, all right, I see why that might work. And if I'm thinking something that's completely different, I'll go, okay, what do you think about that? Like, so Jay and Dakota will bounce off of each other. And because I trade a fair bit like Jay, they'll say numbers and I'll go, yeah, that looks like this, but this might happen first. So the key is when did that happen? maybe last week sometime. I think the number was like 790. It might have been when I was on Fast Markets. And I think both Jay and Dakota had looked for that 770.
Mm-hmm.
And it bounced at the 790 as I thought, but it bounced into a lower high, which made that 770 much more viable, and it ended up turning out. And so I love listening to how folks are framing out, because I can immediately, when you're in the middle of a trade, you size it up, you become sort of emotionally attached to the trading idea. And when I listen to folks, I get to go, oh, okay. I know you're thinking about doing a 5 lot there. Maybe you just do a 1 lot, because if they're right, you have to be prepared to take that heat. And so I love listening.
Is this at all akin to like when my fiance asked me to pick between 2 pairs of earrings, and she doesn't care about which earring I pick, but she just wants the feedback internally of how she feels about my decision?
In a funny sort of way, I'm going to say yes.
Okay. I'm learning.
Yes.
Fiance, if you're out there.
I'm going to say yes. It's the feedback about the idea that's more interesting than, because, everything in trading is kind of squishy, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's squishy. There's nothing where you go, except, hey, if you don't manage your risk, eventually you're going to lose all your money. That's about the only hard line in the business that there is. Everything else has got a little bit of squish to it. And figuring out where that squish is, and then becoming consistent around execution and risk management is really, that's the real secret sauce for any individual in the game, right? Can you figure out where your squishy bits will hold? And then can I manage my size around those squishy bits, right? I don't mean to make that sound very, I don't know how that sounds. Probably not that great.
Squishy bits?
Yeah.
In 17 minutes, that would have been taken totally differently, but you're safe in your, in your own segment. Just be happy Dre's not on right now. He would not be able to.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
Speaking of markets, NQ double top off of 20,040s. A little bit of a pullback, 20 points off the highs here from 20,040s. YM, nice bid as well. And what's the ES up to? Kind of creeping higher as well. Anne-Marie, do you think we're going to get back within range by the end of the day here?
You mean the opening range?
Back under 20,000. Just kind of like the inside date sort of range. That's what I'm saying.
The anchored VWAP, the anchored VWAP is still well below us and inside of our heavy congestion. So it could. We're due for a relief bounce, right? I honestly believe this is a relief bounce. If we're looking at a daily chart, we're going to see that we just had a toilet flush of motion, and now we're just getting a little bit of relief. The big question to answer that might be, what is the delta telling us today?
We're getting a
how
pullback
did we begin the day? Yeah. What is the day telling us in terms of how delta has shifted?
Well, delta is still negative 1,200 in the NASDAQ.
Hey, Anne-Marie, while your screen is up, do you have the orders tab or your trades tab open or no?
I don't.
Okay. If you want to switch to my screen, I just got a DM that they released a new quality of life improvement to the journal. So if you have the trades tab open, you can actually journal the trade from that tab. So I just had some trade in this practice. Yeah. So there's actually a journal column now on the far left-hand side, everybody. And if you click the plus sign, it will automatically pop up in the window with the trade ID, and then you can journal that trade. So no longer do you have to go to the performance stats and then the journal. You can actually just journal it from the trades tab. So super cool update.
That is cool.
Makes trading a little bit easier. Just a little bit easier. So very cool feature.
By just using the little, of course, the journal tab. Yeah.
Yep, right underneath trades. Yeah, it's very cool.
Nice.
Yep, that is the only tab that has it, as far as I can tell. Yep, so underneath trades, then if you want to add that, you can go to add components, and then just drag and drop that down below. But nice little update there. Pretty sweet.
Yeah, I like it.
Very nice. So, well, our good friend who sent in this email, hopefully he's watching. And hopefully that you got something out of it. You know, yes, we all want recognition. Yes, losses are unpleasant, but don't compare yourself to other traders. All you're trying to do is be a little bit better than you were yesterday. And we'll be looking forward to hearing from you again and hopefully seeing your eventual success. And when you are successful, I'm wondering what color Lambo you're going to buy.
I think with trading, if you don't have a mentor or a trading buddy, it can be very easy to be hard on yourself because the screen typically is not going to give you back positive vibes unless you're putting positive vibes into the screen. So, I mean, like in general, this is probably with like a lot of things, but I think like particularly with trading, it's like trading is really only as hard as you are on yourself. Like if you want to make your life a living hell while you're trading, it's very, very easy to do that. 100%. But if you want to be kind to yourself and like enjoy the process and follow your daily loss limit, you can do that too. You have both options at your disposal. But I've definitely had phases in which I was not trading. I was just using it to beat myself up. And I was like, that's kind of silly. Then you do like some emotional work and you figure it out and you move on. And it's, a couple steps back, a couple steps forward, and you just keep on marching.
Yeah.
We all have different journeys.
I think there's a lot of emotional work we have to do on ourselves as traders. When we're in a performance game, we have to find the ways to help us improve. But if we look at the best coaches, they're usually not screaming down your neck about X, Y, or Z. They're saying,
what are you doing?
Right.
They're saying, hey, pump the brakes there. Obviously, you can see that that's not working. Now step back and reassess and pull yourself together and start making some changes. If you can't, then, there's going to be trouble if you're looking to do something different than what's happening right now. And, a lot of times newer traders don't know the difference between strategy hopping versus strategy tweaking, right? And we're looking for a simple thing like a moving average crossover can make you money as long as you're managing risk and you're paying attention to relative support and resistance. You don't really need anything else. You really don't. And so if you're starting with something simple like that, or you're starting with the volume profiles and you're understanding the opening range trade, you know what the risk is going to be at the end of that time, and you can go, I can't accept that kind of risk. I'm going to let that trade go by me. And that's more of strategy tweaking that's reasonable for a trader to advance, right? I mean, a baseball pitcher, he learns one pitch first. And if he's really, really good, he's going to release at the same point for 5 different pitches. But there's only a few guys that are that good. And so we have to realize that, hey, we're not going to be as great as pick whomever is on the list at whatever time and go, all right, let me mechanize how well I can move forward in this space, but stop strategy hopping and learn instead some strategy tweaking that helps you with your risk events.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I would say would be the big takeaway from that. And then, don't compare yourself to some guy who's, pulling down 120 grand off 5 XFAs. Although I will say, I'm so happy to see more women coming up on these big trade events and the payouts because they've been so few of them. It's just fantastic to see. And so, I think I just think that's lovely. It would be fantastic if we could have, even 60-40 someday, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, I mean, there's a strong community. There's a strong female trading community. I do feel for them on social media, though. That is a rough gig too. So shout out to all the ladies out there who have the thickest of skin and can hang in FinTwit with all the other weirdos and idiots who are making tweets and stuff. But I do love seeing. We have like Fatima. She was on Super Strong Trader.
Yes. Yeah.
Great. Yep. A lot of really successful female traders out there.
It's fun. I like it. I like, I just like seeing that they're giving it a go.
Yeah.
I've bumped into a lot of women that go, oh, I can't handle the risk. I get too jittery. XYZ, whatever it is. And, they're climbing up and getting better. And so that's really fantastic. Trading is simple, but it's not easy. And so there's that, and it's always a journey. You're going to go 2 steps up, 1 step back, 3 steps up, 2 steps back, 5 steps up, 6 steps back. But, as long as you're managing that risk, you're going to keep yourself on the right side of it and just keep plugging away at it.
I like what you said about strategy hopping.
Mm-hmm.
You never want to strategy hop. You just make gentle changes in trajectory that may be just enough to make it go, make it right. You don't want to throw everything out.
No, but make sure you have a fixed daily loss limit first. Because if you don't have that, then everything you do after that doesn't matter, right? If you're trying to test a strategy and you keep on blowing up your days, you're not even letting your strategy play out. So at least the nice thing is that the very first step is pretty simple. Just manage your daily loss limit. Find a daily one and stick with it for a while. It doesn't matter if you make money. You don't have to make money. But I think it's so important to redefine what is and is not a losing day. You can hit your personal daily loss limit, and that should still be considered a victorious day.
Yeah. Yeah, just
at least you won discipline.
Yeah, just manage your playing field, just really. And it truly is. It's not easy. It's not easy. I love that cat. I think he's very sassy.
Yeah, he's a cuddle bug, actually. Oh yeah, it's Gus. He's a cuddle bug. He wants to go outside all the time. But he's very social. He likes hanging out. I have a cat bed right in front of my keyboard that he sleeps in like 5 hours out of the day while I'm hanging out at work.
Okay, that's hilarious.
Yeah. No hotkeys over here though. Got to be careful.
Kittens on the keyboard.
Kittens on the keyboard, and not the ivories. Well, Hoag and Anne-Marie, thank you so much for Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie. This was fun. More of a psychological dive into the markets here and into the human mind. We do have a lot of earnings coming up this week, so I think it is just as important to make sure that we are in the right mindset for what is coming up this week, because we could really start getting some volatility. markets could start moving. So make sure we, maybe start doing a little bit of visualization. Visualize yourself in a winning trade, or holding a trade longer than 5 minutes, or managing your personal daily loss limit. Those are all little ways to get reps in the market without actually being in them, is imagining that you are in them. And that can help you a little bit.
Happy traders are better.
100% trade happy. Got to trade happy. Any last words before we move on to the next segment? It's going to be Carl Hungus, Andre, and myself for Power Hour. Should be pretty exciting.
Oh, that's going to be fun. That's going to be fun. I am so happy that I got to spend the time with the both of you. It's great. It's always, I love my Topstep TV family. It's so fantastic. So it's really nice that you're back. Thank you so much. So
we love you.
Hoag.
Be kind to yourselves. Be kind to each other.
Yeah.
Pray for peace every day.
Wonderful. And we will, coming up next, it will be Power Hour with myself, Andre, and Carl Hungus. We'll take some trades and try to figure out what the NASDAQ is up to. Are we going to close inside range? Are we going to break out to new highs? Nobody knows, but we certainly will have opinion on it. Coming up in 5 minutes. #Power Hour.
You know what they say about voting? Every vote matters. And with Topstep's feature voting, you can vote up the things that matter to you the most. Don't forget to put that vote in.
right. You know what hour it is. It is Power Hour. Joining us today, the man in the middle, the meme lord himself, Carl Hungus. My partner to the right of right of the screen, Dolby Time. Let's get right into it. Hungus, how you been trading today?
I have been trading not great, even flattish, down like $150 in the combine. That's about it. I'm trying to catch this top, trying to short it up here. I got stopped out a couple times, but that's about it. I'm looking for a rotation back down to the bottom of the initial balance. So I think it's going to remain a range bound day. We were talking about it in the green room. It's either going to break this high that it just made, that it just tapped here, this recent high. It's either going to come in and attack it like it usually does, or it's going to break down and rotate to the bottom of the. I use a 30-minute initial balance, and I think it'll come down to say 19,880-ish. It's also the 50 EMA, which would be a nice mean reversion play. So it's all pretty cut and dry.
Okay. So are you trading NASDAQ today, Hungus?
Yeah, I'm trading NASDAQ.
Cool. All right.
I really salad hands a copper trade a couple days ago. So
buddy.
Happens.
Oh, man, I was feeling it. It does. Now I feel it on.
And Dolby Time, you got the live account open right now, trading light, trading small, keeping it tight. What are you looking at doing today, Dolby Time?
It would be very small, if anything. I'd probably stick to the YM if I was interested in placing trades. I think things are looking kind of bullish, but I kind of have a bias personally. So I'm still leaning short, unfortunately. So I'm kind of curious to see. Sorry, I'm moving my charts everywhere right now. So this is the 1 hour chart of the YM. We're in a really kind of nice tight range here between 40,500 and 40,750. So I'd be interested to see if we can test 40,740s and then maybe roll over from there. But if I had to get into a trade right now, I'd probably lean long until we get up to that level, just because we kind of bounced off this middle, 40,622, which is middle of the range. And so this might be a continuation trade to the upside until they can find some sellers to come in. So kind of a no man land area for me, for at least the YM. Haven't talked about the YM recently.
All right, very good, very good. Quick recap of the markets. NASDAQ currently trading 20,008. High today, 20,044. ES currently trading 5610, big level that we talked about earlier today on fast markets. High today, 5616. YM, which Dolby is looking at last trade, 40,688. High today, 40,747. Crude not doing whole much right now, either is gold. Gold currently trading 2398. Trying to make a push for the highs of the day, 2,400. Got the tilt, 70% long in gold and 72% long in the YM. See how this plays out.
Lost Trader hit it. Called me copper hands right on. I copper hands that trade. It's 100%. Nailed it.
Yep. If you held that trade properly. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. I was just going to say, if you held that trade properly, your hands would have oxidized into a pretty blue color.
Well done,
Dolby. Copper-handed it. Done. They just it's a science joke. There we go.
Yes. All right, buyers stepping in here. NASDAQ and yes as well. YM catch a bit of a bid.
30-minute.
Go ahead. Yeah, please.
Yeah, why I use a 30-minute initial balance. And if you look at my screen shared, right? Should be.
Yep. Yes, now you're up. There we go.
All right, there we go. So this red box, that represents the 30-minute initial balance. This was the candle that created it, right, in this red box. That's the New York Open. This white box is called the Brinks box. This is 30 minutes prior to the New York Open. When I switch this to 1 hour, watch what happens. Here, it cuts it. So I get it adds this candle in to the 30-minute and gives me a different profile for the initial balance. Sometimes it's wider, sometimes it's shorter, but that's why I choose to use it, because this 30 minutes prior to the US Open or the New York Open, they call it the US Brinks because they have the EU Brinks as well. It's because that's what they do, the setup. It's when the big players push the market in a direction only to run it the other way. typically. And you can see that's exactly what they did. Prior to the New York Open, they ran it hard that 30 minutes prior. Right here. And then
what's the price?
Look at the other direction.
Yeah, what's the price?
All the way to the top, 20,000 to 2075, 20,025. They ran it right up at the open. So this was the 30-minute open, was here. The hourly open, if I move it though, it's going to give me a different profile. It's going to be slightly lower. So it's just, again, here you go. It's a little preference, 20,016. So that's not really why I do it, but it gives you a different look at the market. And for me, what somebody said, pros close the market, Joes open the market. Well, this is the setup for the Joes, the Brinks, right?
Brinks?
This is market maker, the Brinks box. That's what they call it. The 30 minutes prior to the open of the EU and the US markets are heavily traded. This candle, this green candle right here represents 200% of the volume of the previous 10 candles. So prior to the Brinks leading into it, right, in the EU, everything settles out. We were pushing higher, but what we did is we spiked it. We spiked it right here, right before the market opened, and then drove in the opposite direction, right? This is a 1 hour. When we break it down, see a little bit more clearly, here's the spike. We didn't revisit this area until just now, but recently, an hour ago. So what we did was the Brinks initially actually set this range and set the top, and then we drove straight down all the way to the 50 EMA, where we reversed. So this is a big mean reversion play. So I mean, we hit both sides in this 30 minutes at the open, right? So we hit both sides of it, but you can see in the Brinks they drove it up early, and if you go to the hour, it won't be there.
How often does that offer itself as resistance or support? Is it just useful for range days, pretty much?
Well, what I like to look for in using the Brinks box is a sweep of one side and then a drive to the other, just like we got. So if we break here, let's get it on the 5. So if we get down to the 5, we can really see how they busted out, because here it is on the 5. It's very small, and here's the New York Open over here. Doesn't open to here, so we rip it. And this is the 30-minute. Actually, where is it now? I don't move like that. And this 30-minute candle represents the open, the top of the open up here. But when you flip it to the hour, you don't get it.
Yeah.
But like I said, the reason why I'm using, what's that?
Oh, I was just saying, I don't know if anyone has ever told you this before, but your charts are very pretty.
I love this. Yeah.
All the time. All the time, dude. A lot of chart
nice looking charts.
My charts.
Yeah.
This is the hybrid system. Remember I talked to you about that guy Tino who does a lot of EU trading, a lot of crypto. This system he promotes, and I find these very useful. It's a lot going on, but when you recognize, oh, this is the New York session open, this red box right here. So whenever I got price up here, I'm looking for shorts. I wanted shorts up here. Also, why? This is the 200 EMA on the 30-minute. This is a big regulator for me, right?
That's a big one. What's that level?
Yeah.
What's that number there, that 200? Keep an eye on that.
47. Let's call it 50. You want to call it 50? Because what's really nice up here, see how these shaded areas are? Notice the shaded area up here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This is a vector candle. This bright red, 200% of the previous 10 candles. That's what that represents, that down volume. So these get highlighted out. And what these become are points of interest where price will run into. As you can see, it already attacked this one. This was a red vector candle that got chewed up in this move. So only the top is left. And this is why I got interested in shorting here. Because my play was that, and I had orders up in here, I ended up getting stopped out. But my play was to take shorts all the way up to here and get the turnaround. Usually it takes the whole thing and then turns around. So hopefully we get another run at this, and it either stops on a dime at the 200 and about faces and goes down, or it's going to break, run through this, and possibly, that's why I said I'd be looking for this next candle to get attacked. The way the Nasdaq
Are you taking shorts as soon as we get up there, or no?
I took shorts. Yes, right now.
So you've already tried.
It's going to kind of. Yeah, I did, and I was in, and I got stopped out when this bounced back up. And it took
Got it. All right, so shorts around 40.
What have you?
Shorts around 47-ish, 44s.
Yep. I would take shorts in this. I would start taking shorts in the shaded area, which goes from 44 to 50. And that's like an EMA play. I used to be a heavy EMA trader, so I love trading on the 200 and the 200 on the 30-minute. Very strong. We already got a clear rejection once. We got it twice. The only thing is that this is end of day, so we're going to have MOC orders that could trump this, right? We could easily just blast right through. And because of the fast action from last week, this could easily get chopped into and recovered. And this pink line right here, 800 EMA. And I find the 800 EMA gets interacted with pretty well. As you can see here, when we broke, it tried to find support at the 800. This is back on Wednesday when we had that big down day.
Yep.
So I find the 800s, the 200, the 50 are my bigger long-term EMAs. I don't necessarily use the 9 and I think it's 9 and 14 anymore as much. I used to use them as crossovers, but I'm usually good with levels. I usually use levels now and then bookmap for that tighter stuff where I would use a 9 and a 14. I prefer the price action to guide me at that point.
Awesome stuff. All right, so we're looking for a short, like I said, the 44s, 47 area. Really quick, though, you'd be remiss if I did not say in the upper left-hand corner of the screen, you see the hashtag Power Hour. Dolby time. You know what time it is. What is hashtag?
I do. It is hashtag Power Hour time. And we have one of actually the best hashtag Power Hour people there is. Carl Hungus is one of our meme lords here. Meme lord on the wall, who is the funniest of them all.
Well, it's funny. I mean, Dolby, you put out the bat signal, right? And I have the first meme. It's hilarious. It's so rudimentary. I'm going to be like the Beeple of Topstep memes. I have so many of them, hundreds of them already. It's going to be ridiculous. Oh, and wait till I launch my Topstep. So what do you guys have? You got a website for what?
Hindsight Capital,
Hindsight.
Flip Capital, I believe are the two.
All right, don't worry. For the prop firm side of things, we've got
love it.
We've got some strategy. Yeah, we've got a thing going on here. We've got a sister website being built. Don't worry.
Well, I'm looking forward to this. I might actually need a coffee book of all of these memes. Maybe when the year's up, we'll sell one in this store, so you can share all the memes with everybody.
Stocking
holidays. Well, I think it'd be a great stocking stuffer.
I mean, I got some ideas for you guys, but we'll talk about that once my agent talks to your people. We get that all settled out.
Oh yeah. Anyways, back to the plug. We are on what are we on? We're on Twitter, also known as X. So hashtag Power Hour at Topstep. Share your memes with us, tick pics, trader dashboards, which you can now export through Topstep X. And trader wins. Also, battle stations are fantastic. Also, if you have pets in your picture, that also seems to be a big hit. I have one in front of me right now. So please hit us up, hashtag Power Hour at Topstep. We want to share what you share with us, with everybody on the internet in real time. And then we'll have Gabe scrape our Twitter, and we'll take the content and share it in real time with all y'all. Pretty funny stuff. And if you get really good at it, you can come on Power Hour like Carl Hungus.
Yep.
That's how we found him.
Yeah.
There he is.
I thought it was going to be my
himself.
amazing trading. Yeah, I really did. I thought I was going to come in here and wow you and be like, dude, my account's up like $7,000. Oh, my XFA is struggling right now. And it's mainly the memes that got me on here.
You laughed your way into our hearts.
Whatever it takes, Hungus.
No, that's what I said. You know what? I told my wife. She thinks it's ridiculous. I said, well, this ridiculousness is me on TopstepTV in front of a couple thousand people spouting my views. What did you do today?
Yeah. Yeah,
that's when I got yelled at.
Yeah, that's when you got yelled at. And we're bearish. Okay. I got a question for chat here, actually. And actually for everyone on there as well. End of day, 3:00. Are we going to be under or over 20,000 in the NASDAQ?
Oh,
I think that is a good question.
I'm saying under.
Get a poll?
I'll say under.
Get a poll in. Is anyone manning the polls? If you are, will the NASDAQ finish under or over 20,000?
So even right here is so devious because you feel like you want to take a share. This is great range for you, Dobie. I know you're not trading it.
Yep.
Are you just you're done cold turkey off the NASDAQ? Is that what I'm hearing?
Dobie's scouting right now.
You know, the 1 minute I think is starting to provide more opportunity for me with my system. I feel like I really spun my wheels using 5 minute ranges, which don't really appear all that frequently in the NASDAQ. Whereas in like crude oil or the YM, they tend to appear a lot more often. So I switched on to the 1 minute and I found that the ranges are a little bit easier to manage and they're less whippy somehow. It's crazy how my formation appears so much more. Yeah. I mean, there's a bunch.
Yes,
That's actually
switch it up.
YM.
I think there's a long right now on the 1 minute. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna take that one on the 1 minute based off because you know why? Why not? Right? It's just a
power hour.
That's a good one. Yeah, we're nice. Let's go.
1 minute range.
I would take 3 of these right here if I can get them. There's 2.
If we can stay below 20,020,
I'll take 2.
That looks decent. Be a cheap trade. Oh, the
I'm
pull is
taking
up.
the long up.
It is.
Oh yeah,
taking
that works.
Long.
Yeah, that works too.
Yeah, I'm taking the long. Even though I want to go shorts, I'm the long right here. The way it's setting up to go down, I can see it swipe this entire area right here, this liquidity pool that it just made up to 30 before it makes its trek down. So it's hovering around the 50 failure pattern above. Now it looks like it makes them want to make a deeper run. If it's going to go down, it'll swipe this, in my opinion, swipe it, and then start heading further. But you can see what it did at the 200 right here on the 1 minute. This is very strong. This is a big buy up right here. Both of these. Look at this red candle. Look at all this volume. This is the most volume we've seen in this entire shot. Look back since the morning. Right here in this candle, and it is a buy up off the 200, followed up by another one. So they pinged the 200 twice on the 1 minute. And bought them up heavily. So, for me, the way I look at this is, again, I'm looking short, but I took that long based on seeing this come up here to swipe this liquidity and then flip that thing. I'm going to flip it to a short right here.
Ooh, I like that.
At
reversal challenge.
Yeah.
I'm reverse challenging myself. Well, no, it's going to depend.
What price are you long
what
from?
It does. Let's see. Already taking some heat. I feel like Michael right here. Let's go.
Hey, got a big stuff.
Oh wait.
Long three from 08.
Two. I'm only long 2, and you know what?
2.
Let's take another one right here. Bang, because I did want 3.
Ooh.
Bang, here we go. I like
Average
that
price
area better anyway. 06, and it's dropping like a stone.
3 from 06.
I didn't move my stop loss quick enough on my bracket. Yeah, it stopped me out already.
So you're flat?
Yep, I forgot to move my bracket on this. That's all right.
You can get a better price right now if you want to get long.
No.
What are you in a trading combine? If you love it at 20,000, you're gonna love it at 19,985.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There it is.
Would you ever consider longs at like 19,980, or it's like a real stretch of that 5 minute range?
Yeah. Bang! Here we go. Now I'm gonna take it.
We're selling. Try to step in here. Look at the 5 minute range.
For a bounce off of the 200. If it doesn't hold, it doesn't hold. I'll lose another.
Yeah, here's some decent long value below 980. It just has to be a real quick trade if it decides to rip lower.
Quick Delta update. ES plus 18,000. NQ minus 1,700. That was as of 20 minutes ago. We'll get more updates though as we get closer to the bell. But yeah, 207 Central, it was plus 18,000 ES. Roads, ETLs. That's pretty good,
so
Rusty
funny.
Golfer.
That's so funny. You got me. You got me on that one.
Yeah, got me good. Yeah. Tilt update. Looking at what is it? Gold 71% long, and YM 71% long as well. A little bit more selling here in the ES. Buyer step in.
YM. I think these markets are going to be pretty chill. There's so many earnings coming out this week. I do not see us really extending range all that much. I would be very surprised if we did. Doesn't mean it can't happen, but typically when we have so much news, the market kind of just waits on the sideline before it really does anything big, like breakout, starting to trend.
Do. I'm going to take 2 off right here on this pop. Sell 2. Over here.
YM is slowly marching higher.
Yes, it is.
Let's go.
Talk to us, Hungus. What's your position? What's your P&L?
It's on my screen. Bang, got 2 out.
Nice.
Holding 1. I'm going to move this stop up just into a tiny profit. I just don't feel like taking L's. Plus, this looks like a good V recovery right here. So if it does fail, it's just going to go. It's going to blast right through this 200 anyway. So I want to be out of it. So there's no use in putting us, in my opinion, there's no use in putting a stop below this structure, because if it comes back in here, it's going to run this. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
I think it's doing exactly what we just talked about, where we're going to get up to get down. So it's swiping up to grab some liquidity, and there it is. I'm out of that trade, which is fine. I could care less. I'm ultimately hunting this short up here. I was just opportunistic off the 200. I'm a little pissed I didn't move because I would have moved down to accommodate the 200. I would have moved my stop order down to somewhere in these 80s. No, taking this low. That would have been my line in the sand right here. So just below 79. So I just didn't move it. I didn't realize my brackets were that tight.
The code in the chat, I would like a sell off to 960s.
Me too.
As well. Got VWAP in the NQ at 19,933 VWAP. Still got some room to go to get there.
Is Dakota currently short?
Sounds like it.
We don't know, actually. Dakota, let us know if you're in a trade.
Yeah. Quick update on the poll. Will the NQ finish today under or above 20,000? 59% say under 20,000. Currently trading 19,990. So we are under.
I don't think this is getting up.
Dakota is flat.
Flat. Yeah.
Yep. 60-40 under. Interesting. That's what that makes sense to me. I just don't know if bulls want to be risk on into earnings tomorrow.
Hey, Dolby time. Let's take a look at YM. What are you seeing over there on the 5-minute?
Let's take a look. What are we seeing? Really nice 5-minute range. Like I said, I'm still looking to see if we can get to 40,750. So we have a nice series of higher lows pretty much throughout all day after it rejected. So it is slowly building some buyers with all the higher lows that we're making on multiple time frames. And with this 5-minute range, it is setting up for, I think, an extension up to the 740s, to be honest. And once we get to 740, then that is when real questions can start getting asked about what direction are we going to go from there. Because I see that as being a really big inflection point. I see everything right now in the YM is just kind of waiting to get to the inflection point. That is, unless 40,720s decide to reject, and then maybe that's the high of the 5-minute range. But I typically want to reserve my levels for the largest time frame and range I can have and default to playing that, not so much the stuff in the middle. So 1 hour, 4 hour. Yeah, so 4 hour range high would be about 40,750. So let's wait for that instead of playing a mediocre level in between. Just
Hungus. P&L update, please.
Yeah. P&L update. Let's get it. I got too many windows open here. I am off 187. Down
187. Thank you.
In a combine, and I'm down. I'm up $4.76 in my Express account.
Nice.
I'm up with one single Cicero clam. That's a discounted Cicero clam at that.
JD was the one that asked. Asked and answered, JD. Best trade in the ES 5611. More liquidity to the upside. Just taking a quick peek at the ladder. And pushing here.
Yep. Looks like both indices are starting to fire up a little bit into the close.
Yeah, NQ's pushing.
We'll be looking for 740s.
I'm looking for 740s. I want to see what happens at 740s. Yeah. I think all of this is just us exploring price until we get up there. Because on a large time frame, 4-hour range high is 40,747 about. And we double bottomed off of 40,050. So we're in like a really nice kind of tight range right here. So if we can't break out of it, then I would assume that we just rotate back down to the middle somewhere. So we could end up getting a nice cheap short at around 40,747. And I might put in one. Might put in one little YM guy.
Nice.
If we get up there.
Post. Yep. See some more selling here. NQ now into the 80s. That's trading 19,989. Oh, back in the 90s. Looks like we are in range, Dolby time.
Yep. Range is going to range. Man, NQ is already starting to... Man, that 20,000 level has a real... NQ has a very interesting relationship with that level. 20,000.
Yeah, we should stay in that short. Well, here it is. This might be a good short to take here if it breaks it.
Oh, looking for like a continuation play?
Yeah, I usually don't like the... I don't take them. I should, because I call them all the time, and I usually get stopped out on them. But...
They're hard to manage.
Yeah, like the break of this 200. If it breaks this 200, I believe, we're going to get that run lower, but it's got to break the 200. Otherwise it's going to be bouncing off of this thing and then potentially get up to that higher liquidity that I talked about, probably up in the 20s. Like you said, this, and you can see it's a node. It's a low volume node right in here that I think price is going to go to.
Feels like that.
I'm waiting for my short. Yeah, I'm waiting for my short there.
What price, Carl?
20.
Would you look to get short at? Still up in the 40s?
20s.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, first 20s, because it doesn't seem like how much time we have left. We got
25 minutes.
Yeah, it's got to giddy up. If we're going to get to the 40s again, we got to do it. We're running out of time.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
And those 80s are hanging on for dear life right now. We've tested those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 times, depending how you want to count it. Those 19,980s. So very kind of curious to see if those will support. If not, look out below, in my opinion. Could be a lot of downside here. Ooh, got some wiggle there. You see that, Trey?
I saw that. I thought it was going to go lower, but we wiggled higher. Back to the 20,000.
I am ladder wiggled big time.
Yeah, right off the 200. Man, that's the manipulation right there. Taking it all the way to the edge of where I feel like this is going to break. And what's this run? 88. This is a 20-point run right in your face.
Sure is.
Instant.
Sure,
30 seconds.
Casual. Listen,
I think it's going to go higher.
Yeah. Well, that's what we're saying, we got some market participants
Those
on the
big
sidelines.
orders on the tape. Looks like 10s, 11s coming through on the tape for the buy side. At least what I can discern from flying through here on the time and sales. Yeah, the buys are looking like they're, double-digit buys to single-digit sells. Yep.
Shop Central.
That's what I was waiting for. That's what I meant. If it's going to get up there, it's got to do it now, and then I think the rollover could happen. Because now we're going to on my chart, you'll see it's the 30-minute 200. That's going to be a big level to attack, in my opinion. So I think it's going to take some liquidity to get through there. So that's why I think it's going to attack it, give the impression of a higher run, and then just obliterate the longs that go in up there.
I'm on board with that one. I kind of like what you're thinking about. Because wasn't the last time we had some kind of negative fundamental news, the market really shot up aggressively the day before, and then
what was it? What was the news?
I'm trying to remember. It might have been a couple months ago. It would have been
the CPI or something 2 weeks ago.
Maybe.
So now, Dre, to update you, my first short entry now, in the way this is structured, I wouldn't even look for that 40. I wouldn't even look for it because I think when this starts to run, it's going to go to the 60. It's going to go right through, and I would look for my first short at the 65-ish level, somewhere in that range. Because I think it's going to chew up this entire liquidity block right here if it makes that pop. And also, look what's sitting here. John Hoagland will like this. This is a naked point of control from previous session, 2 previous sessions, so Friday.
I got a quick update on the house account. Quick update on house account. At noon Central today, house account down $7,300. Current house account P&L up $294. Wow, $8,000 comeback. My goodness.
The Cicero steak.
What?
Yeah.
The Cicero steak dinner. You got that.
Yes, it is. House account up $294. Low water mark of the day
in all
down.
fairness, you guys are working through like getting a system down for the house account and how you guys want to treat it. There's going to be some growing pains in there.
So props to the house account.
House account doing it.
I do not know how that happened, to be honest.
It happened. It happened.
Number goes up.
I love it.
So
yes, it does.
That is great. We like it when
Going
numbers go up.
Got NQ and ES going up. High of the days in the ES. I got 56.16. Last trade 56.14 in the orders. NQ pushing as well into the 20s now.
I'm still looking for 747. If we can get there. Yeah, this thing is just so tricky. Power hour, Carl Hongs, do you ever trade power hour like consistently?
All the time. I like the market on close. I like the market on close.
Hell yeah.
I like to get the data. I like to try and get on the finishing side of that trade in that last push. Because it's like if you catch it, it could be a free 50 points, because, and you have a lot more data. You do get that first push, that liquidity that comes in could give you a hint to maybe what side you want to be on. Like right now, we've been trending up the entire time. So if MOC comes in heavy positive and we get a push down, buy it. Like usually you see it goes one way and then retreats the other way. So I would go with the trend. The trend is up. I would go with the trend at that point once MOC comes and try to buy a dip off of that. And because the way price moves around, you get some good opportunities to get a really slick entry.
It's Dre
like I would put an entry. I'd put an entry down at the 200. That's what I would do, and just hopefully it gets tagged and runs to the north side. And hope for that.
No, Dre, I was just saying, you and I have spent a lot of time on air together during Power Hour, and the volatility can be really impressive sometimes. Like,
absolutely,
if you just want to focus all your energy on 1 hour of trading. Like, I didn't think Power Hour was capable of providing results, but man, if you're focused and ready to take trades, like you can make what you need just in 1 hour of trading with Power Hour or the open or really any market, any time frame. Just a dedicated hour of really concentrating. You can get some good movement.
Pure trading in Power Hour. Answer the chat real quick. When I said the orders, it means 3/4 or 0.75. Clarify. Yes, Dolby time. Power Hour is what's up. Just pure trading. Last hour of the day.
It is.
Never know what's going to happen.
Has its own rules, its own
Yes,
beliefs, its own market structure, its own world. Really.
Sounds good, Gabe. Yep. Market go.
Do we have
P&Ls go up, P&Ls go down. What's up?
They go up and to the right.
P&Ls go down.
P&Ls, yep. Do we have any hashtag power hour, Dre? Is that your?
Looks like it.
One. I sent mine in.
Gabe, if you're ready, come on in, man.
All right, let's go.
Yeah.
So first, I want to lead off. We have another Stetson hat submission.
Ooh.
We got a Tyler S.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
his, picture and
that.
rocking
Beautiful.
Stetson hat.
And the
Great
kitty.
little one joining him. Great picture. Thank you, Tyler.
Bless.
Glad you
Great looking
received your
kid.
hat. Great work on the Lean Hogs combine.
Good stuff.
Absolutely. We got Lost Trader sending in a resubmission from the other day. I thought since Andre was here, I had to share this one.
It's just doing his job.
Oh, man. Becomes political.
Doing his job.
Pivot.
Yep. Dolby, your meme. You being a hockey goalie.
That's exactly right. That would never made it to Topstep TV.
Doing my
Got
best.
Another one here. Sean King opened these trades around 11 this morning. Sold 3 on the 4 micro gold trade on Topstep X. Still holding, showing some green in the realized, and still holding a little bit of unrealized. Great work there, Sean.
Is that
Thank
the artist
you
Sean
for your
King?
submission.
The musical artist?
I was thinking the quarterback, Sean
Got a
King,
hit.
from back.
There's a lot of them out there.
Chris, wasn't Sean King a
Lane.
Jamaican?
And,
Jamaican artist? Reggae?
Yeah.
Like reggae vibes? Yeah, he had a couple singles. Oh, sorry, Gabe.
No, you're good.
Sean Kingston, yes.
Oh. That makes
That song, Beautiful Girls. You guys don't want to hear me sing it, but
Well, no, please do, Gabe. You're going to Jamaica,
No.
Gabe. Come on.
We got Master Trader Rick here sending in another one. Shout out to Rick. Live session was fire. Up on the funded account, Topstep X. Locked myself out for the day. Good stuff there, Rick. Thanks for always being such an active participant in our Power Hour content. We appreciate you. And last but not least, we have the wizard of all memes, or the meme lord himself. Now, this one, there's a lot going on here, so I'm going to have to probably zoom in just a second here. So hang tight.
This is a hindsight capital. This is the Legend series here. We got Masters of the Trade, Kathy Wood, pulling the ultimate reverse Uno, because if we pull up that tweet, you're going to be amazed. This woman says, as a result of our trading-related capital tax losses, should offset trading-related capital tax gains for the years and underappreciated asset associated with our strategies. Adam Newman thinks this is pure genius. I mean, this woman is amazing.
She's had some bad trades, man. Bad trades.
Yeah.
Bad trades. She just sent out a tweet talking about, if I had known what Tesla and NVIDIA were going to do, I wouldn't have sold it.
You don't say.
That's the money manager? Oh, Carl, we should probably start a fund.
It's a deleted tweet, man. It's a deleted tweet. Somebody grabbed it. Don't worry. It'll be in another meme.
Love it.
Kathy Wood's going to take heat from me for quite a long time. She's awful.
Let her have it, Hungus.
Hey, post your winners at least. Doesn't really have that many. Pelosi, on the other hand, trading pretty well.
Oh, man.
Pelosi should be running ARK Invest. Kathy Wood runs ARK Incinerate. She runs the fastest cash burning operation on the face of planet Earth. She should pivot, Andre, to a green energy company, recapture all that carbon from burning all the cash, and boom, reverse Uno it again. I mean,
now we have a business.
What are we talking
now we've got a
about?
business.
That's what I'm talking about. Let me get
Love
Kathy
it.
Wood on the line. I could probably sell that to her.
All right, here we go. 13 minutes left in the session.
you.
Kind of quiet, a little bit of a range. There has been a couple trades you want to take. What's up, Nicholas
They
Ronaldo? I
almost
see you
got
in
you
the
on
chat.
that.
Yeah.
You saw that pop, right, Dobie? They almost got you 2028, but here we come.
I want
Long and
2050s.
strong. I think,
I want 50s.
yes,
trade.
I agree.
YM's not playing with him though. YM isn't doing anything.
I'm going to wait, too. As much as I want to short it right there at the top of that volume block, like this little, and I'm going to give you the number, Dre. Hold on, buddy. This 145, 150 area, as much as I want to put a short on immediately when it does that, that's exactly where it'll take off to the races, close the candle, and skirt on up. Boot, scoot, and shoot. like Ritz would like to say. Let me get my
MOC coming out here in about 2.5 minutes. Eddie will be all over it.
Oh yeah.
YM is. We got a little inverse action going on right now between YM and NQ.
Do we?
Yeah.
YM doing old people stuff. What's it doing over there?
Yeah,
Going to dinner early.
Rolling lower.
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
It's
It has
upper,
a 5
yes.
o'clock. Was it a 4:45 dinner reservation for 2?
Yeah, this is my crowd. Blue plate special.
It's right.
Top step silver crowd over here.
I kind of want to see 20,068 if we're going to do a stop run.
Oh, I thought you meant the year, Dolby.
The year, yeah.
Let's just get there.
Just fast forward already.
Let's dispense with all this.
Let's fast forward the simulation. So it is about the midpoint of a previous 4-hour range that we had on July 17th and 18th. So that might be a target, which is the midpoint of a previous range. I've been kind of playing with those. We'll see if they stick. But YM, 2 strong 5-minute candlesticks straight down, both red. Could be interesting to see how
Low
it plays
volume,
out.
though. Lower average volume than some of your previous candles. I mean, this is a pivot point right here, too. And it kind of lines up with previous 5-minute, one of your blocks. I'm looking at it real quick. Yeah, it's a nice little 5-minute range right at the bottom of it. I mean, it has tails to come down to the 50 EMA, which is sitting at 663, 4663. But I don't know how YM likes to shake and bake at the end of the day. You know, NASDAQ will make these moves easy. I'm not sure YM has the giddy up after the blue plate special. You know what I mean?
I think it shake and bakes with stuffer stovetop.
Dolby wanted the short around the 40s in the YM. Read it well. Never got the price, though. Not going to chase. Good read.
Yeah, that's what I was looking for. That 5-minute range basically just tightened up and rejected, so we never got that full run to 747s. It just extended the 5-minute range to like 720s. Whoa, MOC.
You got Eddie.
Oh, here we go. S&Ps right now. We are down, let's see here, 1,786,000,000 to the sell side. NASDAQ, 1,154,000,000 to the sell side. Dow, 632 million, sell side. Mag 7, 322 to the sell side. Now, once again, I got to remind you, these fluctuate, and my eyes will be watching. Back to you, Andre.
Awesome. Good job, Eddie. So, sell side. Sell side, about 2.5 bill, maybe 3 bill. But like Eddie said, those will change. Give us updates, but looks like we're in the range right now.
Still in the range.
Yeah. Earnings, a lot of earnings coming out this week. So, like Dolby said, we'd just be chilling going into the close.
Yeah. This is still more bullish than I thought it would be, to be honest. I thought we were going to head right down to the middle of the range and kind of just hang out there. Because I kind of agree with Carl. Like, I think there's a lot of big players or players who know they can move the market who are just getting themselves positioned for tomorrow. And if they can push the market higher to get themselves maybe cheap shorts, they have no problem doing that because they have the pocketbooks to do so. So I'm kind of curious, Carl, to see how this is going to play out.
Yeah, I just layered I took a short right now, just one micro at, where am I in? It's squished up here, 03s. 0375, and I'll take it all the way up to that price that we talked about, 44 or 446, based on that MOC, right?
That's
a heavy.
Carl, what price
MOC.
are you? What price you short from? Sorry, Carl.
Both. Hold on, let me double check this. Tens. Sorry, tens.
Tens. Okay.
Tens.
Thank you. Short.
I'm going to leave a resting order in to sell YM at 40,740. I don't know if we're going to get filled or not, but it might be worth like 40 to 80 points.
Yeah, now
Just let it
here
play out.
too. And I may get stabbed right out of both of these. And if I do, I do. But if it runs up grabs this liquidity, then turns around, I'll be able to grab it.
What's the price you want, Carl?
45s, 40, right up 44, 45.
Oh, I like that.
Big label up here, yeah. Up to
7 minutes.
55. I'm already in the short though. I already took it, so
you're already in.
Averaging. Okay, cool. Yeah. I took it based on that MOC print. We got the stab down. It ran back up, so I grabbed a short and said, okay, let me see if this plays out to the downside based on the heaviness of the MOC being. We're almost a couple billion, right, Andre? When you first called it,
about 3, but that's going to be changing. Yeah. Eddie will keep us posted. About 3 bill sell side.
Yeah, when we get over like $1 billion to one side, then that to me, Tuckman said it. Anything over $1 billion, start paying attention to, right? So to me, that early swipe on announcement, right?
Yes.
That's a quick liquidation, drive price up again, only to what? We got to take care of $3 billion worth of shorts. Which, billions of dollars worth of shorts taken care of in that stab? Probably not.
Well, this MOC imbalance is just getting redder. We're getting more than sell
Is it
side.
redder?
Yeah.
Interesting
stuff, Eddie.
It's getting
Good
redder.
stuff.
Yeah, we're getting more to the
I
sell
might bring
side.
it sell down.
And then there's a question from ETF CBOE. What is MOC? Can you guys explain it? Yes, it's for market on close. It is an order type that you can give to a broker if your broker allows it, which means they have to close a position or open a position at that specific time by the market close. So essentially a bunch of orders all kind of get filled or settled up at once. So that's where that number is. The numerical value is the quantity of people, value, $ value of how many are being open or closed to the sell side or to the buy side.
Execution.
John Doherty,
interesting.
Great answer.
GD. You called him John Doherty. Wow.
I did. I just saw it. I'm just reading everything.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Ooh, NQ.
What's
Really
going to get interesting is when price, Yep. When price gets into 29.45 on my chart, I have the anchored VWAP from the pivot high and the pivot low from the New York session. They converge right there at 9.45 or 9.46-ish, which is at the top of that IB range on the 5 minute anyway. But yeah, that's where I think price will get really interesting.
We got a big swing here. I'm only 12 million to the buy side now in the S&P, 176 million to the buy side NASDAQ, 239 million to the sell side still in the Dow, and 133 million to the sell side, 175 million to the sell side in the Mag 7. So big swing S&P and NASDAQ here.
Thanks, Eddie.
Yeah, and as you see, I just moved my stop down once again. Just want to lock in some profit. I mean, again, this is only $16, but once I move back into running minis, it's $160.
Yeah.
So that's the mentality I have when I trade this way. I chip. By the end, usually when I have a full session, when I trade like this, I end up with a bunch of trades that, maybe I make $30 on, $50 on, and then $60. Maybe I lose 100 here, 100 there. But then there's the big one that gives me the $200-300.
Yeah.
$400. And that's really all I'm looking for when I run these combines.
That's trading.
Yeah, Carl, when I was doing trading combines, I actually found that to be true for myself. It's like, as long as you can manage a personal daily loss limit, I think a lot of days will end up looking like plus 2R, minus 2R, plus 2R, minus 2R. And then you have a day where it's plus 4R or plus 5R. And then you just have to be disciplined enough to go back to plus 2, minus 2, and then just wait for that big bump. And you kind of can like stair step an account higher. But you're really just trying to hit singles to stay alive so you can be alive when you have the opportunity to take a big 4R, 5R, 10R, whatever that big number is for you.
And here's the break. It's coming right now. The 1 minute 200 is breaking. So here's a pivotal point. So now we need to start seeing aggression come into the charts. So I also use MACD and RSI. I heavily used them earlier on. I started using them again simply because if you had the idea of taking a long up here, if you looked at MACD pumping like this, you would have the understanding that, wow, this is going to have to cool off, meaning price is going to have to rotate. Yeah. So even though it's lagging, it helps me when I have an idea to say, oh, maybe you don't want to be long in here because your lagging indicator is telling you the exact opposite, Bozo. So sometimes, the lagging indicators can really help you in that respect, for me anyway. So I started using it to help confirm, say, if I wanted a long, if my 5-minute, MACD is pinned to the downside, that's great because that means we're going to get price pumped. Highly probable. You know what I mean? So I look for stuff like that.
Yeah, I remember doing MACD diversions when I first started getting trading. It was kind of like my first step, along with doing like moving average crossovers and stuff. They're pretty cool. They were fun for like stocks and stuff. I found that like on a shorter time frame, the MACD diversion was a little bit trickier to use, but it is cool. So basically, if you don't know what that is, like you're looking for the MACD to make like a lower high, but the market to make a higher high, and so you have like this kind of diversion between the two, and then there might be opportunity involved in there. So that's the very, very basics of a MACD diversion strategy.
And it's the same reason why I have RSI up there too. Same thing, looking for RSI divergences. It's all confluence to basically what really the price action is doing.
980s, man. 980s went to the gym, Hoag. Wow. Or sorry, Andre. Look at that, man.
Back to the 20,000s. We got 50 seconds left in the session. Pretty good day today. Shout out to all the bell-to-bellers. One last time, click like, click subscribe. We are almost at 110,000 subscribers. Truly appreciate that.
I ended up stopped out of that short.
Hey, what's your P&L,
Hungus? Small profit. Minus 171.
Nice 171. Hungus, great job today on Power Hour. You will definitely be back. More Hungus, people. We need more Carl Hungus.
Yep.
Oh, look at that.
Where are we finishing here?
Wow.
About 20 seconds left. Who's going to win the poll? Are you going to finish over or under 20,000?
Oh, we're right here, too. Look at that.
We're pushed.
We're right here.
We're right on it.
Yeah, this is very, very close.
We got 12
very,
seconds.
very close. 10 seconds to go. I think over 20s are going to win here. But you never know. Well, actually, now that I say that, NASDAQ is going to NASDAQ.
I don't know what it was.
I don't know.
That's tough to tell.
I think it was right on it.
You got to go for 1 minute.
It's a push.
Everybody wins.
I would say it's
good stuff today, guys. Dolby time, awesome. Hungus, good job today, man. We'll have you back. Anyways, let's throw it over to Eddie. Let's go, Eddie.
All right. We need more Hungus. It's another shirt idea. Thank you, brother. Tomorrow, nothing really early for breakfast, but we'll have a 7:55 Red Book, and then we're going to go back to about 9 o'clock here. Next number, we've got our existing home sales for June. Scrolling down here, really not much after that. 2-year note auction at 12 o'clock, minor. API crude stock. That's probably the next biggest one, and that's about it. I'm taking a look here, back and forth, nothing. As far as our superstar menu, now tomorrow's going to be Tuesday, the 23rd, and 23 here in Chicago means Michael Jordan, Ryan Sandberg. So tomorrow, gosh, we're almost done with this month. Didn't it just start? Tomorrow, join us, 8 o'clock Central Time. Hoag and myself will fire up the machine, and we're going to have Rips joining us maybe about 25 after. Andre, MP Coach Dakota, Rips, and Hoag are going to be doing fast markets. Andre Dolby and Guru P. I'm looking forward to meeting Guru P in Power Players. Gabe and Mick on Shoulder Tap. JD Robert for group coaching. Join us tomorrow for Market Stalking with Deanna, Coach Jay Dolby, and myself. And to round out the day, Andre Dolby and Austin Silva. So that sounds like a very good day. Don't miss it tomorrow. So we'll be here. But time to log off. We had a good day here today. I enjoyed who we had, and I enjoyed all the camaraderie and conversation, participation in our community chat. So it's family time right now. Time to log off, all right? And time to be with those who are closest to you. it's time for a little relaxation, a little re-energizing. So stay safe, stay healthy. Oh, and don't forget, 3:30 tomorrow a.m. London Open for our friends across the globe and across the pond. Superstar Deanna is going to be hosting London Open. She does this every day, Monday through Thursday. So get up just a little earlier, get yourself prepped for the market, and have a fantastic rest of your day. Until we meet again, which hopefully will be about 8 o'clock a.m. tomorrow Central Time, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been TopstepTV. Take care.